His world was without light. Many others could claim something similar about their own lives. After all, the life of a ninja often lent itself to an existence of darkness and solitude, of death and gloom. Though in Naruto's case, these words were far more literal. The boy sat in a nameless, featureless metal room somewhere within the bowels of the Amikage Tower. Rain rhythmically pelted down on the iron tower above, unceasing as always. Droning and repetitive, its sound was carried through the ribs of the great building down to his metal tomb where it echoed all around him. Even far below the ground he couldn't escape its murmur. But that was fine with him. The rain was an extension of his master, and extension of the rain god. It surrounded him always, just as it always had, just as it always would. The rain was a watchful tiger that cared for its young with nothing less than the utmost diligence. It was a part of him, just as it was a part of every citizen of Amigakure. He'd known this sound since nearly the moment of his birth 5 years ago. He'd been baptized by its caress mere minutes after his life in Konoha had ended. And someday, hopefully far, far from now, he too would take up the title of the rain god and watch over the village in his master's stead. But that was just the start. He would watch over Konoha and Kumo, Iwa and Kiri, and all other lands that lay within his dominion. At long last there would be peace. The fighting would stop and the hatred would fade away like the dark clouds after a storm. He would unite them all, he would save them from themselves. And finally the cycle of pain would be over. A piece of paper fluttered down onto his head and Naruto clenched his jaw in frustration. That is, if he ever mastered this basic chakra control exercise. Your emotions are your enemy, a frosty voice told him from somewhere in the darkness. Let your mind be free, but keep your feelings in check or they will certainly betray you. The boy nodded, but the action was lost in the darkness. Sorry, Conan-chan. I was thinking about the future and I guess I got too excited. A soft sound that could have been a laugh issued out from the darkness, but the boy discounted it as the rain playing tricks on him. Conan never laughed or even smiled unless she was playing a role whilst wearing a henge. You're always excited, Naruto-kun. You need to spend more time in the here and now instead of chasing far-off fantasies. A shinobi that cannot control his emotions won't live long enough to see his dreams come true. Those words had been taken directly from the leader's mouth, but that didn't make Conan's argument ring any less true. Naruto felt a somber something welling up in his chest at those scolding words, but he pushed them down just as he was taught to do. A shinobi must always be in control of himself, mind, body, and soul. Anything less was unacceptable. I won't let it happen again. I will do my best for Leader-sama. He quickly got back to floating the piece of paper above his head. It always surprised her when he spoke like this. His childish voice carried an unusual amount of resolve for one so young. She couldn't help but be reminded of a certain friend who was exactly the same way when the three of them were younger. He had also wanted to change the world and put a stop to the endless fighting. His heart was so strong and pure, it seemed like nothing would ever dampen his spirits, not even the rain that pounded down on them. She loved him for that. So the world took him from her. The salamander crushed her heart that day and drove Nagato to madness. In the end, it hadn't mattered that Yahiko was right or just or that he had wanted to save everyone. The salamander cared little for such things. He was judged weak, and so the salamander felt nothing when his light was snuffed out. A slight rustle of paper and a soft growl alerted her to the fact that Naruto had lost control again. The boy didn't yell or complain about the exercise being too hard like most children his age were prone to do when met with failure. Instead, he quietly picked up the sheet of paper and diligently went back to the exercise. He was the same way with kunai and shuriken and ninjutsu. It never got him down when he missed a target or accidentally injured himself with a rouge fireball. Naruto would just pick himself up and try again, knowing that he would be even better the second or third time around. Even when he spared with the leader, he was never daunted by the crushing blows or the broken bones that he'd received. He would shake it off and fight until his master was pleased with his progress. No matter the odds, he would always stand up one more time. To Conan, Naruto was a living, breathing impossibility. The small smile that tugged at the edge of Conan's lip went unseen by her pupil in the dark. Honestly, with the amount of chakra that the boy had, it was nothing short of a miracle that he could keep the paper aloft as long as he had. For Naruto, floating a piece of paper was equivalent to trying to fill a thimble with a geyser. Even if every member of their organization pooled their chakra together, it wouldn't even amount to a quarter of what the boy held in reserve. As such, the leader drilled chakra control exercises into the boy since he was old enough to talk for hours on end. After 2 years of refining his control, Naruto was ranked just above an average genin. Needless to say, more training would be required. Only the best would be able to accomplish the leader's goal. It seemed like young blonde was destined for greatness. Though considering who his father was, who was training him, and what was sealed inside him, it seemed impossible for Naruto to turn out any other way. Already, the boy was well on his way to mastering the dance of the Shikigami. He could pull off the wide area techniques like the paper storm and white forest emergence seemingly without effort, and the paper clone was nearly complete as well. In terms of hand-to-hand fighting, a Chunin would be impressed with the boy's skills. Maybe even a Jonin would be surprised on a good day. It was a shame that it would most likely all go down the tubes as the boy grew older and his body got taller and stronger. But that didn't get him down. He just plowed on ahead, saying that he was quick to adapt and that he'd figure something out on the way. And all of this was at the age of 5. He hadn't even begun to unlock his true potential. The power of the Jinchuriki was nothing short of ridiculous. But by the end of this day, the boy would be drastically more powerful. A slight frown found its way onto her face. Sometime soon, likely within the hour, the leader would gift the boy with the same power that he commanded. The Rinnegan, the eyes of the Rakuto Sannin. It would have been a lie if Conan said that she was committed to this plan. She understood the need for Naruto to grow as quickly as possible, but she had seen what the power of the Rinnegan had done to her friend. Those eyes had changed Nagato somehow. She'd watched the pain on his face as he struck back at the salamander and avenged the death of their friend. Since that day, his pain had never faded. It festered and grew like an untreated wound until Nagato lost himself to his hatred. Looking back on it, she wished that she had done something, anything, to help him let go. Instead, she had stood by him stoic and silent as always, a paper angel in service to her god. Now she would watch as another was forced to walk down that painful path. Conan wasn't an idealist in any sense of the word. She was too old and jaded to fall back into that old vice. But there was something buried beneath Conan the Kunoichi that squirmed at the thought of doing this to someone so young. He wasn't ready, neither mentally nor physically. True, Naruto had been conditioned to be a perfect shinobi from the moment he was able to walk. He was frighteningly mature for his age, even if he did get a little overexcited every once in a while. But that was only when he was with her. Whenever he was in front of the leader, he transformed himself into the stoic weapon of peace that he was expected to be. That childish side was beaten out of him long ago until only a soldier remained. Yes, he had known pain. He'd been flogged and beaten on more than one occasion for acting insubordinate in the leader's presence. But the pain that he would experience today would go far beyond anything that he'd ever felt before. Those bright, soulful blue eyes would be replaced by the cold, calculating lavender steel of the Rinnegan, and his body would find itself home to an array of hard ebon rods. And all of this would happen when he was awake. Pain was the key to unlocking the power of the Rinnegan. He would feel every inch of the steel scalpel blade as his eyes were cut from his head and hear every snap as his bones gave way beneath the chakra transmitters. When the leader had told the boy of his plan, to perform the surgery with Naruto conscious, Conan had wanted to object, but the boy had answered too quickly. With a swift, high leader-sama, the boy had resigned himself to endure an agony that few could ever comprehend. He never faltered in his choice either, never regretted that he had chosen the more difficult path. "They're all counting on me," he'd replied when she'd asked him if he was sure. "Not just the villagers or the ninja, but everyone. Akatsuki, the leader, and of course you too, Conan-chan. I have to help everyone. To protect what is precious to me, I will suffer any amount of pain." He said it so earnestly. For a few seconds, Conan felt that one human emotion that she thought had died with Yahiko. She'd schooled her features and turned from the boy. After that, the pair went along with their business as usual. The subject was dropped. But even now, she felt so proud of him. Conan idly wondered if this was how a parent felt. She quashed the feeling and scolded herself for thinking such a thought. It was unbefitting for a kunoichi and unbefitting of a teacher. Naruto, a 5-year-old boy, was going above and beyond the call of duty to service the leader. There was no excuse for her to not do the same. There was a loud bang and suddenly the room filled with light. The leader stood with his hand on the heavy iron door flanked by his entourage of 5 figures. His face was calm and collected like always. "It's time, Naruto." The boy barked out a quick, "Hi, Leader-sama," and rose to his feet. Conan mimicked him and the group left the room. Only the sound of footfalls on metal and the ever-present drone of the rain were heard as the 6 paths escorted the young Jinchuriki and his sensei through the winding halls of the tower to the operating room. Again the leader opened the door and nodded for Naruto to cross the threshold. He was greeted by the sight of a large stainless steel metal table covered with leather restraints. A large surgical lamp cast its glow downward on the table, which caused it to appear to be the only thing in the room. Ominous and inescapable. Upon looking further, Naruto was able to see the display of surgical equipment and medical supplies. He couldn't help but notice the large number of blood bags that were kept on hand for the occasion, and he felt his courage begin to wilt. As if to drive these feelings home with a sledgehammer, the boy locked eyes with the Rinnegan eyes suspended in a jar of opaque yellow fluid. He hoped that the leader wouldn't notice the shiver that ran down his spine. Apparently he'd failed. "There is no time for second thoughts now, Naruto. You chose this path and now you must walk it. A true shinobi stands by his convictions." "I know, Leader-sama. I will always stand by what I say. That is my ninja way." His voice faltered just a bit. But I can't help but be afraid. Is it okay if Conan-san stays with me?" The man turned his eyes toward the blue-haired woman who stood quietly behind them. He then let them resettle on his apprentice. The Akatsuki doesn't tolerate weakness from any of its members. Naruto's eyes fell before he quickly retrained his features. He didn't want to disappoint his master. That thought caused the leader's mouth turned up in a barely perceptible smirk. "However, in light of the circumstances, I will allow an exception to this rule just this once. Conan, please enter." "Aye, Leader-sama." The door swung shut behind them. The 6 paths wasted no time in fanning out to their positions around the operating table. Naruto turned to give Conan a quick smile before dutifully stripping down out of his black ninja garb and lying down on the table. Leather straps closed down on his arms, wrists, legs, and neck, effectively pinning him to the cold metal surface. 3 more straps were tightened around his torso, and something that appeared to be little more than a vice was placed around his head to lock it in place. Conan wished a lot of things at this point. She wished that Naruto had been strong enough to bear this burden without her presence. She didn't think that she would have the heart to hear the sounds of his screams. Her heart was hard, but this was different from interrogating an enemy. He was her student. It felt like she was betraying him if she let this happen. She wished that she could free him from his word, or that she could convince the leader to let the boy be unconscious for this. But more than all of these things, she wished that she had returned the boy's smile. Naruto let out a calming breath. "I'm ready." The Azura Path stepped forward and tested a metal needle that quickly extended and retracted from his finger, similar to a sewing machine. "Remember to breathe." He placed the device against Naruto's left ear and began to work. A sharp pain shot through the boy's ear as the Azura Path quickly and mechanically pierced it up and down in rapid succession. No sooner had he finished the left ear did he move on to the right, littering it with holes just as quickly. As if on command, 2 other paths began to loop small black rings through the holes. "Are you still okay?" Tears began to prickle at Naruto's eyes at the throbbing sensation that now coursed through his ears, but other than that and a slight grimace, he remained undaunted. In about 30 seconds, Naruto had received no less than 12 piercings. Most grown men wouldn't be fine after something like that. "I'm fine." He then moved on to pierce the bridge of the boy's nose. This time the boy had a much more verbal reaction, especially after the last pricing in the series of 3 went through the thin bone that made up the bridge of his nose. Just as quickly as before, the other paths moved to place the chakra receivers through the wounds. This was the least of it. "Are you still okay?" Naruto panted, gritting his teeth at the sensation of the foreign metal and chakra being placed within his body. Unlike the ears, the human nose is quite sensitive and quite vascular. At least it is when the piercing goes all the way through it. Blood was steadily trickling down the boy's face from the wounds, which prompted one of the paths to insert an 4 into his arm. He wasn't okay. His face hurt badly and he felt sick as his master's chakra began to invade his body. But he couldn't give up. He'd had worse than this before, he just had to tough it out a bit longer. Fine. The piercings on the underside of his lips came next. Those were substantially less painful than the 3 that came before it. But now here came the worst of it. It hadn't been a joke when the Azuropath had said that this was the easy part. The Azuropath placed a thick coil of rope in the boy's mouth. This will hurt. Bite down on the rope and focus on breathing. Just remember, it's not as bad as it appears. The QB will fix the damage to your body quickly. Naruto knew what was coming and nodded as his jaw clamped down on the rope. A blood-curdling scream was ripped from the boy's throat as all 6 paths drove the inch-long chakra blades through his arms and shoulders. The blades were driven right to the bone and then through it, shattering the brittle structure. Naruto's eyes rolled back in his head as he continued to scream, thrashing uselessly side to side against the restraints. A slight reprieve from the screaming was found in the time that it took for Naruto to empty the bile from his stomach and for the Azuropath to suction the fluid away from the boy's airways. He lay on that table with his eyes screwed shut, shuddering as the agonizing pain of 6 broken bones assaulted his senses. Blood was flowing freely from the wounds, and he could feel the familiar burn of the QB's chakra as they began to sew themselves shut. Finally, he was able to open his eyes again. They were wild and bloodshot after the ordeal and tears were flowing from them freely now. "Will you remain conscious?" The question had changed because it was apparent to all who were present that the young Jinchuriki was most certainly not fine. Were he not in absolute torture, Naruto might have found the gesture almost thoughtful. As it was, all he could do was make a whimpering sound. "Strength, Naruto." The leader spoke. "All paths to power require sacrifice. Are you going to give up?" Naruto didn't need to open his eyes for his master to see his conviction within them. It was made plain by his words. "No. I never give up." The leader nodded and placed a new length of rope in the boy's mouth. The soft sound of footsteps on tile reached Naruto's throbbing ears and he felt an unearthly smooth, almost frictionless hand close around his own. He opened his eyes to see Conan off to his side. Even after all that, he found the strength to smile up at her. This time she returned the smile, something Naruto hadn't ever seen before, heedless of the leader's disapproving gaze. "It'll be okay, Naruto-kun." She was forced to move out of the way as the paths shifted their focus to his legs. 6 more blades came down, spearing their way through skin, flesh, nerve, and bone until they were all the way through. Naruto howled with renewed fervor and his grip crushed down around Conan's hand, as if it was the only thing keeping him tied to this world. In reality, it may very well have been. His stomach tried to empty itself again, but nothing came. He lay on the table dry, heaving and crying as the pain radiated through his entire being. God, he wished that it could stop. He wished harder than anything that he could just pass out and wake up without this excruciating feeling that tore through his body. He felt Conan rubbing her thumb across the back of his hand, but he couldn't find the strength to reciprocate the gesture. He just wanted the pain to end. "Will you remain conscious?" Naruto could only grunt in agreement, his shredded vocal cords protesting at the possibility of continued use. "Stay strong, Naruto-kun." They were moving again, aligning the blades with his stomach and chest. This would be the worst of them all. The blades came down. He was right. The receivers bit deep into his body. He could feel them, cold and foreign, in his lungs and abdomen. Naruto would have screamed if he had the strength left to do so, but his energy was entirely spent. All he could do was focus on breathing. It wasn't nearly as easy as it used to be with the pair of rods now inhabiting his lungs. Every breath burned like nothing else, and the merest movement of his body would send pain rocketing through his whole body. "Ruto," the voice sounded far off, like he was underwater. "Naruto-kun." It was Conan. That strange, Conan never raised her voice. His eyes cracked open. Naruto could see the look in her eyes. She was worried about him. It was rare to see such a thing from God's angel, but it made him feel warm and strong. Even though he didn't entirely understand why he felt this way, He was thankful that she was here to rekindle the flame of his courage. Her presence gave him focus and purpose. He had to remember he was doing this for her. And not just for her but for everyone in the entire world. This was his burden to bear and no one else's. Under the insurmountable weight of his destiny, all others would fail if they tried to take up its mantle. He, and he alone, was the only one strong enough to suffer for the world. Pain. That was the price to pay for peace. The sound of a jar being unscrewed reached his ears. Naruto let his tired gaze rest on Conan's face one last time, and with a sort of surreal realization he understood that this would be the last time that he ever looked upon her through his own eyes. He let his eyes slip closed as a new and different pain began to blossom within his chest. It was like his stomach was replaced with a cold heavy weight, and try though he might, Naruto was unable to shake the feeling away. One last time. He would allow himself to feel emotion one last time before he became the perfect weapon for his master. Then, he would do what he had to do and deaden his heart to the world. It was time to start fulfilling his purpose in life. Naruto let the tears roll down his cheeks one last time as the leader slowly lowered a scalpel to his eye. Thanks to the power of the Kyuubi and his own unnatural vitality, Naruto had regained consciousness within 4 days of his operation. He immediately wished that he'd remained asleep. His body was just a few steps away from being entirely mummified beneath gauze, bandages, and an assortment of wires and IVs. The pain of whole ordeal had lessened significantly within the short time that had passed, but he was still terribly sore and stiff after having received the leader's gift. Moreover, he could actively feel as his chakra was forcibly converted by the chakra receivers to resemble that of his master's. It left him feeling quite nauseated, like he was a stranger in his own body. And he was weak, he was weak now. Before the operation, he had been able to perform nearly 20 high-level jutsu. As it was, he would have been surprised if he was still able to mold his chakra. All those painstaking months of building up his control had been utterly shot due to the influx of foreign energy. He would have to learn his old abilities all over again. It was such a shame. He'd been so close to mastering the dance of the Shikigami. Hopefully Conan would be willing to help him rediscover its secrets. And hopefully it would be easier the second time around. If all of that wasn't bad enough, he was quickly finding out that he was also complete rubbish with his new Kekkai Genkai. This wasn't unexpected. His entire chakra system was in the process of being reconstructed. But it still hurt to know how far he'd fallen and how little he'd gotten out of the deal. As it was though, the shared vision of the leader and his 5 paths did little to help the ever-growing queasiness that Naruto had to endure. To his juvenile Rinnegan, the images of everything that the other paths saw were an unrecognizable cacophony color and motion. His untrained eyes weren't yet able to distinguish one image from another, causing all of the pictures meld together and pile up on top of each other. It also didn't help that the Rinnegan was able to see the ebb and flow chakra, something which the young Naruto was completely unacquainted with. All this provided him with was an unintelligible mess that was punctuated with blindingly bright flashes of blue light at random intervals. Even if he had been completely healed, the boy still wouldn't have been able to walk with his Rinnegan in such an unusable state. And the worst part was that Naruto didn't know how to turn it off. His eyes remained unopened behind a thick length of gauze as they continued to heal. They were shut, but that didn't impede the flow of the images in the least. Naruto could do little more than wait for the leader or Conan check in on him, and hope that he wouldn't puke in the meantime. Thankfully, it wasn't long before he heard the door to his recovery room slide open. Since he was unable to find any jumbled flashes of his own bandaged body in the sea of pictures that bombarded him, he came to the conclusion that it was Conan who was now in his room. "Conan," he called out for her in a rough whisper. He heard her feather-soft footsteps on the stone floor and felt her presence somewhere at his side. "I'm here, Naruto-kun. How are you feeling right now?" She felt a little bad for asking such an obvious question. Her student probably felt exactly the way a 5-year-old boy would feel after having his eyes removed and being systematically impaled. It was mostly just a test to see how much strength was in the boy's words, to see how his mental health was holding up after something like this. "I'm weak. I can see what Leader-sama sees, and it's making me sick." His words were interrupted by a series of soft coughs. "Can I have some water, Conan-chan?" He heard the sound of water being poured into a glass and felt it press against his hand. Conan felt a slight disruption in the air just before it happened. Years of training took over and she instinctively performed a substitution. A wave of force exploded from Naruto's body. The steel frame of the bed beneath him crumpled like it was made of tin foil, and the glass of water at his side was reduced to little more than dust. Wires and tubes buckled against the pressure and were destroyed. The larger machines that they were once attached to got flung against the far wall like ragdolls in spite of their weight. Naruto lay cradled with the wreckage of his bed, gritting his teeth against the jarring impact of his body against the floor and the seething pain in his eyes. He knew what had happened. The leader used this power often enough in their spars for him to be quite intimate with it. Shinra Tensei, the power of the Deva path. Somehow, his body had reacted automatically to the threatening presence, and had tried to get rid of it. At least that was Naruto's best guess. He didn't even really know how he had done it. One second he was lying there and the next second his ears were filled with the sound of things being broken and he was on his back in a crater. A horrible thought suddenly occurred to him. What if he'd hurt Conan? Fueled by panic, Naruto slowly began to get to his feet despite the way that his muscles protested. "Conan-chan?" he called out as loud as his parched throat would allow him. As he made his way out of the rubble, he realized with a start that the images had finally gone quiet. He was just about to crack a smile when they returned en masse, seemingly drawn to his hope the way that a shark was drawn to blood. Vertigo set upon him and he felt himself pitch forward toward the ground. The boy gritted his teeth in preparation for the inevitable pain that would come when he struck ground, but it never came. Instead, a pair of strong arms caught him. Again his eyes burned as they reacted to this new threat, but the wall of force that leapt from them melted away like wax before an open flame. He became aware that there were only two images now. Both of them were of him. One showed him in the arms of a man, as if he were holding his own bandaged form. The other showed him from a slightly different view in the arms of the Predapath who was currently absorbing the rouge energy created by his Rinnegan. "Naruto, I need you to focus on my voice. I need you to calm yourself." The boy's body shuddered a bit as another wave of force was created and subsequently drained, an effect which left his eyes feeling as if there was crushed glass being rubbed in them. "Naruto, acknowledge." It was an order from the leader. He had to respond. I hear you, El Leader-sama. I can't control the eye." His tone was shaky but neutral. It was clear that the boy was trying his best not to panic. A shinobi does not panic. He approaches every situation with calm and quickly forms a plan to confront adversity. Weakness in his master's presence was unacceptable. He let his body calm itself. His heart rate began to slow and the interval and intensity of the blasts began to lessen, never quite disappearing but becoming far more manageable for the boy to deal with. The pain also lessened in turn from a mind-numbing agony to a persistent throb that pulsed in time with the activation of his technique. The Predapath deemed it safe to let the boy go and he crumpled unceremoniously at his feet. No longer in contact with the threat, his Rinnegan went silent. Another image disappeared, signifying that the path had closed its eyes, and Naruto was left staring at his own sorry form through the eyes of his master. "I apologize, Leader-sama. My behavior was unbefitting a shinobi of Akatsuki. I will accept any punishment that you bestow upon me." There were a few moments of silence before his master spoke. "The fault of this incident lays with me, Naruto. I underestimated the speed at which your Rinnegan would develop and didn't take time to set up proper protocols for this scenario. It was quite some time before I was able to walk the Deva path, and with only my own experiences to provide scope, I was under the impression that you would act similarly." Naruto was blown away. Though the man had not directly said it, the leader had admitted weakness. And even more surprising than that, the man had almost apologized. Such a thing was entirely unheard of. His master was God. God made no mistakes and explained himself to no one. Naruto internalized all of these feelings immediately. It was not his place to think such things. "Conan tells me that you are weak but otherwise fine. This is because your chakra nature is being rewritten by the Rinnegan to encompass all 5 elements. It will be at least a week before your chakra is entirely converted, and until such a time you will be unable to utilize your chakra, and you will continue to feel tired." Naruto nodded. "Did I hurt Conan-san?"
No.
"Conan is fine." She was able to get out of the way without injury. The boy let out a breath that he didn't realize that he'd been holding in. He didn't know what he would do if he'd actually managed to hurt Conan-chan. Naruto realized the nature of his thoughts and pushed them aside. There were more important matters to attend to. What am I to do while I wait, Leader-sama? A weapon is of no use when left to inaction. A small smirk spread across the leader's face. The tenacity of this boy and his eagerness to be of use was surprising. He'd taken in a few apprentices before Naruto, but none had been suitable to undertake a mission of such dire importance. And certainly none of them had been worthy or strong enough to receive the eyes of the Rikudo Sannin. But this boy was different. He was truly and utterly self-sacrificing even for a world that he'd hardly ever seen. You must heal first. A weapon that is in disrepair will only harm its wielder. The man paused as a thought occurred to him. Your eyes are too weak for you to walk the paths yet, but you should be able to see though my eyes, yes? The boy nodded. Are you able to see though the eyes of the paths yet? Again, Naruto nodded, but this one held more uncertainty. I can see through their eyes, but I can't tell what I'm seeing. Everything seems to be happening at once. The leader had never encountered this type of problem on his own, though he was able to anticipate its cause. He'd been expecting this to happen, and had quickly severed his link with the other paths when he'd learned that Naruto was awake. The leader had first discovered the visual link of the Rinnegan when he broke his body apart and created the other paths. At Fist, the experience had been disorienting, and he'd struggled to deal with his newfound power. But the process of creating paths was time-consuming. This meant that it would take several days, if not weeks, before another path was created. Because of this, his brain had been able to adjust itself to interpret the images before things were again unsettled by the addition of a new path. Your mind can't figure out what to do with the images, so it shows them all at once. I will open the eyes of the Preta path now. I want you to see though both of our eyes at the same time and feel the connection of our chakra and the chakra of the world around you. Twin images returned to Naruto's mind. It was unsettling but nowhere near as overwhelming as trying to deal with 6 images simultaneously. Something was bothering him though. Master, I don't know what you mean when you say to feel the chakra. I can see it through your eyes, but I don't feel anything except fatigue. The man nodded as he turned to leave, and the Preta path placed Naruto on an unoccupied and mostly undamaged bed. The machinations are subtle. It was the Preta path that spoke. Feeling chakra is the single most difficult part of unlocking the power of the Rinnegan because it is entirely different from anything that you've ever experienced. It is a sixth sense which is fundamentally different from everything you know. It's not something that you can learn. You can try and try without ever getting anywhere, and then one day you will just understand. Naruto didn't entirely understand but watched himself nod through the path's eyes. It began to walk away. Master! What? The boy felt embarrassed. Can I have some water? I wrecked the room before I got a drink the first time. The path fought the urge to sigh. XXXXX. A month had passed since Naruto awoke. Since then, he'd grown in leaps and bounds with regard to controlling the power his Rinnegan. True to his master's words, the boy's chakra network had taken about a week to stabilize itself after being altered to contain all 5 chakra affinities. This didn't mean very much in the way of learning new jutsu. His control was still far too poor to begin relearning his lost techniques, but at least he wasn't tired all the time anymore. This also had the added effect of snapping his Rinnegan out of batshit crazy mode, and he no longer had to worry about destroying a room when he sneezed or jerked awake in his sleep. With his Rinnegan more or less under control, Naruto began the slow process of learning how to harness its power. His Shinra Tensei was powerful but still had a slower recharge time than his master's. It was likely strong enough to blow away a good-sized building, though he hadn't tried yet and probably wouldn't for quite some time. Ninja were about stealth. There was nothing stealthy in smashing a house like soda can. Moreover, Naruto was all too aware of the circumstances surrounding his adoption. In his case, stealth was paramount. Nearly all his effort had gone towards refining the Shinra Tensei and its sister technique, the Bansho Tenin, into a smaller form that wouldn't risk his exposure or cause unnecessary damage to the boy's surroundings. Sometimes deflecting a kunai or knocking an opponent off balance was all that was required to ensure victory. Fights didn't have to end with him standing in a 500-foot crater with his enemy a bloody stain. A ninja was nothing if not subtle. The other abilities that he'd learned were more suitable for utility as opposed to raw destructive power. He'd learned how to summon chakra blades and had quickly taken to the art of fighting with one in each hand. Many weapon masters strove for their whole lives to become one with their weapon, to feel their weapon as an extension of their body. For Naruto, this was something that had been his since the day that he first summoned a chakra blade. The black iron rod was already a part of him to begin with. He could feel even the slightest change in the position or pitch of the blade as well as its exact length and momentum. It made him a born sword master, though he wasn't under the impression that this meant he could give up and focus on other things. His inexperience was beaten into him on a daily basis, quite literally, when he sparred with the leader. The Kyuubi was always able to heal the damage away, but recently Naruto had discovered what a boon the Azura Path could be. Thus far, his knowledge of the Azura Path was extremely limited, but he knew enough to harden his skin into metal to absorb a blow. Considering how wearily often he took hits, it was starting to become second nature to him. It didn't really help all that much when put up against the leader's strength, but at least he was trying. It was crucial to use the path as much as possible in order to prepare himself for its use in the future. The ability to wield 6 weapons in each hand, create mechanized projectile weapons, and cast 3 jutsu at the same time was way too good to pass up. But as it was, Naruto could only harden his skin and create a single additional arm, which mostly got in his way. It was a similar problem to the shared fields of vision. He was up to 3 paths at once. His brain didn't really know what to do with the extra appendage, and the chakra receivers in his arm could only help so much to orient him. Practice and patience was the key. A ninja was nothing if not patient. But if Naruto was being entirely honest, he was beginning to go a little stir-crazy after being trapped in the Amikage's tower for more than a month. The boy had been forced to remain within the iron embrace of the Amikage's tower for almost his entire life. He had no friends or loved ones. He didn't know if the leader or Conan counted, and had never seen the sun. When he was allowed to leave the tower, it was always under the guise of a henge, and he was always accompanied by his master and Conan. They would play the part of a family of orphans, himself in the role of the idiot younger brother, and Conan and the leader as his strict but kind older siblings. They didn't participate in this charade for Naruto's enjoyment, though. It was yet another form of training. Konoha, and nearly every other hidden village, was continuously on the lookout for the missing Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If he was discovered, all of Akatsuki's work would be for nothing. But they weren't just able to keep him in the tower until he was strong enough to go out on his own. He had to learn how to make friends and discover how normal people interacted with one another so that he could properly emulate them in the future. In a way, it was one of the most important lessons for him to learn and would have to serve as a replacement for his D-rank missions. Realizing this, he spent the next few weeks getting his chakra control back up to snuff so that he could maintain a henge for a few hours and go play in the park with his Nachon and Nissan. XXXXX. The trio sat beneath an umbrella laughing and talking about nothing in particular at the edge of a playground. No one really paid any attention to Menma and his siblings. They were ordinary and unassuming, just another family of orphans. But their seemingly innocent actions were decidedly not. Underneath all of the jokes and talk were coded orders and questions of a rather sinister nature. For example, whenever Tsubaki-nichin flicked at her hair, it was a kill order for whoever Akone-nizan was looking at. His job was to respond in code for the best and most desecrate method of the target's disposal. This took the form of bombastic hand gestures or running off into the rain to play games like tag or ninja with the target. Most kids didn't like to play ninja with him after playing more than once. Menma cheated a lot and was unusually good at throwing toy kunai knives into the other children's blind spots. And it was really hard to hit him, almost like he had an invisible force field or something. As it was, Menma would only play a few games and then leave to talk with his brother and sister. Tsubaki and Akone were pretty good ninja, so that's probably where Menma got all his tricks from. XXXXX. You're so full of it, Akone-nizan, a rambunctious Menma yelled at his brother while pointing his finger. There's no way that you actually met the Amikage. He doesn't even talk to the Jonin. Why would he waste his time on a Chunin like you? His brother leaned forward and flicked Menma between the eyes, to which the boy jerked back and rubbed his face. You're such a brat sometimes, Menma. Why do you ask me questions if you're not going to believe me when I answer them? I've totally met the Amikage. Back me up on this, Tsubaki. Tsubaki looked at him thoughtfully. Well, I guess it's possible. I've never really seen him, but I suppose dash. Ah! Menma cut her off. If Tsubaki Nichin hasn't ever seen the Amikage, then I know that you're full of crap. She's a jonin. So she's way more important than you. That comment earned Menma a hard shove from his older brother out from under the umbrella and into the rain. Quit being a dick, Menma. Tsubaki Nichin, Menma whined. Akone is being mean to me. His sister snickered into her hand. Maybe you shouldn't be such a dick to him then. He's way bigger than you, and I don't know if I'm in the mood to protect you right now. Oh, I get it, you're on his side. Ninja siding with ninja. Well, if that's the case, I'll go somewhere that I'm wanted. Menma stormed off towards the playground. Good luck finding a place like that, brat. His brother shot after him. That earned him a smack in the ribs from his sister. XXXXX. His mission had been received loud and clear. There was a girl his age being bullied by a group of older boys. He was supposed to extract her and inflict as many casualties to the enemy team as he could before his sister came and pulled him out of the brawl and took him home for being a dick. Man, that was a stretch from the original code, but a good shinobi was able to adapt on the fly. Either that or his master's opinion of him had lessened significantly after questioning his mad ninja skills. As he approached the group, his eyes went hard. They were picking on her for being an orphan and for being weak, pulling her hair and calling her mean names, saying things like she should be more respectful of ninja. Apparently his master had redefined ninja to mean second-year academy student at some point. That or these 4 kids were full of shit. Naruto didn't need to try very hard to feel Menma's rage at these boys. If there was one thing that he despised, it was those who used their power to hurt others. He saw the hypocrisy in beating them up for this, but honestly he didn't care. His orders were clear and he was trained to act, not to think. But he couldn't help but feel slightly in the wrong. Handicapped though he was more than a match for any genin and maybe even a chunin if he really cut loose with his Rinnegan. He'd have to try hard not to hurt these kids too badly. Life lessons didn't do the dead much good. Oi, asshole! The bully who was currently holding the girl by the hair turned around and freed up his other hand. You shouldn't speak that way to your betters, short stuff. Now me and my boys have to rough you up. The other 3 boys tried to appear menacing and started chuckling. If you lick my shoes, I might just leave enough of your face to left to play kissy-kissy with your girlfriend here. The boys surrounded him, an action that just begged for a Shinra Tensei fired off at head level. Menma wasn't afraid though, and that irritated the older boy. The bully got right in his face. What are you gonna do, you piece of trash? Naruto responded with vicious headbutt. The bully went down like a sack of bricks, unconscious with his head split open. Naruto's eyes widened just a bit in alarm. His Rinnegan had reacted instinctively to the pressure and had hardened the skin to metal at the point of impact with the Azura path. He had to focus more or else these boys would end up dead or in the hospital. A pair of hands moved to grab him from behind. Naruto let them, judging Menma to be only slightly above average in terms of taijutsu, and forcibly suppressed the pressure wave that was building behind his eyes. Another boy hit him in the face, though Naruto made sure that the blow would miss his piercings. Normally people didn't get their hands slashed open after punching someone in the face. It would look even stranger if it happened in a playground fight. The bully cocked his fist back to deliver another punch to his face. Naruto decided that Menma had taken harder hits from his brother, and it would take more than that to daze him. He hauled off and kicked the boy in the chest with both legs, sending him to ground wheezing. Naruto then turned his attention to the 3rd boy, who had yet to move and couldn't help but let the small smile slip across his face. Apparently his girlfriend wasn't as weak as the bullies thought. As the boy went to slug him in the stomach, the girl slammed her open palm against his ear. Hard enough to send him to the ground with a damaged equilibrium and a burst eardrum. She was pretty good. Naruto managed to struggle free and get off an elbow to the ribs before being kicked in the back of the knee and sent to the ground. That time he'd been armored by the Azura path. A kid wouldn't be able to tell the difference through his shoes anyway. Naruto spun around, catching the other boy off guard, and began to hammer away at his chest. Personally, he usually preferred to punch the neck, which didn't hurt your hand as much as punching someone in the chest or the face, but apparently Menma wasn't as ruthless as him. The same couldn't be said for his girlfriend, who was currently biting the boy who Naruto had dropkicked. Like an idiot, the boy just stood there and screamed as he tried to push the girl off of him. He could almost see the frown forming on the leader's face as he watched the fight through his pupil's eyes. The academy was going to need some stricter tests in the future if this was the kind of ninja that were being churned out. Naruto gave the boy one last punch to the solar plexus before sending him to the ground with a clothesline. Hopefully his clothing would help to cushion the blow of the iron-hard chakra receivers in his arm. Apparently it didn't work very well, and the boy was left unconscious. How tragic. Naruto was about to help the girl finish off the last bully when he heard his sister's murderous voice as she ran towards him. He had to wrap this up quick. His goal was to eliminate all the enemies he could. With a quick kick to the side of the head, Naruto had knocked out the bully-turned-chew-toy. Just in time too, Tsubaki's had clamped down on his ear like a vice. He hoped that Conan would remember about his piercings. Blood was difficult to cover up with a henge and his control was probably too low to do it today. Of course she did, but it didn't hurt any less when she started to drag him off kicking and screaming the whole way. He caught the girl looking at him out of the corner of his eye and turned his head to face her as best he could. She was looking at him with big green eyes behind her slightly darker green hair, silently apologizing for what was happening to him. He flashed her a big shit-eating grin and thumbs up. "What's your name?" he yelled as his sister continued to drag him away. A smile came to the girl's face. She was pretty when she smiled. While Menma thought she was pretty, Naruto didn't particularly care. "Risa," she called out and began to follow him until Tsubaki shot her a death glare that stopped her in her tracks. "Don't encourage him." "I'm Menma. Let's be friends." A sharp tug on his ear. "Shut up, Menma. We're going home. This is the reason why we can't have nice things." "I'll come to the park every day, Menma," Risa shouted back to him. "I'm sorry for getting you in trouble." "Don't worry about it. I'm not scared of Tsubaki-nichin." He stuck his tongue out at her for emphasis. Then Naruto noticed that he was looking at himself. Akone wasn't looking very happy. "Quiet being a dick, Menma." He grabbed hold of Naruto's other ear and began to drag him away with the help of his sister. That was the day that Naruto made his first friend, and most likely also the day that he made his last. The clash of steel on steel reverberated throughout the hallways of the Amikage Tower. Just as the last abrasive echo was about to die away, it began anew, more fervent in its tempo. The percussive clanging continued to pick up speed until it rose to a fever pitch. Distinct impacts eventually gave way to a curtain of solid sound with no beginning or end. Only the constant roar of metal on metal. Then all too abruptly it stopped. Naruto shot away from his master, eyeing the man carefully. The leader's face revealed nothing, as always, but the look in his cold ringed eyes told Naruto that this fight was about to come to a close, and the end was going to be a painful one. He was going to lose, that much had already been decided, but the boy was pleased with his actions thus far. With every passing day, he was able to face up against the leader's fury just a little bit longer and get just a little bit closer to actually hitting the man. When they had first began to spar with their chakra blades, Naruto counted himself lucky if he was able to last more than 30 seconds. After 2 months of clawing his way through these fights and coming out of them half dead, the boy had gotten to the point where he could finally hold his own. But even after all of this effort and pain, his skills were utterly laughable when compared those of the leader. Though the leader often relied heavily on the use of his Rinnegan, he was somehow equally dangerous with a sword. He was fast, so insanely fast that all it took from Naruto was a blink of the eye to seal his fate. That was probably the situation that his master was trying to set up. Learning to wield the shared vision of the Rinnegan was far more important to the boy's growth than learning how to wield a blade. And when he could literally see through the eyes of his opponent, there was no excuse for the leader to hold anything back. This point was hammered home as the leader closed the newfound distance in the moment between heartbeats and brought his weapon to bear against Naruto. It was met with an explosion of force which sent the man sailing backward, momentarily deterred in his assault but uninjured. With his Rinnegan, Naruto could see what had happened. Before impact, the leader had allowed his own Shinra Tensei to manifest itself. Though powerful in its own right, his technique stood no chance of overpowering his master's. Naruto fought the urge to cringe as he saw a barely perceptible smirk form on the leader's face. He should have just taken the hit. As a general rule, Naruto was the one who set the pace of their spars. If he used jutsu, the leader could use jutsu. If he used the Azura path, then the Azura path would join the fray. And if he used Shinra Tensei, Naruto could kiss his sweet ass goodbye because the leader would make damn sure to use it every 5 seconds until his students stopped moving. The moment the leader touched down, Naruto was struck with a wall of force that lifted him off of his feet and sent him sprawling some 50 feet back into the far wall. He pulled himself out of the wreckage as quickly as his damaged body would allow and struck back. The air around his master distorted slightly before the man was sent careening towards his student at startling speeds. In and of itself, this wasn't so bad. Bansho Tenin lacked the bone-crushing power of its sister technique. The problem presented itself when Naruto flung his chakra blade along with a handful of paper shuriken at the man and then leapt clear. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to stop in time to avoid the attack, the leader did what he did best and knocked aside all obstacles that lay within his path. His student was beginning to become annoyingly clever. The boy knew that he couldn't hope to beat his master in a contest between Shinra Tensei. The power just wasn't there yet, so he exploited the technique's one weakness, the 5-second interval needed to recharge. Naruto was able to stretch that 5-second interval into several minutes by using hit and fade tactics that forced the leader to waste his technique and start all over again. Of course, the leader was able to end the fight at his leisure by simply sending the wave out in all directions instead of just ahead. But that wasn't the point of the exercise. The point was to familiarize Naruto with his powers, and to allow the boy to come up with creative ways to combat a more powerful foe. It was a subtle type of mental conditioning that seemed to be falling out of practice in ninja world these days. Tunnel vision became a serious problem for young ninja after they learned their first jutsu. If you taught a genin how to shoot a fireball from his mouth, then that's how the genin would go about trying to solve all of his problems. It didn't matter that the same technique could also be used to limit mobility or to sow confusion amongst the enemy. That genin would keep blowing fireballs until he was blue in the face or until he landed a direct hit on an opponent. For Naruto, this mentality could become a real problem if wasn't addressed quickly. The leader knew firsthand just how addictive the power of the Shinra Tensei could be. Simply flick your hand and everything in front of you shatters like glass. But the true strength of Rinnegan only revealed itself when the paths were balanced. The eye was far more than just a hammer waiting to fall every 5 seconds. Its potential was almost limitless. Even on their own, the individual paths contained a multitude of abilities. But what if they were combined with ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu? The leader could try to answer that question for a lifetime and still not even scratch the surface. He watched as Naruto began to wind down, his seemingly limitless stamina spent. He'd been flying around the dojo throwing paper shuriken and chakra blades like a child possessed as his master brought the world down around his ears. But now there was nothing left. Naruto fell to his knees panting. A peaceful smile had found its way onto the boy's face. Half an hour. That's how long he could survive in a fight against God. The leader looked at his student and felt a sudden pang of jealousy. Last time he was able to smile like that was before Yahiko's death. He let the feeling die in his chest. He'd been a ninja for far too long to let something so simple get to him. You have done well today, Naruto. Someday you will be able to defeat me, but that day will only come when your pain is equal to my own. He stretched out his hand. Shinra Tensei. Naruto's eyes flashed open. Shinra Tensei. The waves met in the middle, throwing stone and dust in all directions. Under normal circumstances, such an exchange was futile. Naruto had never been able to match the strength of Master's technique, but somehow their power was equal. The leader watched in mild interest as the energy dissipated, leaving his student unscathed. Although he was holding back a substantial amount of his power, it was still quite miraculous that the boy could match his strength after only having the Rinnegan for 2 months. Perhaps pain really was the key to unlocking the Rinnegan. Such a thing wasn't unheard of. After all, when an Uchiha kills the person closest to them, they unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. Could there be a Mangekyo Rinnegan? Only time would tell. Naruto's 5 seconds were up. Unless he had another card to play, or had cut his recharge time in half, this was the end. Shinra Tensei. The leader was mildly disappointed when he heard Naruto's body strike the ground. XXXXX. It was Naruto's downtime. Well, not exactly, but it was the closest thing that the boy got to downtime without being in the infirmary or unconscious. He had been given the opportunity to train himself on his own initiative for a few hours every day. At first, Naruto had taken it as a sign of the leader's trust. But eventually the truth of the matter had come out, and he was left disappointed. Mostly with himself for being foolish enough to let emotion cloud his perception. His master was a great and powerful man, but he was still a Kage and shadow clones only went so far. Even God still had to do paperwork. It had gotten to that point where the Amikage Tower was beginning to feel cramped again. So Naruto put on his Menma disguise and headed over to the park. His infiltration skills could always use some work. Naruto found it slightly unusual for the leader to allow him out of the tower without either himself or Conan present, but eventually Naruto would have to learn things on his own. Better to do it here in a controlled environment than to turn him loose without the watchful eyes of the paths to keep track of him. If he really found himself in dire straits, it only took a few hand signs from the animal path to whisk him away to safety via summoning. "Hey, Menma!" A flash of green over by the swings caught his eye and he waved before rushing over to see Risa. Hopefully he didn't look too different from the last time she saw him. The bandages on his cracked jaw bone from earlier this morning were difficult to conceal. Apparently his henge was good enough to fool the girl. She bounded over to meet him with a big smile on her face which he tried to return. Again, she didn't seem to notice anything strange. "I was starting to think that you forgot about me. Where have you been for the past few weeks?" "In a place that doesn't exist, having a fist fight with God. How about you?" Menma growled in irritation and mumbled something. "What did you say?" He sighed. "I said I was grounded, okay? Tsubaki Nichin grounded me for getting into a fight again." The girl snickered a little but hid her smile behind her hands when Menma glared at her. "It sounds like this kind of thing happens a lot to you. Don't feel bad though. I get into fights all the time too." Menma raised an eyebrow at her. "Don't your parents get mad at you?" Naruto felt a little guilty for asking that question. Of course he knew that the girl was an orphan, but Menma didn't. Menma was kind of an idiot. Risa's eyes fell and her smile disappeared. "No. I'm an orphan like you. My parents have been dead for 3 years and I don't have any siblings to take care of me." "Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up." She smiled but it didn't really reach her eyes. "It's okay. It doesn't really bother me that much anymore." As a person who excelled in faking emotion, Naruto could spot the lack of sincerity from a mile away. The right thing to do was to comfort the girl, but Menma the idiot didn't understand subtext. "So if you don't have any parents, who takes care of you?" This time Risa actually did smile for real. "Masaki-sensei takes care of us. He's a teacher from the Ninja Academy and he's really cool. Well, actually it's his uncle Sachio who's the real owner of the orphanage, but he's usually asleep. He drinks this stuff that makes him act really silly and then he goes to bed so Masaki-sensei visits us, tries to keep things under control." "What was that drink called again?" "Shaky? Stocky? Sake. Oh yeah, that's what it was called. You're pretty smart, Menma." "Oh good. The owner of the orphanage is a drunk." "So are Masaki-san and Sachio-san nice to you?" Risa had started to wander around, apparently getting bored with talking. He forgot that he was an unusual child when it came to sitting still and doing what he was told. Her voice floated over to him from the monkey bars. "Yeah, they're nice. Since Sachio is asleep all the time, me and the other kids can get into all sorts of trouble without getting caught. He hides his old ninja gear all over the place so we can get our hands on smoke bombs and flares and stuff." She pouted. "But Masaki-sensei usually takes it all away from us before we can figure out anything cool to do with it." "Well, at least he's not cruel. Just neglectful and stupid." "You guys get to mess around with ninja stuff? That's so cool. I only get to use ninja stuff when my brother or sister is watching me." He sighed. "But they never let me have any fun." Risa stopped swinging and looked at him with her mouth agape. "Your brother and sister are ninja? You're so lucky. Did they teach you any jutsu? Can you shoot fireballs?" "I used to be able to shoot fireballs until my brother stuck me full of chakra blades and cut out my eyes to replace them with the fabled Rinnegan. I could turn this playground to rubble with my eyes. Does that count?" "No," he sighed dejectedly. "They only teach me chakra control. Chakra control is so lame." Risa bounced over to him. "Yeah, that's the way Masaki-sensei is too. Apparently I'm pretty good at it, but it's still boring. He says I might have a Kekriai Genpai. Kekiai Genkai. Yeah, that's what he called it. You wanna see? Both Naruto and Menma were interested this time. He'd never heard of a Kekiai Genkai that increased chakra control before. He wondered how it would manifest itself. Chakra control took place in the mind, so it was impossible to tell how good a person's control was without a jutsu to demonstrate it. What was more likely the case that this Masaki-sensei was too excited for his own good and wanted to see Risa as someone special. She probably just had above-average control. Of course I want to see. How does it work? Risa closed her eyes and clasped her hands in front of her. For a long time nothing happened. She appeared to simply stand there. Then she moved. It was small and hardly noticeable unless you were prepared to look for it. But Naruto saw it with the aid of his Rinnegan. Slowly but surely the girl began to float upward into the air until she was suspended about a foot above the ground. He couldn't help but let his eyes widen in shock. She was walking on air. With his Rinnegan, Naruto could see how it worked. Her chakra control was so good that she could hold air molecules together long enough to stand on them. Naruto had heard of wind jutsu that did similar things, and had once heard from his master that an ANBU in the village was able to fly short distances by releasing concentrated blasts of chakra, but this was entirely different. That ANBU was able to use his technique maybe 10 seconds in total before he collapsed from chakra exhaustion. Risa had been hovering in the air and skating little circles around him for the past minute and showed no signs of tiring. That's amazing, he whispered in awe, unsure if it Menma or himself who was talking. The girl let herself drop to the ground and did the best to hide the blush on her face. Thanks, Menma. I know it's nothing cool like the Sharingan from Konoha, but it might come in handy when I join the academy next year. You don't say. You're joining the academy next year? She nodded. Aren't you? You're supposed to join when you're 6, 'cause the program takes about 4 years to complete. I thought your brother and sister were ninja and that you were going to enter too. Her face fell a little. You are entering, right, Menma? Well, that came out of nowhere. Here Naruto was thinking that some infiltration practice in the park would be a safe bet where he wouldn't run into trouble. Now he had to play Menma's character at his own expense. Of course Menma would be entering the academy. His siblings were ninja. Naruto, on the other hand, was a member of Akatsuki and apprentice to the leader. Something like this posed a serious risk of getting him discovered. But he was confident in his skills and would only grow if constantly tested. If he could remain undiscovered for 4 years while being surrounded by ninja, he would have the necessary skills to operate on his own. A confirmatory hand signal found its way into his vision courtesy of the leader. He now had no reason to refuse. Of course I'm entering the academy next year. I've wanted to be a ninja since forever. Risa grinned. Follow me. I want to show you something. Her hand clamped down on Naruto's wrist and he quickly suppressed the instinct to knock her and the rest of the playground into the next block. This was what he needed. Practical experience to control his Rinnegan. He could only grow so fast with only the threat of pain dangling over his head. Where are we going? She winked at him. It's a secret. All you need to know is that it'll help you be a better ninja. Naruto allowed himself to be dragged off to some remote section of the city. He was on his guard. The thought had occurred to him that Risa might be a ninja from an enemy village doing the same thing as him, but he wasn't worried. The animal and the human paths were following them closely. If it turned out that she was the proverbial snake in the grass, she'd end up eating a Shinra Tensei, followed shortly thereafter by an Ingendo soul tear. But Naruto's fears turned out to be groundless. Risa was, for all intents and purposes, just a spunky little girl who wanted to show her new friend some of her stolen ninja tools. She pulled a few bricks out from the alley wall to reveal her stash. A few kunai and shuriken, a basic taijutsu scroll, some smoke bombs and length of ninja wire were what the girl pulled out. Those didn't particularly interest Naruto. He had graduated from normal kunai and shuriken to their paper versions about a year and a half ago, and his taijutsu was still top-notch. It was one of the few things that the Rinnegan didn't really change. But then she pulled out a small red scroll. That caught Naruto's eye. An uneasy feeling began to well up in his chest. He knew all too well the type of scroll that Risa had held in her hand. It was one of the few sealing techniques that he was actually able to use. It was a burst scroll, a tool to measure a ninja's chakra. A normal scroll contained a sealing array that wove 100 diamonds together. The seals were designed to resist the flow of chakra, and by channeling chakra into the scroll, a ninja could cause the diamonds to burst, hence the name. Since all of the little diamond seals resisted the same amount of chakra, a ninja could get a rough estimate of how much chakra they had in their reserves by seeing how many seals they broke. Naruto looked at the scroll and counted that 3 diamonds had already been burst. That was just about average for a girl of Risa's age. A genin fresh from the academy could burst 10 diamonds. An average jonin could burst 70 to 80. His master had to use special scrolls where each diamond equated to 100 diamonds on a normal burst scroll. The leader was able to break 4. He'd heard rumors about a swordsman that wanted to join the organization who was able to break 10 of these special diamonds. Naruto was able to break 32. If she put that scroll in his hand, there was a very good chance that it would go off like an exploding tag and take off one of his arms. She smiled and began to explain what the burst scroll did. Menma smiled as he listened while inwardly Naruto scrambled for a way to use the scroll without accidentally killing both of them. It was chakra control training to the extreme. This was not the kind of thing that he was expecting to run into when he went to the park today. Here you go, Menma. She held out the scroll for him. Just put some chakra into it and see how many diamonds you break. How many do you think you're going to get? I don't really know. Akone Nizan says that I have a whole bunch of chakra, so maybe I can get 20. God, how he wished he could rein in his chakra to only get 20. She placed the scroll in his hand and he tensed to throw her clear if the need arose, but something strange happened. It was as if all the pressure he was under made something click in his head, and he could feel his eyes bending the flow of chakra away from the scroll. This power, it was Gekido, the power of the Pretapath. Naruto watched in fascination as the energy was moved back up his fingertips to settle in his central chakra coils. It made him feel sick to do this. In essence, this process was similar to connecting a battery to itself, but he didn't lose his arm, so he counted it as a victory. Risa watched slack-jawed as whole scroll lit up with blue fire and then crumbled into ash in her friend's hand. He'd managed to burst all 100 diamonds and probably would have been able to break a good deal more if the energy that she felt was anything to go by. That was unheard of. Even Masaki-sensei could only break 40 of them. Just how powerful was Menma? Holy crap, Menma, you blew up the whole thing. How did you do that? He rubbed the back of his head in what was hopefully embarrassment. I wasn't joking when I said I had a bunch of chakra. Most of the members of my family have more chakra than normal. Risa looked contemplative. Do you think you have a Kekkei Genkai like me? For some reason, that question made Naruto want to burst out laughing. As it was, he was able to get a hold of his emotions. Maybe. It would certainly explain a few things. He was uncomfortable with this line of questioning and quickly changed the subject. So how good are you with these things? He pointed to the kunai on the ground. My sister taught me how to throw them pretty well, so I might be able to help you get better. In typical childlike fashion, the girl forgot about what she was going to say in favor of throwing sharp objects with her new friend. XXXXX. He was in the office of the Amicage with his master and Conan. Things had been set in motion when the young boy had told his friend that he would be attending the academy during the following year. It made things difficult, but that was often the case when ninja made long-term plans. As it was, the leader didn't think that the situation was safe unless his young pupil was able to master the core aspect of the Rinnegan, the ability to feel chakra instead of merely see it. With that out of the way, Naruto's lack of control would become a far simpler issue to deal with, and he wouldn't have to worry about accidentally loosing his henge in the middle of class. The leader did so hate it when he had to wipe out an entire class of would-be genin in order to keep a secret. It meant more paperwork to deal with. As always, secrecy is of the utmost importance. I have decided that Conan shall attend the academy alongside you. The man's eyes went hard. Do not give her a reason to fulfill her role as your bodyguard. I will remain as discreet as my cover identity allows me to, Leader Sama. The leader knew all too well how bombastic Menma could be. This was why he always chose a quiet cover identity. It was easier to play the role in unexpected situations. Hopefully Naruto now understood this lesson. Very well. The man leaned in close to his student to get a better look at the boy's ringed eyes. I see that you now walk the Pretapath. Your progression with the Rinnegan continues to astound me, Naruto. Thank you, Master. But you aren't yet able to feel the chakra. A small frown appeared on Naruto's face. That is correct, Master. I have done all I can to help you with this ability. Perhaps another teacher will be able to show you something that I couldn't. Go to the library in the basement. He is waiting for you there. Ai, leader-sama. And with that, Naruto turned and left. Conan turned to the leader. Shall I accompany Naruto? I don't trust that man. He doesn't respect you or the organization, and sees all of us as pawns in his little game. No. We will continue to let him think that his plans are unknown to us. It's not the time to strike yet. The woman merely nodded. She hoped that the leader was right. XXXXX. Naruto pushed open the heavy iron door which sealed the library and used a small fire jutsu to light a nearby candle. Though he wasn't able to use Gekido often without feeling ill, it did wonders for his control. He might even be able to work some of his old jutsu now. That thought brought a small smile to his face. As he walked into the room, he was immediately hit with the smell of mold and musty books. He found it rather pleasant in a strange way and allowed himself a few moments of relaxation as he began to aimlessly peruse the maze of shelves. All at once, he felt the man's presence at his back and the cold point of a kunai against his neck. Through indomitable strength of will, the boy kept himself from leveling the library. Shinra Tensei was useless against this opponent anyway. You're getting careless, Naruto. What if I was an enemy? If you were my enemy, then you would be dead by your own hand. Kill the jailer and the prisoner roams free. And the fox seems to be quite eager for a rematch with you. A chuckle came from behind him and the kunai withdrew itself from his skin. I'm sure it would be. It's been a while, Naruto. How are you? The boy turned and locked his ringed eyes with that of the masked man's slowly spinning Sharingan. I have been well, Madara-sama. Let us get down to business. Naruto had never been one for reading. Not for its own sake anyway. Building up his skills as a ninja had been his one and only priority since the day he was old enough to throw a kunai and mold chakra. The only time he read, if you could even call it that, was when learned a new technique from a jutsu scroll. And even then, those scrolls were more like a mixture of pictographs and equations than actual words. They were just another ninja tool, and like any good tool, the scrolls did their best to impart the knowledge that they contained as quickly as possible. Reading one was regimented, mechanical, and wholly unpleasurable for the young boy. It was just another means to an end. Needless to say, Naruto was less than thrilled when he learned that this study session between himself and the great ghost of the Uchiha would likely last several days. His spirits fell when the masked man shucked a large bag stuffed to the brim with books and scrolls from his shoulder. It fell to the floor with a decisive thud, causing a small snowstorm of library dust to flutter down onto the pair. For Naruto, it sounded like a coffin lid slamming shut. For whatever reason, no matter how hard he tried, he could never bring himself to sit still. In a way, the anticipation of this crippling boredom that he would have to endure was worse than the physical pain that his master's lessons inflicted upon him. Physical pain was easy to deal with. It was easy to measure and gauge, and things could be done to combat it. But this feeling was something else entirely. Felt like he was doing something taboo. A ninja is decisive and proactive. Sitting here in this grungy room reading books was neither of these things. Naruto felt this odd sensation like he was betraying his master's trust by seemingly doing nothing. Hopefully it would be worth it in the end. You seem unhappy, Naruto. Don't tell me the fabled Rinnegan isn't up to task of a little light reading. Naruto didn't miss the slight tremor of loathing in the man's voice when his jujitsu was brought up, but he chose not to comment on it. It was strange though. The Rinnegan was the tool of the Rakuto Sannin, a tool of peace. Madara held the same goal as the leader, so then why did he hate the power of the Rinnegan? I am fine, Madara-sama. You've gone to great lengths to gather these materials, and I've appeared ungrateful. I apologize for my actions and thank you for your help. The man's eye softened a bit. It is the duty of the Uchiha to help those who are weaker than them. My knowledge. He then gestured to the bag of literature. And the knowledge of my clan is at your disposal. The Hyuga have also seen fit to loan us a few of their writings on the Byakugan. Perhaps it will help you find what you're looking for." Naruto gave a respectful bow before picking up the bag and turning to find a place to study its contents. The masked man waited until the boy was just far enough away to be inconvenienced before speaking again. "Naruto, it seems that I forgot to give you something." He withdrew an unbound stack of parchment from his cloak. "I'm sorry for the mistake." The boy knew that he wasn't, but it didn't particularly bother him. Madara always had to remind people that they were beneath him. It was a trait that he shared with the leader. However, Madara liked to resort to petty annoyances and snide comments to put people in their place. Naruto found his way far easier to deal with when compared to his master's beatings. His hands full with the bag, Naruto called on the power of the Azure Path to create a much-needed third arm. The way Madara's eye narrowed was almost enough to make him smirk. Someone had a case of Jujutsu envy, it seemed. He placed the papers in Naruto's hand and vanished from the room. No doubt he would return in a few days to check on the boy and answer any questions that he had in that condescending tone of his. Naruto placed his study material on the desk and frowned at its size. Madara wasn't his favorite person at the moment. XXXXX. Madara was his favorite person at the moment. True to his predictions, it took Naruto about a week to read through all of the material. He'd gone into the situation dreading the boredom and inevitable dulling of his skills after being inactive for so long. And for once in his life, Naruto had been pleasantly surprised. These scrolls were unlike anything that he'd ever read before. They were interesting and thought-provoking. It seemed like the problem that he'd run into with trying to learn from his master's experiences was incredibly common among Jujutsu wielders. Just like fingerprints, no two Sharingan or Byakugan were exactly the same. The method of activating and honing the skills of the eyes varied so widely from person to person that it was almost impossible to predict what would cause them to awaken. In most cases, though, the act of battle seemed to play some sort of role. That was curious. He spared with the leader all the time. In that case, why was his Rinnegan not growing progressively stronger? He set the thought aside and began to read again. It was almost like an addiction. Not only were the texts helpful, they were surprisingly fun to read. Most of the accounts of the Sharingan read like a tragic drama. The fervor of battle unlocking an Uchiha's untapped potential and catapulting him to the heights of greatness was a common start to these stories. They often ended with the same man going mad and committing suicide after failing to protect his loved ones or village or something to that effect. Or going mad on his quest to obtain more power and becoming the very threat that he'd sworn to destroy. It was sort of disturbingly romantic, and it kept Naruto hungry for more. Maybe he needed to find a way to blow off stress. Drooling over the personal tragedies of the Uchiha under the guise of training was probably an indicator of mental instability. But the best story that he read was the last one. It was the stack of papers that Madara had been oh so kind to give to him after forgetting to do so in the first place. They were only a handful of charcoal rubbings, out of place next to the finely bound spare records kept by the Hyuga and the Uchiha, but appearances in the ninja world were often deceiving. It was the story of the Sage of the Six Paths. His story, written by his own hand and placed in a hidden shrine within Konoha on a stone tablet. It talked about his awakening of the Rinnegan after losing all that he loved to war and hatred. It talked about how he roamed the land settling conflicts and teaching people the way to preserve peace. It talked about how he fought a primordial being older than time and stronger than roots of the world and tamed it. Talked about how he used his power for good and how he struggled to discover what was right and what made it that way. And in the end, it talked about how the great sage broke his power apart into 9 separate beings and gave them names and souls of their own. Kurama, he whispered. Though it could have been his imagination, Naruto swore he felt his stomach twitch a bit. The story finished as all great stories finish, with evil vanquished and a hope for the future. The sage probably died with a smile surrounded by his many children. A peaceful end after a lifetime of pain and hard work. For some reason Naruto felt tears prickling at his eyes at that thought. Would people think of him the same way after he stopped the fighting? The feeling was crushed before it could fully form. He'd promised himself that he would never cry again, and he did not break his promises. The presence was at his back again, and with it came arrogance. Do you have any questions? No doubt the material was difficult. Naruto paused as he thought back on the stories of the Uchiha. Just one. Why did you activate your Mangekyo Sharingan? Naruto immediately knew that he'd screwed up. This is apparently what happened when he neglected his mental conditioning for a week. His mind and his mouth started to wander. The man stiffened and no small amount of killing intent flooded over the boy. His Sharingan I spun wildly, almost glowing in the dim light of the library. Never ask me that question again, he hissed, grabbing the bag of reading material and vanishing from the room. Naruto tried very hard not to pass out from fear. He definitely needed to keep up with his conditioning. XXXXX. Naruto and his master stood atop the roof of the Amikage Tower. From this place, the entirety of the village hidden in the rain stretched out before them like a great iron serpent of pipes and spires that twisted back in on itself in a strange semblance of perfectly organized chaos. Meditate on your learnings in the library this week. The taller man spoke without turning his gaze to his student. There is a lesson to be learned from the other jujitsu. You use your Rinnegan to see chakra. True, this is one of the abilities that the eye grants you, but it is not the one that you should be focused on. It's more subtle than that. With our eyes, chakra is felt. Look upon the village. Feel the ebb and flow of the energy around you. Your mistake should become apparent to you. I will return at dusk, and I expect results. As you will it, Leader Sama. The boy replied to his master's retreating form. I will not fail you again. The difficulty of this exercise was not lost on him, nor was it likely lost on his master. He'd essentially been ordered to develop a sixth sense that would drastically change the way he looked at the world in the span of about 6 hours. But he was nothing if not committed and resourceful. If all else failed, he could try questioning Kurama. It was usually willing to sell him secrets at an exorbitant price if he asked nicely enough. But that was only to be used as an absolute last resort. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that. He walked over to the edge of the tower and knelt as he looked out over the village. If a normal person was looking down on the village from this vantage point, they would be able to do little more than wonder what kind of sadistic architect had constructed this mess. The long, narrow alleyways coupled with multi-layered maze of pipes, cables, and other nameless metal protrusions that weaved their way through the village were a security nightmare. By getting onto a roof or cable or the like, an enemy shinobi would have quick and easy access to nearly every part of the city. Of course, this worked both ways. Rain ANBU could travel from location to location rapidly without ever setting foot on the ground. But it opened up far too many escape routes and points of infiltration for a normal ninja to feel safe. But the leader and his pupil were decidedly not normal. Amigakure was tailor-made to fit the strengths of their Rinnegan. Through the eyes of a Rinnegan wielder, the whole city appeared to be interwoven in strands of soft blue light. For a long while he simply studied the way that the ribbons of chakra snaked their way through the village. He knew that this was his mistake, seeing the chakra that is, but it was the only leaping-off point that he had. He would have to rely on the information that he'd gathered on the other Jujutsu to draw out the intricate machinations of his Kekkei Genkai. He'd start with the basics and build from there. The ability to let the user see chakra was a common trait shared between the three great Jujutsu. How they allowed the user to see chakra was a vastly different matter. The Byakugan exemplified this commonality. In fact, this was the only thing that the Byakugan could do. However, saying that this was the only thing that the Byakugan could do was a lot like saying that the Kyuubi only had a bunch of chakra. Some scope was required for these words to have meaning. From what he gathered, when chakra flows it acts like a combination of water and light. In other words, chakra is a tangible energy that can be redirected or absorbed. It's the Byakugan's ability to see these changes in the chakra in such inconceivably small detail that it creates the illusion of the Hyuga having eyes in the back of their heads. What was actually happening, or at least what Naruto thought was happening, was that the eye read the minute ripples created when the chakra was disrupted by an outside force, and then it translated it into a physical image in the brain. In essence, the Byakugan not only sees chakra, but sees through chakra. This is what he'd been trying to do. He'd been unsuccessfully trying to see the connection between the amount of chakra that his master molded and the hand seals that he formed. This took quite a bit of guesswork out of the equation when he tried to learn a new technique, but it still wasn't enough. A fully realized Rinnegan, like his master's, allowed its wielder to learn a new jutsu almost instantly. Only a few botched attempts were required to get the chakra balance correct. More importantly than this though, The jutsu in question only had to be seen once or twice for the user to understand the fundamentals behind the technique. The feel of the chakra was remembered by the brain. After that, a Rinnegan wielder could learn the jutsu at their leisure. The Byakugan was a dead end. It only reaffirmed that he was mistaken in his approach to emulate it. From there, he began to draw comparisons between his eye and the Sharingan. Unlike its pale cousin, the Sharingan lacked the optical power to read the waves to the same extent. Only when large amounts of chakra are expended, commonly in the form of a jutsu, or when the disruptions are relatively close, can the copy eye pick up on the vibrations in the same way that the Byakugan does. At this point, the retina of the Sharingan acts like photographic film, and the image or flow pattern that it sees is perfectly recorded. Like eidetic memory but for chakra. Naruto paused in his thoughts. Maybe it's simpler than that. The wave isn't seen by the Sharingan but is instead felt by it. Felt by it so strongly that the wave is imprinted perfectly on the brain of the host. Naruto's multi-ringed eyes widened a small bit as that thought hit him. It's felt directly by the brain without any other sensory input. Instinctively felt, the same way that a person instinctively feels pain. It was almost as if the Sharingan behaved less like an eye and more like a nerve, actively conducting chakra to the brain. His mouth twitched downward into the ghost of a frown. Something subtle was still eluding him. Perhaps his master's teachings would make more sense with these new thoughts to frame them. The Rinnegan did both of these things, but not to the same extent of the other Jujutsu. Like the Byakugan, the Rinnegan was sensitive enough to pick large chakra signatures out of the background noise created by naturally occurring chakra, namely people and animals. But it wasn't able to see the ultra-weak ripples that flowed through the natural chakra, and thus didn't have the long-range 360 degrees vision or the precision to see a person's tenketsu. At that moment, Naruto realized that part of the answer was literally right in front of him. The leader was quite ingenious when he wanted to be. If an area was devoid of natural chakra, like if you were to create an entire city made out of metal, and if the waves weren't able to move freely, like if you were to limit the walkways to long linear paths, it became almost trivial to locate someone by tracing the bouncing path of their chakra wave. And if one were to become intimately familiar with the layout of the village and the chakra signatures that it held, it became closer to feeling the chakra flow. The Rinnegan only needed to trace the wave for small time before the eye itself took over automatically, calculated the location of the source by feeling the intensity of the chakra, and transmitted the data to the brain. Even now, Naruto could feel his gaze being tugged in multiple directions by the chakra. Rinnegan, also known in Amigakure as Byakugan light. Below him, about a half-mile away, were 4 signatures. The pull to follow them was stronger than normal, which signified they were ninja, probably a genin team with their jonin teacher. He paused. The jonin's chakra felt familiar. Felt safe? His eyebrows raised a bit as he put the pieces together. It was Conan's chakra. For some reason his Rinnegan had seen fit to latch onto the familiar presence. It was strange for her to be out and even stranger for her to be with a group of genin. He concentrated on feeling of her chakra and noticed something slightly off about it, though he didn't really know why it felt off to him. There was an extra something thrown into it, an erratic wave that just barely disrupted her normal chakra signature. Now he understood. She was hinged. Apparently Tsubaki Nichin had a team. Why she had a team remained a mystery to him, but if he had to guess, it probably had something to do with Menma's fate after graduation. If it became important for him to know, the leader would tell him so. Right now, she only served to distract him from his original purpose. The more that Naruto thought about it, the more he realized that the Rinnegan behaved similarly to its daughter Kekkai Genkai, the Sharingan. Both eyes could feel the flow of chakra, but in this respect the Sharingan was clearly superior. A ninja with the Rinnegan learned new jutsu very quickly. A ninja with the Sharingan learned new jutsu instantly. But for the ninja with the Rinnegan, this accelerated learning rate was a fringe benefit, not the be-all and end-all of his jujutsu. Where the Rinnegan truly shined was in its ability to generate chakra waves. A thought hit him out of the blue, and it was almost enough to bring a smirk to his lips. He was getting close. He could feel it, both literally and figuratively, as the storm above seemed to pick up tempo and his eyes began to freely comb through the web of chakra. This was what his master had described when asked about his own discovery of the Rinnegan's powers. Nothing, and then bam! Epiphany. Suddenly everything hit you at once and you couldn't, for the life of you, tell why you weren't able to figure it out before. The fabled genjutsu death stare that the Sharingan was able to inflict on a person was likely the last remnant of its precursor's trademark ability. It only manipulated already existing chakra within the opponent's mind to trap them in an illusion. And even so, it could only manipulate one part of the whole. It could only manipulate the yang chakra which governed physical existence. Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, the weapons of the Azura Path, and even his chakra rods, all of these powers were created through the manipulation of yang chakra. They were considered by his master to be the easiest to learn. In fact, many ninja used yang-natured chakra without ever even realizing it. The very same chakra was used in the creation of genjutsu, hence Naruto's theories on the Sharingan stare of death. Perhaps the Rinnegan could do something similar. He'd make a note to ask the leader later. Or better yet, he could ask Madara. Though probably not anytime soon. He was nearly there. All the pieces were laid out before him, now he just had to put them all together. The Deva Path and the Azura Path were already open to him even though he couldn't use them to their fullest extent yet. Why were they open? Because they were governed by yang release and his Rinnegan was unusually powerful when it came to generating yang chakra. Perhaps it had something to do with the demon sealed inside him. Or maybe it was because of the pain that he felt during the operation. Physical pain awakens physical energy? It was certainly a thought worth entertaining. The writings of the sage could have been speaking about this, but most of his discoveries were couched in mystic symbolism. It was just as likely that the man could have been trying to teach a philosophical lesson. But there was one thing that the sage had stated directly. All of the Rinnegan's abilities stemmed from the manipulation of yin, yang, or a combination of the two. The trick was in figuring out how to create the proper balance. From what he had read and what his master had told him, the human and Naraka paths manipulated yin. The former removed it from a living creature and the latter injected it into something that was previously dead. Since he first had to feel the nature of yang chakra before his eyes could create it, he would only be physically able to use the human path initially. At least, that's what the sage wrote. Not all Dojutsu behaved alike after all. But if Naruto was indeed similar to the sage, it meant that the Preta and the animal paths acted the same way. Both used yin and yang simultaneously to create living beings from nothing, in the case of the animal path, and to remove corporeal substance from existence, in the case of the Preta path. Again, he would have to feel the yin and yang simultaneously though the Preta path before he could create it in the animal path. He stood as his master approached, having long since felt his massive chakra wavelength before the man had a chance to reach the top of the tower. He relaxed and allowed his eyes to link with that of his master and the other paths. Before, the jumble of information and visuals that assaulted his senses would have left him dizzy and helpless. Now he understood so clearly what he had been doing wrong. Seeing but not feeling. The visual link was a radar sense. You felt the wavelengths that the other paths felt and bounced the signal between one another like a relay station. Like a nerve, the differing perspectives of the same wave were used for triangulation when at rest, and for prediction during the heat of battle when an opponent's chakra flow was strong enough to overcome the background noise. He watched through his master's eyes as the door to the roof swung open. "You seem to have made some progress." Naruto gave a curt nod, still looking out on the village as he did so. "Watch my hands and feel my chakra. Your control should be far greater than before if you truly understand the Rinnegan, so failure is unacceptable. I will give you 3 tries, but you should only need one." The leader spread his hands to the sky and let the rain beat down upon him. "You've watched me perform this jutsu almost every day. You've felt its watchful presence since you were a baby. It is a tiger that vigilantly protects its young and lets no evil near them." He formed the hand signs with practiced ease, and with his newly awakened Rinnegan, Naruto felt as if he was weaving the seals. Rain tiger at will. The storm above seemed to gather in strength and the rain pelted down around them ever harder. Naruto began to form the seals. He would make his master proud. Rain tiger at will. The sky reacted to the sudden influx of chakra, and immediately the storm became a deluge. He could feel through the Rinnegan and the rain that villagers were now scrambling to get inside out of the downpour. "You have done well, Naruto. Begin relearning your forgotten techniques. I want all of them mastered by the time you enter the academy." Naruto couldn't help the small smile that formed on his face at the leader's praise. "Aye, leader-sama." The second rain god of Amigakure had been born. Only time would tell if he would become a god of mercy or a god of vengeance. The months ran together in a blur of hard work and discovery after Naruto had, at long last, unlocked the secrets of his Kekkei Genkai. Within 3 days, his chakra control had returned to the level that it had been at prior to the operation. Then it soared far beyond anything he would have ever thought possible. In the past, he had been fighting with his unruly chakra tooth and nail to get it to behave in the way that he wanted. Now it simply flowed like water. He could feel the slightest fluctuations in his chakra coils and adapt to their influence, giving him unparalleled control over his techniques. And the kicker was that he didn't really feel like he was doing anything different. Things just worked now. Naruto could only marvel at the power of the Rinnegan. It had taken his academy graduate level control, if he was being generous, and dialed it up to the point where he was comparable a Chunin medical nin. And with that age-old handicap finally out of the way, he was able to learn like never before. His old jutsu returned to him, and he quickly set about mastering them as per the leader's orders. With a few final pointers from Conan, he was officially done with the dance of the Shikigami and set off to dig into something new. One thing that Naruto had been itching to try since the moment he first saw it was streaming his chakra through an object, namely a kunai or shuriken. The paper kunai that he and Conan used were already sharper than any normal blade just by token of being created and strengthened by chakra. It was a simple task for one of those knives to bite into solid rock. But with the aid of wind chakra or lightning chakra, their cutting power became virtually peerless. Nothing short of a Rashomon would be able to stand up to the blade's edge. But with a bit of creative thinking and a lot of chakra control, the technique could turn almost anything into a weapon. For instance, earth chakra streamed through a normal paper parasol could produce an impromptu war hammer at the drop of a hat. Better yet, it made for the scariest kind of war hammer. One that was hidden and could strike from anywhere. With enough chakra flowing through it, the frail object could gain the momentum of a wrecking ball. A single tap could break bones and rupture organs, and a full-on overhead swing could turn your assailant into little more than chunky salsa and a bad memory. The only thing that had kept him from immediately learning the technique after Conan had shown him its power had been his total lack of control. Streaming chakra was very difficult to accomplish unless you were gifted with Conan's precise control. This meant that it often required weapons forged from special chakra conductive materials to be a viable option in combat. Furthermore, the process of learning to stream chakra was ludicrously dangerous without taking months of careful study to learn all of the ins and outs of the technique. Many a ninja had committed unintentional suicide by accidentally streaming lightning chakra, though themselves as well as their weapons. But originally being a wind user meant that Naruto didn't have to worry about this problem. In his case, if he messed up, he would have most likely end up vivisecting himself, or exploding like an overfilled balloon. Suffice to say, when the leader and Conan had forbade him from learning the technique, he wasn't exactly broken up about it. But it was always in the back of his mind somewhere, gnawing at his subconscious and tempting him with its power. Now, there was nothing that held him back from learning it. He tore into Conan's teachings with gusto, which resulted in him getting more than few electrical burns, and wind burns, and normal burns. Somehow he'd even managed to get earth burns. Naruto didn't know how a person could even get such a thing, but he was channeling earth elemental chakra into a kunai when his hand started to smoke, so apparently that was an earth burn. Maybe it had something to do with an increase in friction. Since earth chakra increased the density of an object, it wasn't too much of a leap to think that might have also increased the frictional force in some way. He'd figure it out later if it became a problem. After 2 months and many more mishaps, Naruto was able to reliably channel wind, lightning, or earth through his chakra rods. Fire still had a tendency to blow up in his face, rather literally, when he streamed it, and water was given a pass due to a lack of utility. He was pretty sure that a weapon covered in water chakra had the potential to be the deadliest of them all, but it required phenomenal chakra control for it work the way he wanted it to. Like control on the same level as Tsunade of the Sannin. But if it worked the way he thought it did, it would end up blowing all the liquid out of an opponent on a solid hit. Which was something ultimately pointless for a ninja who had access to the ninjendo. It did the same thing, only quieter and with more finality. Too many forbidden techniques existed that could reverse a fatal blow. Ripping out a person's soul almost always ended a fight. But if Naruto was being fully honest with himself, the idea of a technique that knocked the blood out of an opponent scared him. It was unnecessarily gruesome and definitely an agonizing way to die. He had to kill because it was the only way to achieve peace, but that didn't mean he wanted to make people suffer needlessly. And he most certainly didn't want to do something like that. This was more or less what he told the leader when the man had questioned him on why he was no longer trying to weaponize water chakra. He'd expected the man to become angry and force him to pursue the technique, or possibly throw him through the nearest wall with his Rinnegan. Thankfully, neither of these things happened. His master simply nodded and agreed with him that such a technique was ill-suited for someone who walked in the footsteps of the Rakuto Sannin. However, Naruto's relief was short-lived. His discussion with the leader drew attention to something that the boy had been hoping to put off for as long as possible. Naruto had yet to take a life. The fact he was still a child meant nothing. It was overruled by his status as a ninja. And ninja were killers by nature. This problem would be remedied immediately. XXXXX. Once again, the pair stood at the top of the Amikage Tower. The rain poured down from the inky night sky in sheets, setting an appropriate mood for what was about to take place. It was somber, similar to how Naruto felt at the moment. His master pointed to the outskirts of the village. A normal person wouldn't have been able to see their own hand in front of their face in this much darkness, let alone the object that the leader was pointing to. But that didn't matter to Naruto. He could feel the unfamiliar chakra wave quite clearly. It was the chakra wave of an outsider. Now you will learn how to lay down the judgment of God. The man dropped his hand from the target and turned his attention to the storm above. You have seen me perform this jutsu before, so I don't need to stress what's at stake should you fail. A nod. It is dangerous and powerful, and must therefore be tempered by caution and patience. Moreover, it is purely controlled through the feel of the chakra. There are no seals because your chakra doesn't activate the technique. It merely acts as a guide for the lightning already in the clouds. After the strike, the storm will dissipate, so you must be precise. Another nod. It's named after the mythical beast Kirin. Legend tells that Kirin is a creature much like you and I. It is a holy being, a creature of peace. When it walks, it bends not a single blade of grass and causes no ripple to form when it crosses water. The leader's voice hardened. And Kirin does not allow evil to remain unpunished in its presence. When you strike, you must do so as Kirin would. Not a single blade of grass can be bent, and not a single evil heart can remain. Understood, Leader-sama. I am entrusting the lives of my people to you, Naruto. Do not fail me. Though it was difficult to pick out, Naruto could hear the slight hint of concern in his master's voice. I won't, Leader-sama. He let his Rinnegan link with that of the other 5 paths. They had currently surrounded the target's home and were waiting for Naruto to strike. He scowled. The person who'd infiltrated the village was a ninja, probably a jonin due to the strength of the wave. And Naruto didn't miss the fact that this new wave had taken the place of one of their citizens who now probably lay dead in some obscure section of the village. In a fit of hypocrisy, Naruto would murder the murderer. He didn't like it. It just didn't make any sense to him. Worse yet, it directly conflicted with the teachings of the sage. Violence only bred more violence. Surely there was a better way than this to protect the village. For the first time in his life, Naruto began to question if the leader was truly right to do this. Perform Kirin, Naruto. Aye, Leader-sama. The conditioned response was out of his mouth before he could stop it, and his body was already in motion. It was just as well. A weapon wasn't supposed to question its orders. For a moment he'd forgotten what his purpose was. He clasped his hands in front of his body in a meditative pose as he felt his Rinnegan manipulating the energy in the storm clouds overhead. It was raw lightning, pure and untamed, that coursed through the air above him. A single mistake would bring down enough energy to decimate a small mountain, but Naruto forced himself to remain calm and let his eyes feel the connection between himself, the storm, the paths, and the target. For a brief moment time seemed to stand still. Naruto could feel the aspect of Kirin take shape in the form of a raging beast and streak down to meet the target. Its roar the sound of a thunderclap as it devoured evil in a flash of light. His master felt it too. Now! Naruto released the storm's power. Just as he'd seen, a bolt of lightning split the night sky like a great luminous scar before touching down on the target. The Jonin's chakra wave was lost within the massive chakra signature of the jutsu and the clap of thunder. It didn't resurface in the aftermath. The Jonin was dead. This is what it means to be a ninja, Naruto. We are bringers of death. We must be in order to protect that which we love. Remember this feeling and embrace it. The leader turned and left, leaving Naruto alone in the night. His hands were trembling and his legs were weak. The moment of that Jonin's death had been forever ingrained in Naruto's mind. With his Rinnegan, he could recall the very instant that he felt that chakra signature vanish forever. The leader had told him to embrace this feeling, but the only thing that Naruto was feeling was emptiness and cold. XXXXX. In dwindling weeks that came before Naruto's official induction into the Ninja Academy, the boy managed to unlock the human path. Like always, his new powers were severely limited, but it was yet another step in the right direction. For once in his life, Naruto was reluctant to learn something. He didn't want to become proficient in the techniques of the human path because they revolved around only one thing: inflicting death. There was no arguing that the path was powerful. It was any assassin's wet dream come true. Killed quickly, silently, and almost instantly, and there was never any doubt as to whether the target was actually dead. But that was just it. Naruto didn't want to kill, well, anything. With his Rinnegan, the boy could literally feel his connection to every other living thing that he came into contact with. It was almost as they were a part of him. Actually, it was almost as if there was no him and them. They all simply were. It seemed deeply wrong for him to tamper with that existence, all for the sake of increasing his own strength. However, in the end it didn't matter. The leader ordered him to use the new path in spite of the boy's obvious emotional distress. When the leader had first used Ninjendo, he was in too much pain over the death of his friend to really think about what he was doing. He wanted to use the path. He wanted Hanzo and his ninja to loose their souls to him. In time, he knew that Naruto's weakness would go away. The boy simply hadn't yet experienced enough emotional pain to know how to ignore these new feelings. Since his powers were weak, the leader started him on easy targets. Plants and flowers and the like had chakra systems but weren't able to control where their chakra flowed. Thus, they couldn't fight back when Naruto forcibly extracted the yin from their forms. It felt strange to him as he watched the plants wither and die as he held their souls in his hand. He had this kernel of uncertainty that kept worrying at the back of his mind like an annoying grain of sand stuck in his shoe. It felt like he was tampering with things that should be left alone. But he did his best to push these doubts aside and continued his training, making a note to read up on new methods of keeping his emotions in check. Then he graduated from plants and moved on to small animals like mice and rabbits. At that point, Naruto knew what he was doing was wrong. The second ability of the human path allows the user to see the thoughts of their victim, which was something that plants didn't have. Animals most definitely did. Naruto could feel the fear of the cold and darkness that those animals felt when he robbed them of their essence. Ninjendo hurt them. He was making them suffer. Knowing that there was no turning back, Naruto resolved to redouble his efforts. When he utilized Ninjendo, he would make sure that the victim's end was quick and as painless as possible. But as he continued to train his Rinnegan, his mind began to suffer the consequences. Nightmares plagued him nearly every time he slept. Visions of people's faces twisted in wordless agony as he ripped the spark of life from their bodies danced behind his eyelids. More than a few times, he saw himself doing these things to Risa or, worse yet, Conan-chan. The frosty kunoichi was the closest thing that he had to mother or a sister, and though he found Risa to be a little annoying, she was a good person with a kind heart. Naruto didn't wish this fate on anyone, least of all them. Except for that man. Naruto was willing to make an exception for him. When he first dreamed about killing the leader, Naruto was appalled with himself. Not only did it go against everything that he'd been taught, but he was wishing to inflict harm on a good man. Wishing to harm God himself because of his own shortcomings. The leader was only doing what was necessary to bring peace to the world. Though he was almost tyrannical in his teachings, it was only because he was trying to unlock his students' true potential. He didn't want to make his pupils suffer, right? Naruto had remembered the barest hints of a smile on the man's face as he watched his student tear the soul from another living being. Naruto could tell that the leader's gaze was focused solely on anguish in his eyes. He wasn't smiling because his student was learning. He was smiling at the boy's pain. Doubt had begun to worm its way into the boy's mind, and slowly, he became paranoid and angry. He now got far too much pleasure from his dreams where he watched the light fade from his master's eyes. Of course, he told no one about these dreams and continued with his training as normal. They would only lead to more trouble. He did what any good ninja would do, and bottled them up in some dark corner of his mind. They were, after all, unnecessary for the completion of his mission. XXXXX. When Naruto finally began to attend the academy, he quickly realized that it was going to be far more difficult to stay under the radar than he'd originally hoped. With the exception of himself, Conan, Risa, and a scant few others, these children were entirely out of their freaking minds. The first thing he'd witnessed upon reaching the academy with Risa was a pair of third years having a knife fight on the jungle gym. And nobody seemed to care. One of the teachers was keeping a lazy eye on the altercation to make sure no one got hurt too badly. But other than that, it was business as usual. Even Risa seemed only slightly perturbed by the scene, but probably just because she didn't want to catch a stray kunai. She didn't care what happened to these boys in the slightest. As long as they kept it to themselves, they could go at it to their heart's content. When he'd asked her about it, she just looked at him like he'd grown a second head. He'd quickly explained that he and his siblings lived in one of the richer districts of the village, and they had only warned him to stay alert when he went to the academy. She explained that most of these kids, herself included, were orphans, and that very few people cared what happened to them as long as they didn't actually kill each other. And even then, it wasn't a rule that was strictly enforced. The Amikage had his ninja out on missions almost constantly, and the civilian police only dealt with civilian matters. The orphans were just sucking money out of the village's pockets. It was in the village's interest to let them handle their own business. Out on the streets, it was dog eat dog. Naruto was blown away. The leader never told him about these kinds of things. He knew that there was a similar situation happening in Kiri with their civil war and all, but he thought that that was an isolated incident. His faith in the leader was soundly shaken. And from there things only got stranger, more surreal. Sometime during the second week of class, Naruto had managed to get on the bad side of the class bully, Junpei, by walking dumb. The boy was a second year who got held back for remedial courses due to a seriously bad attitude, like had no qualms about breaking your arms for the fun of it bad. That was unbefitting of a ninja. To him, everyone else was weak, so he could do as he pleased. He was the best taijutsu user of his old class after all, and he was itching to try out some of his moves on the baby genin. Junpei was right. Any first year would be decimated in a fight against him. The problem was that he wasn't fighting a genin. He was fighting one of the Akatsuki. And it was a short fight. Naruto had tried his best to defuse the situation non-violently. He'd simply tried to walk away. Seeing this as a sign of weakness, Junpei had grabbed him by the arm and started squeezing, hoping that the baby genin would start crying. The boy had just looked at him with these creepy cold dead eyes and said nothing. That made him angry. Who was this little bastard to think that he was better him? He'd cocked back a fist to break the boy's nose only to receive a punch in the throat. Hard. When he staggered back coughing, the other boy had simply kicked him aside, like he was dealing with a piece of trash. "Please don't bully your peers," he'd said in overly polite tone. "We're all trying to become ninja together. That makes us comrades. We should look out for one another instead of fighting." Then he kept walking with his green-haired friend like nothing had even happened. Junpei's blood boiled. No one treated him this way. This kid was definitely going to die. After spending a few days of trailing him, he knew the exact place to enact a little amigacure justice. XXXXX. Bue menmakun. Risa waved to him as she continued on her way to the orphanage, and he began to head to his home in the rich district. "Bye, Risa-chan. I'll see you tomorrow." He turned and walked for about another half-mile before cutting through an alley. This was about to turn ugly, and he didn't want to deal with the repercussions of being seen by a civilian. With the line of sight broken between him and his pursuer, who was really bad at muffling his footsteps, Naruto quickly signed the situation to the leader and awaited a reply. Through his Rinnegan, he saw the man sign back a capture order. That was odd, but then again the whole day had been odd. Academy students shouldn't be able to get their hands on exploding tags as easily as some of his classmates had been able to. It was his hope that the ceiling would be fixed by the end of the week, The rain made it difficult to take notes. He was pulled out of his musings by the sound of metal being dragged on stone behind him. God, this kid was, without a doubt, the worst ninja ever. This kind of behavior would have never flown if AIM's ninja population wasn't run so horribly thin. Naruto turned around to see Junpei walking toward him with a sadistic smirk and a rather dull kunai being dragged across the brick wall. Instead of running in fear or pleading with him like the other boy had been expecting, Naruto just crossed his arms in front his chest and looked thoroughly unamused, almost bored. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Naruto questioned passively as the boy continued to approach him. "Don't forget that I'm a ninja. We're often prone to defending ourselves if the need arises. You might not like what that entails." Junpei scoffed. "You're not a ninja. You're just a baby genin. I'm a ninja. See my knife." Naruto dragged his gaze lazily to the kunai. "This is going in your gut unless you apologize for what you did to me and beg me for forgiveness." "I'm sure it will." This kid was really starting to piss him off with this cool attitude of his. "Yeah, and after that I think I'll pay a visit to your little girlfriend. She lives at the orphanage in the 4th district, right? I bet that drunk old man won't even wake up when she starts screaming." That comment got to the kid, and Junpei smirked. Naruto felt rage bubbling up inside him and whispers for the boy's blood. That had never happened before. He didn't know why he was having this strong of a reaction over Risa, and at the moment he didn't care. All he knew was that he was going to enjoy this far more than he should. He dropped his henge and got no small amount of satisfaction from the look of abject horror that crossed Junpei's face as he took in the long black cloak covered with red clouds. The same cloak that Lady Angel wore. This kid was one of God's ninja. Junpei turned to run, but his legs were quickly snagged by something. Paper? A single long sheet had wrapped itself around his limbs, and he struggled madly against its grip. He was about to scream for help, but another sheet covered his mouth. Before he could react, something slammed into his body with the force of a train. It sent him skipping into the wall of the alley with no fewer than 20 broken bones, and he lay there unable to move. The pain was so excruciating that only his blinding fear was keeping him conscious at the moment. Naruto grabbed hold of the boy and flared his chakra. The pair disappeared in a cloud of smoke. XXXXX. It was dark, and he hurt all over. He'd been unceremoniously dumped on the floor after the other boy and grabbed hold of him and somehow teleported them out of the alleyway. He was blubbering rather loudly through his paper gag, but he didn't care. God was going to have him killed. He was going to die. Junpei's mind more or less snapped at that. He began thrashing vigorously only to start howling in agony over his broken bones. Suddenly he was wrenched up and into the air by the boy who used to be Menma. He had just enough time to realize that their 2 left hands gripping his shoulders before a third hand slammed into his chest. Ninjendo! A sound similar to ripping of fabric filled his ears, and a painful cold spread through his veins like ice water. The last thing he saw was the boy's steely ringed eyes before everything went black. For Naruto, everything that the boy had felt hit him at once, and he struggled to stay standing. If he'd thought switching from plants to animals was bad, switching from animals to humans was utter torture. He wanted to die before inflicting such pain on another human being. He hated Junpei, which was saying something, but he didn't deserve something like that. No one did. "How do you feel, Naruto?" the leader asked. Naruto watched wordlessly as the paths began to carry the body away as if it were a sack of flour. He could still see the look of horror frozen on Junpei's tear-streaked face. Remember this feeling, and embrace it. "I'm fine, leader-sama." But he wasn't. His hands were so bitterly cold. His master signaled the kill order. Ninjendo! The familiar sound of ripping cloth filled the air. If the noise still churned his stomach as it had done in the past, Naruto did a good job of hiding his discomfort behind a veneer of cold indifference. He no longer flinched at its cruel hiss, and didn't pay any mind to the icy rush of pain and fear that flowed through his body. Numbness had set in months ago. The cold bite of death had long since lost its potency after having been subjected to it so many times. Plagued his dreams constantly. His sinister eyes seemed to have a mind of their own, taking sick pleasure in forcing their wielder to relive the death of his victims ad infinitum. He'd lost count of how many people he'd killed, lost count of the number of souls he'd gathered as a steel-eyed Shinigami, and honestly he found it hard to care. Very soon his light would be gone. The Rinnegan was twisting him into something dark, robbing him of his emotions and warmth until he was left with nothing. The human path was leeching away his humanity. What bitter irony. For years, he'd tried unsuccessfully to deaden his emotions and become a weapon for the Akatsuki. Now that his goal was finally within reach, he didn't want it anymore. His gaze settled to figure crumpled at his feet. A small orange alley cat stared back at him with flat dead eyes. It was strange that the leader wanted him to use his powers on such a creature, but he supposed that the man had his reasons. For the last few weeks, the small creature had gotten into the habit of following him and Risa to the academy and then following him home after they'd parted ways. It was unnaturally attached to him, and took every opportunity to rub against him or splay out in front of him and demand attention. Risa had named it Happy. Apparently she'd read a manga that featured a cat named Happy. She would be heartbroken when the little feline didn't turn up to walk them to school tomorrow. Menma would be heartbroken too. He'd probably cry long and hard when they discovered Happy's body. Menma seemed to be crying a lot these days. Naruto flicked a drop of rain away from his eyes and continued on his way to meet Risa and Masaki-sensei at the ramen shop. He would look awfully silly if he showed up late for his own birthday. XXXXX. Menma grimaced as he picked at the food in his bowl. He would never understand why people actually liked to eat this stuff. It was wood. Who in their right mind decided to garnish a perfectly good bowl of noodles with wood? Risa smirked at her friend's plight and poked him in the arm with her chopsticks. Eat your Menma, Menma. Menma sent her a flat look. That joke still isn't funny, Risa-chan. Masaki-sensei thinks it's funny. She mumbled around a mouthful of noodles. Her smug look turned into a squeak of alarm as the man in question wrapped his chopsticks on her head. Risa, don't lie to your friends. But I'm a ninja, she pouted. You always say being a ninja is all about deception. Don't tell me that you were lying when you said that. The man rubbed his goatee. I suppose I did say that. Well, in that case, you can lie as much as you want as long as it doesn't incriminate me. She quirked an eyebrow. In crime a what? Don't be a dick, Risa-chan. Menma explained unhelpfully. That comment earned him a smack on the head from both Risa and Masaki-sensei. Just eat your Menma, Menma. His teacher goaded as he began to drink the last of his broth. The boy sent him a dirty look, but Masaki pretended not to notice. He was annoyingly hip in that regard. Grudgingly, Menma finished his meal. For a while, the trio just lazed around the ramen shop and talked about ninja things. Well, more accurately, Masaki-sensei tried to talk about ninja things as his two students hounded him with questions. So what's your favorite jutsu, Masaki-sensei? After a little bit of thought, the man spoke. Probably the henge. It's definitely the technique that I use the most. His students looked at him blankly. You're a boring guy, Masaki-sensei. Yeah, Menma-kuin's right. Even I can do the henge, and I'm not even a second year yet. As if to get her point across, the girl henged into Tsubaki and began to whack her little brother with a chopstick. You're the reason we can't have nice things. Ow! Ow! Quit it! What the hell kind of birthday is this? Masaki-sensei, help! The man watched the scene disinterestedly. You're not hitting him hard enough. Follow through with your wrist, and you'll be able to get more power out of your swing. I meant help me, damn it. He snagged the chopsticks out of Risa's hand. Stop swearing, Menma. It's unbecoming of a shinobi. And Risa, turn off your henge. It's creeping me out to hear your voice coming out of Tsubaki-san's mouth. Tsubaki stuck out her tongue before turning back into Risa. Why does that creep you out so much? Do you like her or something? Masaki's blush answered the question for her. Aw, that's so sweet. Does she know that you like her yet? Have you guys kissed? Please don't answer that. Menma pleaded, clearly uncomfortable with the current situation. In fact, let's never talk about this again. For once, Masaki agreed with his student. Fine with me. Risa still had little hearts in her eyes. Oh, but dash. Never. Again. Menma and Masaki's cold dead eyes bored into her and she let the words die in her throat. Those guys could be scary when they wanted to be. So why do you like the henge so much? Don't you know other cooler jutsu? Like a fireball or something? Her jade eyes lit up as she said fireball. Risa would most likely grow up to be a pyro. The Chunin rubbed the back of his head. Sure, I know jutsu like that, but they're only situationally useful. I've lost track of the number of times my neck was saved by a bit of quick thinking and a henge. Situ what now? Fireballs are only useful some of the time, a henge is always useful. One time, I disguised a rolled-up exploding tag as a cigarette and flicked it into my target's house as I walked by. I was in and out before they ever knew I was there. Menma's ears perked up. You can henge something other than yourself? Of course you can. You can henge almost anything to look like anything else if you have the proper amount of chakra control. Granted, it gets kind of iffy if the objects are of differing sizes, but you can still do it. Masaki paused, as if he was reluctant to tell his students his next thought. Personally, I don't like to henge myself. It can cause problems. Risa tilted her head in question. What do you mean? Menma was also paying close attention to his teacher's words. The man sighed. He didn't really want to tell these kids about the ugly truth of the ninja world. They would have a lifetime to come to terms with the bleak reality of the shinobi/kunoichi. Right now they should just worry about being kids and having fun. Those big questioning eyes continued to bore into him, and eventually he cracked. Keep in mind that this only happens some of the time. His students shared a look and then nodded for him to continue. Being a ninja is hard. It's tough, thankless work that only the best of the best undertake so that they can help their village. Sometimes it becomes necessary to take a life while in service to the village. Risa gulped, but Menma remained eerily calm, almost lost in thought. After doing something so terrible, sometimes people try to escape. They can't deal with the emotions that they're feeling, so they bottle them up inside. But as strong as the human mind is, it can't deal with these emotions forever. Sometimes a new personality is created by the mind, a stronger personality that can deal with these emotions. The henge makes it far easier to fall into this trap. I once knew a guy who went on a hack-and-slash mission near the end of the war. He disappeared during the mission, so we all assumed that he was killed in action. A few years later, we find out that he's the wife of a famous chief out in rice country. Masaki took a sip of water. That's why I don't henge myself. I'm afraid that I'll forget who I really am. For a long time, the pair was silent. They just looked at him with wide eyes as he continued to drink his water. You can't be serious. Menma cringed. Oh, I'm dead serious. It happens quite a bit. Happened to Uncle Sachio for a little while. I think that's why he's so reluctant to give up all his old ninja tools. It tells him that his memories are real and keeps him grounded to reality. Risa's eyes fell to her hands. That's so sad. I just thought that he was paranoid or something. Yeah, well, you guys asked, so I told you. That was bad idea. He forced a smile onto his face. I'm bringing down your party, Menma. Here, this is for you. Masaki reached into his vest and withdrew a small jutsu scroll. Happy birthday. You've always had a lot of chakra, so you might be able to learn these if you ask your brother and sister to help you out. He pulled the scroll out of reach and gave Menma the evil eye. Don't break anything. Menma nodded and unrolled the scroll. Inside it detailed two techniques, the hidden mist jutsu and the black rain jutsu. His eyes lit up at the description of the black rain jutsu. It more or less covered an area with inflammable liquid that behaved like water, which meant it could be incorporated into water jutsu. With a bit of work, he could aerosolize the liquid into a vapor that clung to the surroundings. Risa's eyes bugged out of her head as she finished reading the description over his shoulder. Masaki-sensei wasn't the most responsible person at times. This is awesome, Masaki-sensei. I promise I won't set anything on fire. The man caught Risa drooling on Menma's shoulder out of the corner of his eye. It's not you that I'm worried about. XXXXX. A pair of robed figures traveled across the mud-choked fields of rain country in silence. Though their faces were hidden beneath the wide brims of their straw hats, it was easy to tell that one was a woman and the other was a small child. If one were to look closely enough, they would be able to see a ring on the woman's hand inscribed with the symbol for white glint after the occasional flash of lightning. The boy kept his arms crossed firmly in front of his body and seemed to skate across the top of path on a cushion of air. Bells chimed softly in time with their procession, making sure their presence was not ignored or overlooked. The few travelers that they encountered made sure to give the pair a wide berth. It wasn't often that members of Akatsuki broadcasted their presence so openly as this. To do so was to admit to crimes of the highest degree. While in the borders of Rain Country, its members were regarded with careful respect. Anywhere else and they would be met with kunai and jutsu. Secrecy was one of the biggest concerns for a ninja, but it was the defining trait of the Akatsuki. Only the very best were recruited, which often meant that your head was worth a fortune to the right village. As such, its members lay scattered all throughout the elemental lands in order to divert attention, and largely remained quiet and kept to their business. When red clouds, rings, and straw hats were donned, it was never without purpose, and it almost never ended quietly. Conan kept a careful watch on her young charge. It was unlikely that anyone would challenge the authority of Akatsuki within the borders of Rain, but that wasn't what had her worried. Naruto was changing in the same way that Nagato had. He was becoming distant and disinterested. It had been months since she'd seen him smile. Only Menma smiled now, and that was starting to concern her. She and the leader had discussed the boy's training at length, but the man was blind to her concerns. He only cared about the power of his weapon. He'd greatly overestimated the strength of Naruto's will. It was subtle, but she could tell that Menma was beginning to become less of a cover identity and more of a split personality. It was easy for her to see the change since she spent so much of her time looking after him, but to the leader it merely appeared that Naruto was master of espionage. Repeated use of the Rinnegan had left a deep scar in the boy's burgeoning psyche. When they'd left Amigakure, the pair had created paper clones to fill their seats at the academy. The Menma clone almost seemed afraid to be in the tower, like he'd never seen this place before. Worse than that, there were a few seconds where Naruto didn't seem to recognize his clone. It was like they were two different people. "I feel him," the blonde said as his steely eyes scanned the surroundings. "Shall I get visual confirmation?" Conan shook her head. "He likely already knows that we're here. He has quite a gift for controlling the situation. Remember your manners. He is quick to anger and already has a reason to want you dead. The body of a Rinnegan wielder would make a fine addition to his collection." "Yes, mother," the boy droned as he began to pick up speed. A small smirk formed on her face. He may have been becoming unstable, but at least he wasn't lost entirely. She followed suit and began to walk faster. Sasori did so hate it when people kept him waiting. A half-hour later, the pair had made it to the meeting place. It was an abandoned village on the border of Aim and Suna, long since destroyed in one war or another. Charred skeletons of houses and shops littered the landscape, and only half of the village wall still stood. Many people believed that this place was haunted. Travelers would go out of their way to avoid the ruins, and even the most gung-ho Nukenin would think twice before coming here. They would be alone in the valley. From what Naruto could feel through his Rain Tiger Jutsu, the puppet master would be with them shortly. Not a minute later, the telltale chirping of a bell met their ears, accompanied by the soft mechanical whirring of the man's footsteps. They stood motionless as the blocky wooden figure walked up to them. "I have kept you waiting, I apologize," the gravelly voice spoke. "No apology is required, Sasori-san. We arrived early. Naruto was uncomfortable flying our colors so close to the border." Sasori's glass eyes settled on the boy. Immediately he took note of the Rinnegan, as well as the array of black rods that dotted the child's flesh. This would be most interesting. It had been a long time since he'd witnessed the power of the Rakuto Sannin firsthand. In that case, he is much wiser than he looks. "How old are you, boy?" Naruto locked eyes with the other member. The puppet master was surprised at the amount of pressure he felt under the boy's gaze. He would have to keep a close eye on this one. "My 6th birthday was 4 months ago. How old are you, Sasori-san?" Clever. The boy was gauging his reaction with those eyes to figure out what type of fighter he was. Sadly, Hiriko's lifeless form would tell him nothing. "Older than you are, brat. Respect your elders." It was his turn to watch the boy. Though he hid his reaction well, Sasori's analytical abilities were second to none. The boy betrayed much of his fighting style without ever saying a word. I assume that you will be watching over us to make sure I don't add the brat to my collection? Conan simply stared at the man. She was one of the few people that he couldn't read. Then would you mind setting up a barrier? I intend to test the boy's abilities, and I expect the demonstration to get rather noisy. The woman fell apart into paper and quickly surrounded the village, leaving Naruto and Sasori alone. Do you know who I am, boy? The puppeteer questioned nonchalantly as a wicked iron tail slowly snaked its way out from under his robes. Naruto appeared unfazed. You are Sasori of the Red Sand, the scorpion of Sunagakure. You fight with puppets and poison. My master tells me that you are one of the most intelligent men that he's ever met, and that I shouldn't underestimate you. Sasori chucked as Hiriko's tail twitched menacingly, glinting in the light. That's correct. However, in this fight, I will not be using my specialty poison. The leader would be most displeased if I killed you, and so I find myself at a disadvantage. You know much about me, and I know very little about you. A ninja is only as good as his secrets. I have no reason to tell you my abilities. Sasori nodded. That is a very smart thing to do, but you forget to look underneath the underneath. I'm learning more and more about you by the second, and already devising new plans to defeat you. Which means I should end this fight quickly. The blonde finished for him with just a hint of smirk playing at his lips. The puppet master chucked again. That's right. Don't forget that this match is to be non-lethal. Hiriko's tail cracked upwards. And try not to break too many of my toys. It's a nuisance to replace them. The puppet's tail struck down with startling speed, only to stop a hair's breadth away from Naruto's neck, restrained by a web of paper chains. A small tremor shook the ground as the boy locked eyes with the puppet. Shinra Tensei. A wave of force ripped through the air in front of Naruto, sending the bulky contraption careening through the air like a rocket. It crashed through the ruins of a house without even breaking momentum and landed somewhere out of view. Then suddenly, Naruto was on the defensive. A swarm of puppets armed with all manner of weaponry descended on the boy. His chakra rods were out and alight with lightning in the time it took to blink, and already he was carving a swath through the endless barrage of mechanical figures. Through the power of the Rain Tiger, Naruto could feel a pair of puppets approaching from behind in an attempt to target his blind spots. Senbon and swords rained down on him from all sides, leaving him with no hope of countering the expertly coordinated attack. That is, until a second set of arms-wielding chakra blades sprang from his back and speared through the puppets' chests. Naruto became the center of a whirlwind of lightning and black steel as he continued to form chakra blades, bouncing them off the ground, the puppets and other airborne blades as he cut his way free. In the mess of movement and light, the puppet master failed to notice a third pair of arms weaving hand signs. White forest emergence. Twisted needle-like spires of paper shot up from the ground in all directions as the boy was once again forming seals. White forest blizzard. As quickly as they had appeared, the ivory protrusions began to unravel and fire sheets of white death in every direction similar to a pipe bomb. The corpses of shattered puppets lay pinned to nearly every building for 2 blocks. Sasori was impressed. It was a good thing that he hadn't been using any pieces from his collection other than Hiriko. A blast of chakra drove the thoughts from his head as the building beneath him was knocked down with the ease of a sand castle. His momentum stopped dead as an unseen hand began to drag him back toward the boy. In an instant, the air was filled with the screeching whine of 100 origami shuriken coated in wind chakra. The puppet's reinforced wooden body was shredded like coleslaw beneath the avalanche of blades. Naruto felt the kawarimi go off, but had no time to react as his body was suddenly snared with chakra threads and held motionless. A heartbeat later, a brace of needles filled the air from seemingly all directions. He reacted on instinct. Kakido. The strands evaporated and he shot into the air on paper wings just a split second before being peppered by Senbon. He returned fire with a handful of shuriken, but Sasori was already gone again. Fire filled the sky and raced toward Naruto, but he leveled his ringed gaze on the blistering cloud and flattened it beneath a wall of force. From the other direction, a gout of pressurized water sliced through the air to meet him only for him to explode into paper just moments before impact. He reformed on the shell of nearby building and leapt clear as Senbon once again raced to meet him. As he hit the ground, he formed the final hand seal, and the village was enveloped with mist. Sasori's eyes clicked as they switched over to infrared mode and he scanned for his target. For a long-range stealth fighter such as himself, the boy was a terrible matchup. This was the leader's rain jutsu that was pelting down on them. As soon as he moved, it had already relayed his new position to the boy. Coupled with being shrouded in this fog, the boy would always know his exact location, and might even be able to predict his movements if the boy was skilled enough. If this was a deathmatch, he would have long since pulled out the third. As it was, he was low on ammo, low on soldiers, and out of luck. And the boy just kept coming. He vaulted through the air as a rod imbued with earth chakra leveled the house that he was standing on just moments ago. The assault continued as he shot from building to building, each one turning to rubble upon being struck by the ultra-dense projectiles. But Sasori pressed on, heedless of the destruction that nipped at his heels. His gambit was nearly set up. Naruto spun out of the way as a radial saw swept past his head. All around him, dilapidated masonry and ramshackle puppet parts sprang to life and launched at him. Somehow, he hadn't been able to feel the churka threads connected to them. He flung out his arms, releasing a blast of force that reduced the makeshift weapons to dust. Then he was blocking senbon and weaving hand signs yet again as more marionettes reanimated and fired upon him. A wall of paper surrounded him a half-second too late as a pair of senbon buried themselves in his chest. Numbness quickly spread through his body, and soon both the wall and Naruto fell to the ground. He looked to a nearby building at the smirking face of a red-haired puppet. "You gave me quite a run for my money. I didn't think that you would make it past the initial wave, let alone this far. I thought you weren't going to use poison." Sasori crossed his arms. "I said I wasn't going to use my specialty poison. I didn't say anything about not using poison at all. You're foolish to trust the word of your opponent." "Noted. Shall we call this one a draw then?" Sasori sniffed the air. The chemoreceptors in the puppet's nasal cavity quickly confirmed his suspicions. "You filled the whole area with gas." "When?" Naruto's vision was starting to blur, but he was still lucid enough to answer the question. "There's a mouth beneath my robes that's been releasing black fog this entire time. I don't have to worry about the explosion since I can absorb the chakra, and there's probably enough gas in here to take you out. And I don't mean the you that I'm talking to right now. I mean the you that's 2 blocks away. The one with the core." Sasori simply nodded. "Now it's—" Naruto's eyes refused to focus and his breathing had become labored. "Your turn." How did I mask my chakra threads?" The boy grunted in affirmation. "Just a hunch, really. I noticed that after you used those wide area gravity and paper techniques, it would take you a few seconds to find my position again, even with your jutsu. It was almost like feedback. Chakra threads are delicate. Your own power kept you from seeing them." Naruto had stopped moving. Sasori sighed and walked over to administer the antidote. He would have been a pretty bad teacher if he accidentally let his student die. Akasuna no Sasori was many things. He was intelligent, cool, and mechanically efficient. Perhaps even more so than the army of puppets he commanded. In addition to being the most famous puppeteer in the entire world, he was also one of the most fearsome of engineers, be it mechanical or chemical. If you were bring a birthday cake to Sasori and say, "Please weaponize this," you could be damn sure that by the end of the week that cake would be able to fire senbon and poison gas 6 ways to Sunday. Incidentally, Sasori was also a man who didn't get invited to many parties. He was a master of strategy, so much so that while still in the employ of Sunagakure, he was dubbed as the youngest grandmaster of Taikyoku Shogi in the history of the village. And after his defection, the number of pieces that he had on the playing field only grew larger. Shadow King Sasori, the man who ruled no fewer than 4 minor villages without ever showing his face, or even letting people realize that he ruled them for that matter. An army of sleeper agents and spies acted as his puppet strings, and knowledge was the treasure that this king hoarded. Only the leader and perhaps Jiraiya of the Sannin could claim to have equal wealth. But there was one thing that he most assuredly was not. Sasori was not a patient man. Naruto was awakened roughly from his drug-induced slumber by the man's sandal-clad foot colliding with his ribs. "On your feet, brat. If you're this easy to put down, then the leader made a serious error in judgment when he chose you as an apprentice." Naruto groggily regained his footing only to pitch forward as he began to stand. This stuff is potent. It attacks the nerves in the inner ear or the motor cortex, correct? That would explain why I can't stand up. Sasori leaned over and put his face just a few inches from Naruto's. You tell me. What can you tell just by looking at my face? The boy stared hard into the puppet's glossy eyes and predictably found nothing. Your puppet doesn't tell me anything, but your chakra flow and your operational background are what I'm currently examining. A small grin formed on the puppet's mouth and he motioned for the boy to proceed. It's very faint, but I can feel your chakra fluctuate when you become interested in something. You find my question intriguing? The smiling puppet remained silent as he continued to watch his pupil. No, that's not it. You find the implications behind my question intriguing. You're curious to see just how good I am at reading an opponent. Sasori's smile widened just a hair. Perhaps. I have been known to prod at people to see what they'll do. With that poisoned tail of yours, am I right? Again the puppet said nothing. He just smiled in his strangely vacant way. From what little I know of toxins, I'd be willing to say that I'm right about the abilities of your poison. It's most likely derived from scorpion venom due to the paralytic effects I'm still feeling. The boy shook his tingling hand for effect. And probably the venom of a coral snake, which I hear are common in Suna during the cooler winter months. Though I suspect it's been diluted seeing as how I'm still breathing. Well, aren't you the clever one? Sasori tilted his head questioningly. Anything else? Naruto stared at him for a few more seconds before understanding dawned on him. The boy formed a hand sign and, as he'd predicted, nothing happened. It wrecks its victim's chakra control. Even if I had wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have had the control to spark the air. I was in the palm of your hand the whole time. Sasori scooped the boy up and flung him onto his shoulder like a sack of flour. It's almost as if I had to work to become an S-rank ninja. Isn't it?
Welcome to Akatsuki, brat.
Now let's see you earn those robes that you're wearing. The puppet master took a sweeping look at the sprawling timber remnants of his backup collection. Let's start with you repairing all the damage that you've caused. A smirk came to his face as he felt the Rinnegan wielder deflate. XXXXX. In the days that followed his tussle with Sasori, Naruto learned much from the man. Everything he did was precise and surgical. No wasted effort would be exerted from the master craftsman. And everything had a purpose. The tedious act of rebuilding upwards of 60 puppets taught the boy about engineering and machines. After his 10th time doing so, Naruto could successfully recreate a standard battle puppet from memory. By the time he was halfway done, the boy was coming up with new ways to modify the contraptions to serve purposes other than battle. Mentally, of course, since Sasori would be furious if he fiddled with his collection. And by the end, his mind was full of ideas for new machines that could serve him in the future. The Senbon launchers were especially fascinating to him due to their inherent usefulness. Unless he absolutely had to, Naruto was against taking a life. Senbon tipped with non-lethal toxins were starting to look like a fine alternative when compared to single-mindedness of his current skill set. Better still, Naruto was almost certain that, with a little work, he could use the Azura path to create such weapons. All he had to do was get a better understanding of how to convert the mechanical parts into something chakra-based, and he would be in business. Wind chakra or fire chakra seemed to be a good source of a propellant, but until Sasori's poison wore off, he wouldn't be able to tell. And since the man seemed content to dose him every few hours to build up his natural immunity towards the stuff, it didn't seem like he would be able to test his theory anytime soon. As it was, Naruto busied himself with repairs while Sasori restored and tinkered with Hiriko, the one puppet he refused to let his student examine. He was fine with teaching the boy how to think like a ninja, but it would be a cold day in hell before Sasori let someone else paw at his art. Conan did what she was best at and watched after Akatsuki's youngest member, keeping his skills at nonverbal communication sharp since Sasori would likely go to work on them soon. True to her predictions, the puppet master caught on to their conversations and began to interject his own thoughts. It didn't come as too much of a shock since Sasori was the one who taught herself and the leader how to communicate like this in the first place. Apparently, the man had been refining his skills, adding subtle chakra shifts and muscle movements to his repertoire, since Conan had last seen him. With her years of experience, she was able to pick up on the meanings of the gestures quickly. Naruto took quite a bit longer to grasp the nuances of this new silent language, but by the end of the month he was able to understand his teacher's messages. After finishing the puppet repairs and having his work dubbed acceptable, or maybe it was avant-garde, he wasn't able to tell due to his inexperience with the code. Sasori began to teach him how to work a new jutsu. It was a technique that allowed the user to spray poison gas from their mouth. Undoubtedly useful, but not exactly a shock when your teacher is the scorpion of Sunigakure. Normally, learning the new technique would have been as easy as feeling it with his Rinnegan, but his teacher was an avid proponent of learning under pressure. Being poisoned every other hour proved to be quite an adequate handicap in the eyes of the puppet master. XXXXX. Naruto ran though the signs yet again, but the end result was the same as it had been all week. A small plume of violet smoke exited from his mouth and floated a few feet forward before vanishing. This was his chakra control nightmare all over again, but multiplied tenfold. As a Jinchuriki and an Uzumaki, Naruto was gifted with an absurd amount of chakra. He could, and routinely did, throw Shinra Tenseis for hours without rest and had never once succumbed to chakra exhaustion. Frankly, he and the leader had thought that such a thing was impossible for someone who could break 32, now 34, diamonds on a burst scroll. Apparently they had been wrong. The blonde panted with exertion as once again formed the seals and was rewarded with nausea instead of a gout of purple fog. He looked to Sasori, who was fiddling with a large metal contraption packed with black powder inside of his makeshift workshop. The puppet master no doubt knew the boy's question and had already sent him a coded reply, but Naruto was barely able to stay standing, let alone decipher Sasori's non-speech. For a few more seconds Naruto stared at his teacher's head. His gaze was broken when a senbon found its way into his naval courtesy of a detached puppet head. Shinra Tensei hadn't automatically activated as it normally would. He must have really been running on fumes for that to happen. With a twinge of pain, Naruto plucked the needle from his stomach. He was just about to cast it aside when Sasori's message reached him. Now he wanted to bang his head against a wall over the obviousness of the solution. Kurama. No reply. The fox was troublesome like that. It enjoyed watching its host squirm for a bit before helping. Some assistance would be much appreciated, Kurama. The Kyuubi's voice rang out in his mind, deep and commanding. I never part with something for nothing, boy. You should know that by now. What are you willing to give up in exchange for this assistance? The normal fee should be sufficient. Minor control of my emotions and access to my memories for the next 24 hours seems like a far trade. For a while the fox was silent as it pretended to mull over its decision. It was like an annoying child that thoroughly enjoyed taking up the time of others. Perhaps he'd be able to get closer to the fox in the future. At the moment, though, it still seemed a bit miffed that its jailer had stolen the eyes of the sage. The trade is acceptable. Don't spend it all in one place. Crimson chakra surged through Naruto's body, flooding him with energy and strength as it burned away the toxins in his system. His vision ceased to blur, and he couldn't help the feral grin that came to his face as he once again weaved the signs for the poison mist technique. As his hands came together in the final sign, a shrill whistle from Sasori was the only warning he had before things went wrong. A roiling mass of scarlet fog exploded from his mouth like an ocean of blood. Naruto watched with no small amount of horror as his surroundings began to melt like wax and crumble to dust. All of the puppets that he'd spent so many painstaking days on restoring dissolved into mush under his jutsu. His thoughts immediately turned to Conan's safety, and he activated the power of the Predapath to stem the flow of the fog and clear the immediate vicinity of the lethal cloud. The rapid intake of Bijou Chakra had him on the ground clutching his chest in anguish. He could almost hear his tenant laughing at the boy's lack of foresight. He quickly searched for Conan, only to find her standing next to Sasori safe and sound in his workshop. The puppet master had taken it upon himself to set up an impressive array of seals around his building that seemed to be warding off the chakra. Against anything other than aerosol attacks, the seals would be useless, but right now it was the perfect tool for the job. The puppet master watched a range of emotions flicker across the boy's face when he realized that they were safe. He also didn't miss the way that the boy's gaze softened and hovered on Conan an unusually long time before switching to him. He could feel the woman at his side begin to relax as well. Most curious. He'd have to keep a close eye on these two. Sasori quirked his eyebrow in a manner that silently asked, "Are you kidding me?" His student seemed uncharacteristically bashful at the moment as he rubbed the back of his neck. "You're going to fix all of those puppets, brat." He pointed at the perimeter of slush that surrounded Naruto. Again, and quickly this time. The boy face faltered, finally collapsing from exhaustion as Kurama's chakra left him. Sasori produced a jar of smelling salts from his robe. "Fainting doesn't help you, 'cause I'm a chemist," the puppet master said in sing-song voice as he walked towards the unconscious blonde. Conan sighed. Sasori really didn't like it when people kept him waiting. XXXXX. After his little episode with the QB, Naruto's training became a far simpler task. Due to the intensity of the leader's training, the boy was already well acquainted with the healing power granted by the Bijuu's chakra. What he hadn't realized was that the chakra also worked to neutralize harmful foreign elements within his body. In this case, poison. Not only that, but it also raised his tolerance to future doses of the toxin quite drastically. With Kurama's chakra, it only took a few seconds before the boy had been granted permanent immunity to poisons. However, the seemingly simple act of using the fox's chakra came with its own set of problems. For starters, it hurt. A lot. This is coming from a boy who broke his bones on a regular basis and had his eyes cut out while still conscious. Naruto was no stranger to pain. He knew it quite intimately, in fact. But this feeling was unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. It felt like his entire body, his very soul, was submerged beneath a vat of boiling acid. Every second that the chakra flowed through him was a second that the boy wished he was dead. That fact puzzled Sasori. He'd heard through the grapevine that Bijuu chakra was corrosive by nature and that it actively harmed anyone who was in contact with it, but he'd never heard of it causing this amount of pain. Most unusual. He'd be sure to have one of his contacts investigate the Kenjutsu vaults in Konoha for an outline of the boy's seal. That old bandaged bastard still owed him a favor from his last sortie into Fire Country anyway. Until word got back to him, Naruto would just have to use his Bijuu's power sparingly. Which was fine because the QB wasn't overly eager to lend the boy his power to begin with. And it was especially unwilling to help after Naruto realized that he could coax out a sliver of the beast's power with his Rinnegan. Since the boy had seen fit to shit all over their previously established deal, the fox had no problem with trying to take over Naruto's body whenever it was presented with the chance. And if all this wasn't bad enough, it had serious physical drawbacks as well. The fox's chakra healed its host and filtered poisons from Naruto's body by essentially hijacking his existing biology and augmenting it to work hundreds of times faster than it did normally. This resulted in near immediate exhaustion for Naruto, and probably would have killed him if not for his Uzumaki heritage. As a child, he just didn't yet have the fat reserves to sustain such metabolic activity. This made him curious to see what extensive use of Gekido would do if he used its power to absorb chakra from his surroundings. Theoretically, it would work, but he wasn't looking forward to testing his hypothesis anytime soon. So Sasori stopped poisoning him. The boy had blown through most of his prepared stock anyway, and began to teach him through more conventional methods like sparring and bookwork. Naruto's initial experience with the puppet master gave him a small amount of insight as to how the man fought, but it soon became apparent how much his teacher had been holding back. It was like the man had a Sharingan on steroids. Not only could the Nukenin predict every single attack that his student made, but he could also predict entire combinations of attacks, right down to the feints and counters that should have been random. And the scariest part was that Naruto was far more adept at taijutsu than his teacher. Sasori openly admitted to the boy that his taijutsu skills were steadily declining due to him lacking a physical body. His muscles were only as strong as the gears and pulleys that drove them, and his muscle memory was beginning to get foggy after 20 years of disuse. He was low Jonin level and falling while Naruto was easily mid-Jonin with the aid of the Azura Path and Human Path's one-shot kill. Yet the boy could never even touch him. Sasori beat him in his mind long before he beat him on the training field. That was where the books came in. They covered an assortment of topics from anatomy to psychology to strategy and even high-level mathematics. Naruto guessed that some of these were the puppeteer's personal musings, as indicated by the similarities between the words in the book and the seals that he drew. It talked about Sasori's thought process as he approached a given situation and how he had the uncanny ability to notice things that were out of place. From there, his mind would form branching connections with everything else that he'd experienced, giving people the illusion that he could see the future. Honestly, it was pretty close to the truth. He called it weaponized inductive reasoning, and it gave him the ability to kill a man without ever needing to dirty his hands. Through the help of his paper clones, and just a pinch of Foxy Chakra, Naruto's taijutsu was elevated to high Jonin level in just a few months. And as if the deal wasn't sweet enough, it would be something that would get stronger as he grew older, as opposed to his physical skills which would tank when he hit his first major growth spurt. It was around this time that Sasori grew tired of theory and decided that the boy required some hands-on experience with his new abilities. They packed up their belongings, conjured up some new identities, and headed across the border into the proverbial lion's den with their paper shadow dutifully in tow. The leader apparently had an interest in establishing a rapport between his weapon and the Kazekage's youngest child. XXXXX. As the bar door swung open, the stench of stale blood and alcohol slammed into her like a ton of bricks. Her dopey grin and bouncy demeanor didn't drop for a second as she and her grandfather entered the local watering hole. She quickly took in the sight of bar and, if possible, got even more spring in her step. Tables full of howling drunken sannin surrounded a giant iron cage at the center of the building which fenced off a partially sunken arena. Within the cage fought a pair of kunoichi. Well, one was fighting. The other was doing a good job of eating her opponent's boot. This kind of situation was surprisingly normal for the desert dwellers. After all, when you're miles away from town with only sand and wind to keep you entertained, you had to invent your own fun. Blood sport was always a viable option to get a few laughs and make some quick cash when trekking across the wastes of wind country. That was why Naruto and her grandfather Teru were stopping at the bar anyway. The spunky little blonde loved a good scrap. And as long as she paid the cover fee and didn't cry or kill anyone, the sannin wouldn't care that she was a 10-year-old girl. She had her Kusagakur Hitaiite, which meant that she was an adult who could do as she wished. If she wanted to throw her money away and get her teeth kicked down her throat by a man who outweighed her by 200 pounds, no one here was going to stop her. They would, however, laugh at her and rummage through her pockets for loose change after she was unconscious. As the unlikely pair made their way the counter, they managed to draw quite a few eyes from the sannin. Even in a place as wild as wind country, it wasn't every day that you saw a hyperactive blonde literally hop her way over to bar counter with a double fistful of Rio notes. "I want to fight the biggest guy you've got in here." The barkeep raised an eyebrow as she slammed the wad of cash on the counter, sending coins and bills scattering everywhere. "And I bet 5,000 Rio on myself." The bar went quiet as its occupants stared at the girl's outburst. A round of chuckles went around the room before dissolving into raucous laughter and wild cheering. Utterances of a man named Tombstone popped up here and there as the drunken crowd hurled their bets at the nonplussed barkeeper, who continued to clean his glassware. "Are you sure about this? The biggest guy here is a Chunin taijutsu specialist, and you can be damn sure that he's not going to pull his punches for a little girl." "You got that right," a man confirmed with a deep baritone drawl. Naruto started bouncing on her heels as she found the owner of the voice. The man, Tombstone, was squat and dense just like his moniker would suggest. He stood at a little over 6 feet tall, but most likely weighed in at around 350 pounds. And even though his arms were thicker around than her entire torso, but the girl didn't seem bothered in the slightest. "You better not pull your punches. If you try that shit on me, I'll put my fist so far up your ass that they'll change your name from Tombstone to Sock Puppet." The intoxicated mob roared with laughter and smattering of oaths, and cries of "Kick her ass, Tombstone," floated around the room. The man in question just barked a laugh before plowing through the crowd of drunks to stand in front of his pint-sized opponent. "Hey, Bateau," he called to the barkeep, his gaze still firmly locked on the girl who barely came up to his waist. "What? 8 gates are still out, right? Not unless you want to pay to fix my bar and tell Kusa that you turned one of their kunoichi into jelly. Ah, come on. Let him use it. I'll still kick his teeth so far down his throat that he'll be eating shit for a week." Again the crowd began hooting. Tombstone's grin grew wider as he tossed a roll of Rio notes to Bateau. 5,000 on myself. Little missy, I hope for your sake that you like the taste of iron. 'Cause Imma put you straight though that fence. Hey, I think I just found out why they call you Tombstone. Every time you open your mouth it smells like someone died. The mismatched pair squared off in the ring. Tombstone clenched his fists and the air around him began to distort with chakra. Naruto continued bouncing like a loon with her tongue cocked off to one side of her mouth. This was going to be so awesome. Time slowed to a crawl as Naruto's disguised Rinnegan began to pick out the subtle tension and flow patterns of the man's chakra. A plan began to form in his head. The man was unsure of what stance to take when fighting a smaller opponent. He could exploit that easily. First point of attack. Dodge his sweep and target the unguarded knee. Naruto could see his blow connect and the look of shock on the larger man's face. Retaliatory strikes. He brushed aside the blitz of punches and saw his opening. Obviously a heavy drinker. Target liver with a palm strike. His hand connected with the man's exposed midsection, causing him to double over in pain. Reopen window of attack. A vicious spear hand to the man's axillary nerve momentarily paralyzed his arm. Naruto batted it aside without resistance and struck again. Rupture liver. The boy drove his elbow hard into the man's torso and felt the resistance give way. Dodge instinctive uppercut. He bent backwards as the man's fist narrowly missed his head. Weaken ribs. Naruto slammed his foot into the man's midsection before twisting around the next set of attacks. Then break ribs entirely. A wet crunch met his ears as his spinning kick struck home. In shock and off balance. Target injured knee and tear anterior cruciate ligament. Naruto's foot came down on the man's knee, casing it to bend at an awkward angle as the man fell to the ground. His opponent tried to get back up only for Naruto to appear in front of him. Dropkick to neck. His feet plowed into the man's throat, causing his opponent's head to snap back in an unnatural manner. In summary, liver hemorrhaging, 3 cracked ribs, 2 ribs broken, leg unusable, windpipe crushed, hyoid broken, and severe trauma to the cervical spinal column. Recovery without aid. Unlikely. Recovery with medical chakra. 3 to 4 weeks. Full psychological recovery. 3 to 4 months. The fight began and the pair shot towards each other. Nobody could believe their eyes when the little blonde girl began to surgically dismantle the toughest ninja that the bar had to offer. She danced around his blows with practiced ease, almost as if she knew that they were coming. The next second, Tombstone was doubled over in agony as she planted an elbow to his gut. Her opponent was beginning to panic and get sloppy. His blows caught nothing but air and the girl took advantage of the situation to great effect. A pair of well-placed kicks sent him reeling. The follow-up axe kick to his leg put Tombstone on the floor. The medic was already in motion as the girl broke the man's neck with her dropkick, and was over the cage by the time his head hit the ground. "Oh hell yeah!" Naruto screamed as she began to do a victory dance and hurl insults at the slack-jawed patrons who had the misfortune of betting against her. "Your sorry Suna asses are buying me a brand new pair of shoes. Right on time too, since I just lost my previous pair in your ass," she yelled at the thoroughly unconscious Tombstone. Needless to say, all eyes in the bar were on Naruto. No one ever noticed the conversation that took place between her grandfather and a shadowy figure in the corner of the bar. They also failed to see the hooded figure slip her grandfather a plain brown envelope that quickly disappeared into the old man's robes. The wheels in Sasori's plan had begun to turn. With that, their objective was as good as done. Disparity. That was what the land of Suna was. Its very existence, a contradiction. Fire and sunlight, a heat-blasted land of burning rays and shifting sands eternally at dance to the breath of the western winds. A barren wasteland to the careless eye, but underneath, life endured. It thrashed and clawed and writhed in revolting beauty within a womb of sandpaper that devoured all but the strong. But it lived, and for the inhabitants of the desert this was enough. But that scene of gritty, savage, wonderful life was not the scene at which Naruto now stared at. No, he was looking at a land of death. Not the destructive kind of death brought about by storm or fire or warfare, but a quiet demise. A peaceful demise where life simply ceased to exist. The moon hung overhead, little more than a hollow corpse when compared to its radiant twin. Cast in frigid ivory, the dunes appeared awash in silicon snowflakes. An ashen tundra of glass and stone, still and silent as the grave. No motion, no sound of any kind. Even the ever-present wind had died in the white-blue void, curling up silently and passing away, forgotten. The cold stung his steely eyes, and the thought of abandoning his empty portrait in favor of the soft warmth of the firelit cave at his back became increasingly appealing with each passing minute. But he couldn't bring himself to leave. It was his masochistic fascination with the moonlit graveyard that kept him anchored to the spot. Something stirred in him as he gazed at that pale sphere, a soft but maddening whisper that tickled the edge of his consciousness. He could feel the world melting away under his feet and numbness, like ice water, flowing from his exposed fingers deep into his chest as the gelid caress of the moonlight punctured his skin and settled in muscles. The leader had lied to him. He wasn't strong enough to shoulder the burden of Akatsuki's grand designs. He felt worn and thin, like cloth stretched to the breaking point. Already the seams had begun to burst and madness was creeping in. He knew it, and that thought alone should have been enough to scare the hell out of him. But it didn't. The most he ever felt was a detached sympathy for himself. Honestly, he was too tired to care. When it first began, Naruto would find solace in his torturous training. Through pain and adrenaline and sheer willpower, he could hammer his seditious feelings back into their proper place. But slowly, that had begun to stop working. At first, it was a niggling feeling as though a splinter of ice had wormed its way into his psyche. It was unimportant. A ninja was always in control of his feelings. He ignored his weakness, as always, and poured himself into his studies even harder. But it didn't help. Nightmares and insomnia steadily eroded his iron while allowing that algid wedge of despair to be driven deeper and deeper into his weary mind. He'd beat himself bloody and fought until his legs gave out, but it only served to enervate him further. He was tired, so very tired of fighting, tired of hurting, tired of killing, tired of being ninja. He couldn't lie anymore, not out of sympathy for the victims of his falsehoods, but because it was becoming physically impossible. Worse still, he could no longer find a way to lie to himself. There was no henge, no role to adopt because he became his stage name. He was Menma and Naruto. It was so much easier to just give in to the warm, smothering oblivion of his lie than to remain as Naruto. To simply forget who he was and exist within peaceful moments with his quirky friend Risa and Misaki-sensei, or with her crotchety but kind grandfather Teru. And now, away from the pounding rain and the ringed gaze of Amigakure, a furtive third voice was being born in the deafening stillness of the desert night. Disparity. A mind at war with itself. Menma the genin hopeful and Naruto the spunky brawler. Twin sons, light and heat. And the third voice, Naruto the weapon. A dead sun shinobi as cold and as hollow as the moon that drifted overhead. There was barely any pressure when her hand rested on his shoulder. He lazily traced his gaze over the orange polish of her neatly manicured fingers. He turned to face her. The cold ebbed away as her soft, satin-smooth fingers wrapped around his own, and he allowed her to pull him back into the warmth of the cave. Conan and her pupil sat down at the fire across from Sasori. The redhead had papers and pictures strewn about the floor haphazardly and was muttering to himself as he scribbled something in a notebook. She didn't spare him a second glacé, knowing that conversation would only serve to bring out the ire of the puppet master, and instead turned back to Naruto. He's getting worse. The dark lines under his eyes were growing more noticeable with each passing night. She could feel the slight tremor in his grip, as though he was shivering from some phantom wind that only he could feel. With a soft clink, a bottle of black polish was produced from the folds of her robes. He didn't look up as she began to apply the ebon lacquer to his nails. Va paint. An old shinobi tradition, but one that was still honored even in this day and age. But it didn't feel like she was placing honors on a young warrior. It felt like she was marking a boy for death. As strong as she was still, even now, impossibly loyal to the leader. She'd argued with him about Naruto's mental health to no effect. He was simply too angry with the world to listen to her concerns. She pulled his other hand forward. He turned to her and she felt her skin prickle. The rings of the Rinnegan were always perturbing at first glance, but in the flickering light of the fire, she could see something much more sinister. It was soft at first, little more than a spark so faint she thought that she was imagining it. But the more she stared, the more the spark seemed to grow. His madness was like a plague, so strong and unnatural that she couldn't help but feel her own mind twisting in response to its presence. His eyes, just like Nagato's, She was roused from her disturbing thoughts by the voice of their strategizing comrade. I know how we're going to get into Suna. He paused in his speech to make sure he had their attention. In fact, I know how to get us a personal audience with the Kazekage. Conan raised one of her perfectly sculpted eyebrows. How? Sasori handed her photo. Though the rest of the picture was slightly blurred, she could clearly make out the image of a man talking to someone off camera. He was plain for lack of a better word. Normal face, sandy blonde hair cropped close to his head, and dark brown eyes. An average citizen of Wind Country. The Hittite wrapped around his arm signified that he was a Sannin, but had at some point relinquished that title if the long jagged slash-through symbol was anything to go by. He wore a standard tan flak jacket. However, Conan found her eyes drawn to the ANBU Black Ops tattoo just above his headband and the katana on his back.
Kasuro no Kawarimi.
The puppet master spoke mockingly. Or Katsuro the Replacer if you prefer, has been stepping on the toes of a lot of powerful men, with the first and foremost among them being the Wind Daimyo. Naruto took the picture from his blue-haired mentor. How so? Sasori smirked. Katsuro was part of a guard detail whose job had been to protect the daimyo's youngest son. On a routine trip to strengthen diplomatic ties between Suna and Kusa, their group ran into an opponent that greatly outmatched them. Instead of protecting the lord's son, Katsuro used him to trigger a replacement technique and fled the battle in the chaos. He used a human for a replacement technique? Sasori nodded in that half-listening manner that Naruto had come to expect from him. A living human? The boy confirmed. The puppet master let a small smile of amusement play across his features and gave yet another nod. That shouldn't be possible. The scorpion of Sunagakure gave a disinterested shrug. Honestly, it seems rather tame by comparison given that you can flatten a building with a sideways glance. Naruto conceded to that with a shrug of his own and handed picture back to the redhead. I assume you want us to kill him, but how is he going to get us into Sunagakure? Protocol would dictate that we drop his body off at a bounty office, not bring it back to the village that posted the bill for his life. Sasori placed the photo back into its docket. Normally you'd be correct, but the Kazekage has personally ordered that Katsuro's head be brought to him in the event of the man's death. Why? Because the man and his gang are scum. Sasori clipped and left it at that. This coming from the man who betrayed his village, kidnapped its leader, and turned his still warm corpse into a puppet was certainly an indictment. Moreover, Sasori was a war-hardened shinobi who very rarely showed any emotion other than slight amusement or impatience. For him, put any amount of heat in his words, Katsuro must have been a truly wretched human being. But there was more to it than that, a certain something personal that caused the puppet master to hate the man so much. But Naruto was uninterested in the past dealings of two Tsunanuknin, and Sasori wouldn't have told him anything even if he was. Strategy. Sasori handed the boy a rather large sheet of papyrus with the outline of a map inked onto the cloth. This is outline of the base that my agent has brought us. Plenty of choke points, but also plenty of hidden passages. You can see them marked here. He traced his wooden finger over various sections of the canvas. I'll leave the infiltration plan to you since you will be the one who takes the base. Conan and I will run mop-up and synchronize strikes on the guards on the perimeter of the base. His glass eyes stared pointedly into Naruto's silent kills only. These bastards are only genin and chunin, but they're as slippery as they come and they aren't looking to play the hero. At the slightest whiff of trouble and they'll scatter like roaches. The blonde nodded. My main target? Katsuro is the biggest coward of the lot. He'll run long before he fights, and if you ever manage to engage him, he'll kawarimi with anything in range, put a blade in your back, and then keep on running. Kill him any way you can, but I want him intact when everything's said and done. He made a point of invading Naruto's personal space.
No disintegrations.
The boy simply nodded and the three of them dusted themselves off as they stood. Sasori handed the docket of information to his pupil as he walked past toward the cave entrance. Let's move. We're wasting time. XXXXX. Edo shivered from his place against the sandstone wall. Outside of the entrance of their base, a storm was raging, complete with lightning flashes and torrential rain. It was the strangest thing he'd ever seen, An hour ago the desert sky was as clear as could be and he could see for miles in every direction from their fort's hilltop vantage point. Then the next thing he knew a monsoon had blown in from the north with startling speed. And now he could hardly see his hand in front of his face due to the rain, sand, and darkness. Of course, he'd been in Suna during the monsoon season before, but he'd never seen one blow in so quickly and he'd never been in the middle one that was this strong. He turned to his partner Gyu, who was farther back in the fort's entrance, cursing as he tried in vain to light a cigarette. "Are you sure we shouldn't tell the boss about how quick this storm showed up?" He rubbed the back of his neck nervously. "It feels like the damn thing is alive, like it's watching us or something. It's creeping me out big time." The older, flak jacket-clad man shot him an ugly look as he repeatedly tried to spark his lighter to no avail. "You always pull this shit when you're on duty. Remember that one night when that jackal was eyeing you up, or that other time when thought you saw a hunternine and it turned out to be a cactus?" The man threw his unlit cigarette to the ground and crushed it under his boot as though to spite the small inanimate object that refused to light. He then marched to the front of the entrance and grabbed the younger man by his scarf. "I'm not here to babysit you. Do your fucking job, or you're noting but dead weight to us. Understand?" Edo could only nod and try to slip away from his partner as the man's voice got steadily louder and his face grew steadily redder under the torchlight. The older man let out a long sigh and began to quietly count backwards from 10 and walked back into the alcove to try get his nicotine fix, his subordinate in relative solitude at the front of fort. A few minutes went past, and the young nuke-neen tried to calm his nerves, but he couldn't shake the oppressive feeling that something was out there in the darkness, just out of sight, stalking him. He pulled a kunai from his holster, somewhat comforted by the weapon's weight in his hands, and let out a shaky, calming breath. Lightning flashed outside and his breath caught in his throat. A figure with a long flowing robe and glowing steel-gray eyes was standing less than 2 feet in front of him. For a crucial second he couldn't do anything. It was as if his brain had been disconnected from his body. It simply refused to move. A long kunai knife, seemingly crafted from paper, arced through the air and slashed through his neck before he could blink. For a second, there was a brief lance of intense pain before he collapsed to the floor and breathed no more. The Chunin, Gyu, had no time to react when he heard his partner's body hit the floor. Before he could even take a breath, he found himself being dragged through the air toward the mystery assailant by some invisible force. That was the last thing he knew. He died painlessly and instantly as Naruto's blood-drenched paper kunai buried itself into the back of his skull. Naruto caught the body with ease and slowly, noiselessly, set it on the ground. He continued down the long winding path, eyes peeled for bouncing chakra waves until his passage was barred by a large wrought iron door. From behind it, he could hear a clamor of muffled voices talking loudly and drunkenly. He placed his hand on the stone wall and sent out a weak pulse of earth chakra. It was almost like a form of radar. Anything in contact with the ground would absorb the minute tremors and, with his Rinnegan, he would obtain a brief snapshot of the goings-on behind the door. A room 50 feet by 75 with 14 genin level and 1 chunin level ninja inside. High ceiling with rafters and good choke points along the left and rightmost edges of the room. Wood tables and wooden beams for cover. His face soured. Lots of places to hide. Only way to do this quietly is a synchronized strike with paper clones, but that leaves plenty of time for escape. Could flatten the room with a Shinra Tensei, but then others will raise the alarm and my main target will bolt. A deliciously deceptive idea was taking root in the boy's mind, and deception was at the very heart of all combat strategy. Appear where you are unexpected. If your enemy is superior in number, divide them. Sow discord wherever possible. Naruto would use their own strength and numbers against them. With a practiced hand seal, a group of 10 paper clones took form. A pair of them moved quickly to drag the nuke-neen's corpses outside to be buried, while the others henged into a Suna Anbu patrol, and likewise made their way out of the cave and back into the freezing rainstorm. With a faint smirk, Naruto adopted the form of the recently deceased Chunin and, for added effect, dipped his hand in lukewarm pool of sanguine liquid at his feet before rubbing it across the neck of his flak jacket. A final clone transformed into the genin that he'd murdered, and with everything in place he gave a nod to his clones and threw open the heavy iron door. The scene behind him was one of absolute carnage, and he made sure that the door was swung open wide enough for his entire audience to grasp the magnitude of the danger. Ambush! He screamed as a stray shuriken whizzed past his ear and found its mark in a gog-eyed genin's neck. Ado screamed in an octave usually reserved for calling dogs as blade after blade met their mark in his body. A particularly savage hit from a Fuma shuriken split his midsection wide open, causing his entrails spill out onto the floor in a grisly display before Gyu threw the door shut. "Hunter Nin!" he roared over the pandemonium. "You three!" He gestured to the other Chunin and a duo of random genin. "With me. We need to raise that alarm. The rest of you barricade the door and hold them here." It was human nature to respond to the orders of authority in times of danger, and Naruto was banking on just that. Of course, it was absolute suicide for a group of 11 genin to stand against a 9-man squad of elite ANBU Hunter Nin, but the criminals were off balance by the ferocity of the attack and filled with false bravery by an overabundance of ethanol. They were reacting purely on instinct, likely more acquainted to fighting villagers armed with farm implements than an actual team of shinobi, and the only one who had any amount of experience in a real fight, the Chunin, was more worried about saving his own skin than that of his men. And with that single act of careless self-preservation, the man signed his own death warrant. As the NBU's paper bombs went off, the room erupted in a ferocious wave of white-hot flame. With a subtle flick of Naruto's hand, two of the genin, awestruck though they were, seemingly dove in front of the explosion to shield the officers from the onrush of crimson death at the expense of their own lives. The Chunin had no time to react as Gyu slammed his clawed hand into the man's chest. Ninjendo! The pain was unimaginable. It was like a million icy needles buried themselves within his body. His breath grew short as his lungs gasped for air that would not come, and finally, mercifully, death took him and the Chunin toppled backward, dead before he ever struck the floor. For Naruto, the experience was equally agonizing. Not only did the boy endure the Chunin's death, but he also felt everything in between. His name was Nagi. His mother loved him dearly, but he had always been a disappointment to his father. He failed in his mission to retrieve an important document and lost a teammate whom he saw as a sister. He fell into a deep depression for many years, turning to drink and the pleasures of the flesh to compensate. Unable to handle the pain, he left his village, tears in his eyes, as he swore that he'd find a way to support his aging parents. He fell in with these bandits and carried out disgusting, unspeakable acts to be accepted into their good graces. He raped and killed and tortured just to die here, just to die at the hands of child assassin. A scream of pure rage tore itself from the Naruto's throat as the NBU breached the room. He launched himself towards his awestruck clones, slashing and beating and stabbing the unmoving copies until they all had crumpled into sheets of lifeless paper. He then fell to his knees as the memories continued to worm their way deep into his psyche. There was so much anger and fear, so much sadness and regret that the boy began to lose hold of himself completely. The only anchoring thought, the only thing that kept him from falling into the blissful black void of unconsciousness, was the thought of ripping the heart out of the one who did this to him. The boy shook his head. He did this to Nagi. You are Naruto, not Nagi. He knew where his target was and proceeded to navigate through the base's interior like he'd walked its hallways 1,000 times. The dungeons. That was where he'd find Katsuro. That man was always in the dungeons. He was a horrible sadist that took great joy in tormenting those who'd had the unlucky fate of being captured by him and his men. Naruto scowled and clenched his fists so hard that his nails bit into the flesh of his palms and drew blood. This was a kill that he would enjoy greatly. XXXXX. The room he entered was dark, dank, and reeked of blood. A proper dungeon in every sense of the word. Off to one side were a cluster of cages filled with captives of all backgrounds. Wealthy merchants, once proud ninja of Suna, poor maidens who had happened to be a bit too comely and a bit too short on luck to escape the despicable clutches of the gang. All now called this place their home. Katsuro stood in the center of the room, a ring of keys in his hand. It was apparent that he was confused at the sudden intrusion. After all, the men knew to leave him well enough alone while he was alone with his captives. "You, what are you?" The words caught in his throat as the Chunin crossed the room in the time it would take most men to blink. He lunged at him, bone-white kunai in hand, but the knife never found its mark. Instead, Naruto's blade gouged deep into the head of a wide-eyed Sannin, who suddenly found himself in the shoes of the infamous replacer. The counterattack was instantaneous. Katsuro swapped places with the man's corpse, his own knife screaming through the air for Naruto's blood. But young Rinnegan wielder had read his opponent perfectly. The missing Nin let out a choking gasp as the child's mechanical fist crashed into his stomach with enough force to pulp flesh and burst organs. Were it not for years of experience, Katsuro would have died instantly to the follow-up killing stroke that Naruto threw. As it was, the boy's kunai only caught timbers, chaff to cover Katsuro's escape. As his teacher said, the man ran. The missing Nin sprinted with the swiftness of the wind as he flashed in and out of view with his replacement techniques, but Naruto proved to not be easily shaken. With a wrathful, vengeful flick of his eyes, the hallway exploded into a ruin of rubble and dust. He'd promised no disintegrations, but Sasori would have to make do with the mangled corpse of his opponent. A momentary hiss was the boy's only warning before the kunai dug itself deep into his back. "Where are you looking?" A taunting voice questioned before taking hold of the knife and ramming it hilt deep into the child's back. Naruto smirked and dissolved into a storm of fluttering paper. "I'm looking at a dead man," he replied before once again renewing his assault. Katsuro had no time to perform a kawarimi. From all sides, paper shuriken ripped into his body, piercing him from every conceivable angle. With a shuddering gasp, the man fell to the ground. The Jinchuriki reformed from the flapping sheets of paper and, without ceremony, willed the paper to condense into a long blade so as to decapitate his fallen opponent. But as his stroke fell, the man's body evaporated into smoke, revealing the form of a butchered merchant. Naruto only had a fraction of a second to react as he whipped around and locked blades with Katsuro. The nuke Nin was stronger than him and had the advantage of height as he pressed the boy down to his knees. However, Naruto proved the better fighter. The boy traced his gaze across the man's leg. Bansho tenin. Katsuro was jerked from his standing base into a brutal iron-reinforced left hook that was more than enough to shatter his jaw and cause nauseating flashes of multicolored light to bloom across his vision. A follow-up strike came in the form of a blade to the jugular, meaning to end Katsuro's life, but at the last second he vanished again and Naruto found his kunai hilt deep in the neck of a wide-eyed prisoner. Unconsciously, the young Akatsuki felt his jaw clench and a hot, bubbling hatred seethe up from the wells of his soul. A ninja should be willing to do whatever it took to see the success of their mission, but this degree of collateral damage was the mark of an amateur. At least that's what he told himself. This man was trash. He had a rare gift that could have easily led him to greatness, yet here he was, fleeing like a blind coward, throwing anything and everything in his assailant's way just so that he could keep breathing for a little while longer. After drilling into his head, Nagi's head, that any form of retreat would be met with death or worse, Naruto was more than happy to punish this hypocrisy in kind. Katsuro was just about to round the corner of a hidden passage and make good on his escape when an unseen force suddenly jerked him backwards like a rag doll towards the outstretched hand of his would-be assassin. Naruto took hold of the man's soul, his very life force, and tore hard. "Ninjendo!" he roared as the man's soul gave way with a sickly squelching rip. But in that moment, Naruto felt his blood turn to ice. A young woman, battered, broken, and wearing little more than rags for garments, stared back into the ringed eyes of her killer. A range of emotions flickered across her face: shock, pain, sadness, and then finally peace. "Thank you," she whispered weakly. She then crumpled forward down to the cold stone floor, spasmed briefly, and then ultimately breathed her last. Naruto let loose a scream of pure, unrestrained anguish as the memories of the slave woman invaded his mind. He'd been taken as a spoil of war, little more than a trophy of this gang's conquest. His village had been set to flame and his loving family had been butchered like animals before his very eyes. He was taken here, to this cold, wet, terrible place, where he had been forced to beg for scraps to stay alive. He was raped. He'd been violated in every possible sense, by evil, soulless monsters who called themselves men. He'd been beaten and tortured for not pretending to like it. He'd endured the horror of giving birth to an infant corpse and had been put to use in the very same day. He'd given up on life. No. He'd actively begged for death. And now, only now, was he finally free. In that moment Naruto's already faltering psyche could take no more. With a wail, more like that of a beast than a human, he finally submitted to darkness that had been grinding at his mind for so long, and fell to his knees just as Katsuro mounted his counterattack. XXXXX. The fetid water dripped all around them, an endless aqueous metronome to which the great bijou kept time. Not that time had any real meaning here. Kurama had long since accepted the fact that he would die here, alone in the darkness. His only solace was the fleeting glimpse of the outside world that his jailer granted him from time to time as he leeched off the proud fox's power. That was what he was now, a battery, a simple tool used to further the goals of another. So, it was with the greatest of interest that the fox perked up his ears at the faint ringing that echoed through its prison. It was delicate at first, barely more than a feeling in the back of the tailed beast's consciousness, but it steadily grew and grew until the sound couldn't be ignored any longer. Kurama rose to his full, towering height and let all 9 of his tails splay out proudly behind him. Something was coming, that much was certain, but it was a welcome something. This metallic tinkling, growing ever louder through the gloom, was a safe and nostalgic sound. Feelings, long since thought to be dead and buried, resurfaced within the great fox. Something was calling to him. A gentle splashing of footsteps echoed through the mire and reached Kurama's keen ears. Soon thereafter, a figure stepped out of the murk. The fox stopped cold. The Kyuubi, the most powerful of all bijou, could do little more than stare wide-eyed at the visitor who entered his prison. "It has been a while, Kurama." The voice was the warm baritone drawl of an older man. Though his words were casual, his tone echoed with sovereign might. For a long time Kurama could say nothing, he was simply too shocked to speak. Then finally, with the seeds of tears forming at the corners of his eyes, he spoke. "Father!" XXXXX. Katsuro's kunai flashed through the air with a screech indicating its infusion with wind chakra. But as the weapon closed in on the boy's throat it suddenly stopped dead. The missing Nin's eyes went wide as his body suddenly refused to heed his call. It was like the air had turned into molasses. As though stuck in some terrible dream, the harder he tried to strike the slower his arm moved. Gravity ceased to exist. His body floated gently into the air, and through try as he may, he couldn't bring the dagger forward the last few millimeters to finish his opponent. Naruto locked eyes with him and the boy's chakra surged. Infinite. Limitless. Not even a bijou had this much chakra. The missing Nin could do nothing as Naruto bored into his soul with his Rinnegan eyes. For a second it was like time had stopped as a single tomo formed along the outermost ring of his eyes. The pair simply stared at each other, locked in a visual embrace with no beginning or end. Then space itself shattered. With the might of his fully awakened Keki Genkai, Naruto needed only to will his opponent's annihilation and reality rewrote itself to serve those desires. The shockwave released was so powerful that Katsuro was vaporized upon impact. In a split second the dungeon walls were pressed into molten oblivion and then exploded outward with enough force to dwarf the ire of a tailed beast. Uchiha Madara was a man with such power that maps had to be redrawn after he had waged battle, and in this moment Naruto followed his example. The stronghold buckled and heaved as a wave of pure, inexorable force tore its way through the guts of the compound and obliterated all it met. Decimation. Utter devastation that defied human explanation. Only Naruto was left standing as a sentient cloak of chakra slowly crept up his form. XXXXX. Conan and Sasori felt the chakra spike before the explosion went off, and in that moment their worst fears were realized. They rushed towards the mile-high pillar of dust and debris with all the speed that their legs would afford them, though hope was fading by the second as the pressure of the chakra bared down on them like a physical weight. Naruto had lost control of the Kyuubi. That was the only possible explanation. The raw power of Ninetales produced an unforgettable aura of menace that could trigger the senses an untrained civilian even half a country away. When the beast had gone on its rampage in Konoha, both missing Nin had been exposed to its malign aura as a faint feeling of tension, like the prickling sensation of being watched by an unseen predator in the dark. This time was completely different. Now it was alike being swept away and drowned beneath a tide of raw primal energy. But there was something else, a second chakra signature that kicked all their combat instincts into overdrive. For Sasori, This chakra was unknown, and unknowns were still deadly to a ninja even at his level of power. For Conan, the chakra signature plunged her back into a living nightmare. This was how the air tasted when Yahiko died. The bitter loneliness, the crushing despair, and, now more than ever, the irresistible power that came from a Rinnegan wielder tapping into the true potential of their jujitsu. They would have to act fast. The sheer volume of chakra would soon draw the attention of the Suna patrols, and they would very quickly have a fight on their hand that would spin out of their control. They reached the lip of the crater and began to descend towards its center. To say their footing was treacherous would have been an understatement. The power of the Shinra Tensei had been so great that the sand was rendered molten by the pressure alone, and had been pressed into ley lines of razor-sharp glass that still steamed in the cool night air. As the dust began to settle, and they neared flat ground, the pair could make out a shape in the middle of the crater. It was Naruto, and for that Conan gave a small prayer of thanks to whichever god cared to listen. But the kunoichi only scowled and further tightened her guard. A silvery white cloak of chakra, almost like fluid moonlight, flickered and shifted around the boy's body. She'd heard of techniques that clad their wearers in constructs formed from chakra, the Uchiha clan's Susanoo being the most famous and deadly of these techniques. But this was something else. The construct was small, all things considered, only the size and shape of a man, and it fanned out around Naruto's body like a cape or a robe, forming a suit of impenetrable armor. A shikujo, a priest's six-ringed staff, phased in and out of the ether in the boy's right hand, seemingly unable to fully materialize, and a pair of short horns adorned the head of the chakra construct. The stern face of a bearded old man, glaring with wordless fury, stared them down. It too bore the eyes of the Rinnegan, but along the outermost ring a single tomo burned with a blinding light. The inner rings flashed with phantom tomo as well, 8 more in total, but seemed to be in a constant state of flux as they snapped into being and then vanished just as quickly. Sasori opened his mouth to call out but never got the chance. Naruto closed the distance between them instantly. He hadn't moved with blinding speed or vanished in a blur. He simply ceased to exist before immediately appearing in front of Sasori. The Suna Nuke-nin had a heartbeat's whisper to realize he was in danger, but didn't have enough time to process the full extent of his peril. The chakra construct's fist all but teleported into the puppet master's head. It was fast. So unimaginably fast that even the legendary Sharingan would have been hard-pressed to track its attack. All at once Sasori's wooden skull was blasted away into a powder so fine that it wouldn't have even been fit to be called sawdust, and his decapitated body was sent rocketing back towards the crystal-strewn wall of the crater. On instinct, he tried to dodge the blow even though his eyes had been unable to track it, but this had only served to accentuate the damage. The rotational energy imparted on his puppet body from the off-center blow was so great that it caused him to spin violently through the air like a human top. His wooden limbs were ripped clean from his body by the centrifugal force, and his brief journey came to an end as his headless, limbless torso became embedded within the crater wall some 50 feet deep. Conan had no time to worry about her partner before the boy set his steely gaze on her. Again, he just simply disappeared and reappeared, before launching into a combination of strikes with such blinding ferocity that she could hardly even defend herself. The strikes came so quickly and with such force behind them that all she could do was divert them to less damaging areas of her body. Each strike cleaved away at her paper body, shearing cloud after cloud of fine confetti away from her form. Had she been a regular human, the first blow would have been more than sufficient to tear her arm off, and the resulting shock would have spelt her doom. She had no time to think. Her body was moving purely off decades of muscle memory and instinct. Her finely honed senses heightened to their maximum, as she weaved through and parried a barrage of punches and kicks so fast they were all but invisible to her. Shurato! 3 voices spoke as one. Naruto's, a deep guttural growl, and the authority-filled timbre of an older man. The top half of the boy's Akatsuki cloak split apart to reveal 6 mechanical arms. The chakra construct followed suit as 4 more arms flared into existence. At this point, the blows were impossible to dodge. As though facing a raging Asura, fist after hammering fist rained down on the kunoichi from all angles. Sheets of paper were blown from her body en masse, and Conan could start to feel the damage from the ceaseless barrage. She had to get away somehow but couldn't find an opening to do so. She could do nothing. Each blow stuck with the might of a falling star and slammed down from every conceivable angle of attack. There was no way to escape. A single mistake would see her head snapped off like a dry branch in a raging windstorm, but staying would also mean her end. She was beaten. There was no escape.
No surrender.
No mercy of any kind. Only the precise and surgical dismantling of one of the most preeminent kunoichi on the continent as she was utterly overwhelmed by a foe less than a quarter of her age. Thankfully, her opportunity for escape arrived in the form of a wall of iron filings that interposed itself between her and Naruto. Sasori had survived. At the moment before impact, he'd ejected his core and transferred his consciousness to a new body. His fingers swept through the air at lightning speed as he controlled the Sandame Kazekage. The iron sand engulfed the boy and swallowed him hungrily, finally giving Conan some much-needed breathing room. Sasori formed a triangle-like hand seal that his puppet mirrored, and the iron sand responded in kind. It coalesced into a pyramid and began to compact itself, trapping Naruto inside and crushing him. However, neither of the Akatsuki were so naive as to drop their guard. They could still feel that limitless chakra surging from within its iron prison, and the pair took this time to regain their distance and get out of range of the rebuke that's sure to come. Shinra Tensei. The metallic tomb was ripped apart at the seams and blown in all directions from the force of blast, but Conan was ready to exploit the technique's recharge time. Like an angel of wrath, she rained fire from the sky in the form of thousands of paper bomb shuriken. However, none would find their mark. With a casual flick of his hand, the rain of flaming projectiles was batted aside and detonated impressively but harmlessly in midair. Conan's mind began to work in overdrive. That was absolutely not 5 seconds. That was barely even 1 second. She had no time to respond to this revelation as Naruto leveled his gaze upon her. Shinra Tensei. At the behest of the boy's outstretched hand, yet another wave of force tore through the air and slammed into Conan, reducing her corporal form to a fluttering mass of papier-mâché. He then raised his hand to the rapidly converging tide of iron sand that sought to strike while his attention was elsewhere. Chibaku Tensei. A pitch-black orb of nothingness took shape in yet another outstretched palm and shot through the air with a thundering crack. As it struck the wall of metallic dust, the localized gravity well greedily sucked in everything it could. Sand, stone, and glass alike vanished in an instant, pressed into absolute oblivion by one of the 4 primal forces of the universe. Naruto then turned his attention to Sasori. Bansho Tenin. The puppet master found himself jerked off his feet and dragged through the air towards a hurricane of chakra-manifested fists. But at the last second, a smile played over the man's face. As soon as the boy's fist connected him, his body unraveled into hundreds of sizzling explosive tags. The tags detonated with thundering roar of flame that seethed to nearly the height of a building. Naruto, his chakra construct beginning to crack like glass from Sasori and Conan's Richter scale level combination attack, was thrown clear into craterside wall. As he pulled himself free to a shaky base, he could see that the sky was nearly blotted out by the forms of Sasori's puppets. As the machines dove down on him with outstretched blades, he slammed his hands into the ground. Chikashodo. Smoke gushed from the summoning seal that materialized on the ground. Birthed from the vapor was a great twin-headed dog who launched itself into the fray with savage bloodlust. Its massive jaws snapped at the air, crushing puppets 2 and 3 at a time, bellowing and howling as their toxin-slathered blades pierced its flesh, but was otherwise unrelenting in its attack. The puppets that managed to make it past the summon were dispatched in short order by chakra constructs' blinding speed and inhuman strength, suffering the same fate that Sasori had earlier as they were beaten into little more than dust. By this time Conan had been able to reconstruct her body, but the battle was beginning to take its toll on her. She was breathing hard. A thin sheen of sweat coated her normally emotionless face, and her senses were consumed by pain. She was running out of chakra and couldn't take another direct hit from a Shinra Tensei without suffering massive damage. From her position above, she could tell that Sasori wasn't faring much better. The crater had become a graveyard for his ruined puppets, who were being sacrificed in droves just to keep Naruto distracted. He was low on resources, chakra, and plans, and although their opponent appeared to be slowing down, albeit slightly, it wasn't going to be enough unless she began fighting with the intent to kill. The woman scowled. Conan had raised Naruto. She'd clothed him, fed him, and sheltered him. Against her best judgment, she had grown to love him. She was the closest thing he had to a mother, and he was the closest thing she had to a son. It was a cruelty beyond imagining, a pain beyond description that it fell to her to end his life. In that moment she hated Nagato. She truly hated him with all that she had, for making her choose between her oldest friend and the boy that she saw as her son. Her heart brimmed with rage and sadness, and were she not in the middle of battle, the normally stoic Conan, the angel of Amigakure, would have fallen to her knees and wept for the first time since Yahiko's death. She had no choice. If she didn't fight with the intent to kill, then she would meet her own end here in the deserts of Suna. Dance of the Shikigami, white downpour. Thousands upon unending thousands of paper spears pelted down upon Naruto and his summon. The ear-splitting screech of wind chakra accompanied every javelin, easily punching straight though the summoned hound who died with a helpless yowl and vanished just as quickly as it had come. The boy threw up his hands. Shinra Tensei. The barrage was knocked aside, but still more spears rained down on him. Again, he deflected them with his Rinnegan, but the spears kept raining down like a ceaseless hailstorm. They struck his chakra construct, glancing off its form but not without producing a growing spider web of cracks that grew steadily larger and larger with each impact. That was his weakness. Even if the recharge time of his Shinra Tensei was lessened to that of a second, he still wasn't able to defend against a continual stream of fire. At least, that was true until the chakra construct's hands clapped together in 3 simultaneous seals. Heavenly creation of all things, Kamui. Blood began to leak from Naruto's right eye, and instantly the spears caught nothing but open air. There was no artful dodge or well-timed parry. The paper missiles just passed straight through him as though he didn't exist and buried themselves in the sand behind him. Heavenly creation of all things, Amaterasu. Had she been any closer, Conan would have died that night. She felt the spike of chakra long before she saw its effects and discorporated into a cloud of paper purely on reflex. The resulting blaze of ebon flame voraciously devoured the paper that it encountered and pelted down to the earth below. In a mere instant, the crater was set ablaze and the Suna desert was transformed into a blasted hellscape as the unquenchable fires quickly spread. Sasori was flushed out his cover of puppet corpses by the flames, and Conan reformed, taking her place next to him. Both spared a glance at the other. By this point Sasori had all but exhausted his expansive reserve of puppets, and Conan was bleeding freely from multiple lacerations on her body and was dangerously low on chakra. Their opponent on the other side of crater was faring little better. Blood was now leaking from both of Naruto's eyes, and his chakra construct was badly damaged, sometimes even vanishing from existence entirely before reappearing. One way or another, this battle was about to end. Naruto's chakra construct wove 3 simultaneous seals, and his Rinnegan eyes turned towards the heavens. Tengai Shinsei. The ground trembled and shook violently as the storm clouds above parted to reveal a massive meteorite, nearly a full mile in diameter, ripping through the atmosphere at devastating speeds. With his massive chakra reserves utterly spent on this last-ditch suicide attack, Naruto fell to his knees and pitched forward into the sand as the hungry flames steadily grew closer and closer to his motionless form. Conan and Sasori sprang into action immediately. The puppet master wove seals so fast that they dissolved into a blur, causing black iron sand to pour from the surrounding landscape in a torrential flood. Its first order of business was to snag Naruto away from the encroaching flames and deposit him at the pair's feet. It then swept outward, collecting as much of the black flame as it could before splitting apart again and again, reforming into an endless legion of flame-kissed drill bits numbering in the hundreds of thousands. With the last of her strength, Conan willed all her paper bombs into action. All of them. Everything she had. Years and years of work would be spent in this single instant. With numbers to rival that of Sasori's drills, they spread from her body and wrapped inward on themselves again, taking the form of spears. Were they to survive, her bombs would have to pierce deep into the very heart of the meteor. She fell to her knees as she felt consciousness beginning to leave her body, but held on through sheer willpower alone. With a telltale shriek, wind chakra coated the shafts of each of her bombs, and with the last of her energy, she let the missiles fly upward toward the heavens. Sasori's timing was perfect. The instant before she let loose her salvo, he released his own torrent of flame-coated drill bits. The combination attack blasted through the sky at near supersonic speeds, impacting the descending meteorite with horrific force and then continuing onward to bore deep within its mass. The resulting explosion was so powerful that the tremors shattered windows throughout Sunagakure, and could be felt even as far away as Kanehagakure. The wind chakra served as a perfect concentrated fuel for the black flames of Amaterasu as well as the paper bombs, and enclosed within the confines of the meteor, that pressure had nowhere to go except outward. With the last of his chakra, Sasori fabricated a dome of iron to shield the trio from the blast. The shockwave all but crushed their protective shield, and Conan let out a shuddering cry as her eardrums burst from the sonic energy. Though, through some sort of miracle, the pair managed to survive alongside their captive Jinchuriki. As the barrier crumbled to the ground, the devastation became fully apparent. One of the fundamental laws of the universe was that energy could not be destroyed nor created. It was always perfectly conserved. Although the force of their combined attack was great, it had nowhere near enough energy to match that of a mile-wide meteorite. The result was that the heavenly body had been broken into smaller sections and blown to the four corners of Suna to hail down its destruction there instead of here. To make matters infinitely worse, those meteor chunks were wreathed in the inextinguishable flames of Amaterasu. The final result would be that the whole of Wind Country would burn for 7 days and 7 nights until the legendary flames of Amaterasu finally deemed fit to gutter out. Sasori's eyes, one completely shattered within its socket, looked down at Naruto's motionless form. This boy of less than a decade had nearly killed a pair of the most elite ninja in the world. He was powerful, far too powerful to be left to live. The leader was playing with an ancient force that he didn't fully comprehend, and if Sasori wasn't absolutely certain that he would have been hunted down and killed for his treachery, he would have simply cut the boy's throat and been done with it. In less than an hour, the entire shinobi forces of Wind Country and more than a few from Fire Country would be infesting this area. His plan had met with a spectacular failure, the likes of which he hadn't even begun to plan for, and for the first time in a long time he really didn't know what to do. Without ceremony, he plucked the ring from his left thumb and threw it before the still kneeling Conan. She locked eyes with him. "Betrayal is punishable by death," she murmured, but there was no heat to her words. She was far too exhausted to follow through on her threat anyway. He gave a lackadaisical shrug, not wanting to waste any words on his deaf compatriot, before turning on his heel and beginning to hobble off. To her credit, Conan drew a kunai from her hip and lunged at the man, but her legs gave out halfway through and she fell to the ground, unable to regain her footing. The kunoichi grit her teeth as she reflected on Sasori's desertion. Although Nagato commanded the power of the Rinnegan, he was by no means a master. The eye of the Rakuto Sannin was his birthright, but he'd had no teacher while uncovering its powers. Even he didn't know the full extent of the eye was capable of, and now he'd brought a child, worse yet, a Jinchuriki into the mix. She looked down at the boy she'd come to think of as her son. She couldn't do this anymore. She couldn't turn a blind eye to his suffering and still claim that she cared for his well-being. For the past few decades Conan had been lying to herself, and only now, only after so much devastation and pain had been wrought, could she finally admit to herself that she'd lost both of her friends on that day so many years ago. The Nagato that she followed now had changed, morphed into someone that she could no longer recognize and someone that she could no longer bear to follow. Like Sasori before her, she too removed her ring and let it fall to the ground. It was such a simple act, but in that moment everything had changed. She was a traitor now, a missing nin who would be hunted like a dog for her crimes. She'd walked away from the only life she'd ever known, walked away from the only friend she still had. Now she had nothing, nothing except Naruto. She ran a hand through the boy's sweat-drenched hair and pulled him close. For the first time in her life, Conan cradled him in her arms the way a mother would her own child. And finally, with no one around, with no one to see her weakness, she silently wept for all that she had lost. 6 years. It had been 6 long years since their search began. The dim flickering of the firelight revealed a stooped figure. Monstrous was an adequate descriptor. Freakish would have been equally acceptable. With his teeth sharpened, his muscles bulging unnaturally, and his face nearly hidden from view beneath a wild mane of silver that may have once been called a beard, Jiraiya was barely a shadow of the man he used to be. The form was necessary. With a near-constant influx of nature chakra courtesy of the twin toads that had taken up permanent residence on his shoulders, the sage found his senses magnified 1,000-fold. Not a whisper of life nor a single blade of grass could escape his notice while in this state. But for all his sensory acuity, all the endless hunting, and all the hardship and sacrifice that he and his pair of students had been forced to endure, they had come up empty-handed yet again. He was beginning to fear that his godson had been lost forever. From his resting place at the center of the trio's camp, the Sannin flitted his toad-like gaze to the first of his pupils. Kakashi the Copy Nin had become his tether to reality against the despair and frustrations that threatened to overwhelm him on a daily basis. His student had proven to be invaluable in their search for Naruto. He was thorough, intelligent, and, most of all, utterly ruthless. His single-minded drive to find Minato's son was both heartwarming and horrifying to watch as the former ANBU captain molded himself into a perfect killing machine under Jiraiya's careful tutelage. Sacrifices had been made. The trademark headband that he'd once worn to cover his borrowed Sharingan was the first thing to go. Having a limit to the amount of time he could use his eye each day was a weakness that was utterly unacceptable if they were to complete their mission. He'd left it behind at the village when they'd first embarked on their quest more than half a decade ago, and had sworn to only allow the mark of honor to grace his brow once Naruto had been found and returned to his rightful home. The training had been torturous. In the first few months, Kakashi had nearly killed himself through chakra exhaustion more than a dozen times. Through his suffering, though, had come a well of great strength. His Sharingan was truly his now, and Copy Nin's eye had evolved to such an extent that even a full-blooded Uchiha would have been hard-pressed to match his visual prowess. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Even with her death, Rin had continued to watch over him. At the time, the emotional anguish had been so strong that it had rendered him catatonic, but through that intense moment of pain, Kakashi had gained more power than most men could achieve throughout an entire lifetime. His Hishiate was the first piece of himself that he'd left behind on their mission to find the missing son of the Yondaime. The second was his summoning contract. He'd left his hounds behind after so many faithful years of service. The day that Kakashi had annulled their long-standing contract was a grim day. It was raining, Jiraiya recalled, appropriate for the events that transpired shortly thereafter. A small ceremony was held just outside some no-name village in the wilds of grass country. Kakashi had built a small pyre, burned incense, and had made offerings to honor the spirits that had granted him protection thus far before summoning the Queen of the Wolves. Neither of them had said anything at the time. The Okami was an entity of unfathomable wisdom. She'd already known why she was being summoned. Both had thrown blood upon the fire in an act of ritual disowning, and the Wolf Queen had turned, an air of sadness about her, before disappearing into the reeds never to be seen again. The embers on that ceremonial fire hadn't even grown cold by the time Kakashi's signature was signed and dried on Gamabunta's contract. There was no way around it. The hounds couldn't teach him the art of the sage the way Fukasaku could, and they would need that power in order to find Naruto. The Copy Nin's training in the art of senjutsu had been progressing rapidly over the past few years. Kakashi was a person of steely resolve and had an inner stillness that was more befitting those who followed the path of the Buddha rather than the corpse-strewn path of the ninja. He could achieve a near-perfect state of sage mode, albeit only for the briefest of moments, that transformed him into death incarnate. He'd long since surpassed Minato in the art of the sage, and although Jiraiya was loath to admit it, and thus besmirched the honor of his fallen student, Kakashi was clearly superior in the technique and could very nearly rival him. Jiraiya let his eyes fall upon his other student. Although the boy had only recently joined their cause, he was yet another diamond in the rough, and perhaps the brightest shining star of the Leaf Village. Uchiha Itachi was the very definition of a genius. He excelled at everything. He was powerful far beyond his years and fiercely intelligent. Every obstacle they encountered was toppled by him with ease. Any setback that befell them only served to increase his experience, and any training that he was given became second nature to the boy in a matter of days. He'd mastered the Rinnegan in a single day, copied all of the Copy Nin's famed thousand jutsu, and wielded his recently awakened Mangekyo Sharingan like he'd been born with it. Although he hadn't signed the Toad's contract, he'd still managed to stand toe-to-toe with a senjutsu-imbued Kakashi and even managed to win a few of their spars. And to top it all off, the young Uchiha was only 13. He was light years ahead of Kakashi when he was at that age, and the Toad Sannin had no doubts that in a few years Itachi may very well rival the power of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Yet, for all their power and brilliance, Naruto was smoke. He was vapor in the wind, and the trio were playing the part of the jester and trying to catch him with their bare hands. Here and there they would hear rumors and whispers of him. Blonde hair and blue eyes, a rarity in most lands, coupled with those distinctive facial scars. But every lead that they latched onto would end with failure. This time it would be different. At least that's what the trio told themselves. Jiraiya's spy network had tipped them off that a boy about Naruto's age with blonde hair and scars on his cheeks had been spotted in the deserts of along the border of Amigakure. It wasn't a lot to go on, but it was all they had. All their other sources had turned up as dead ends. It was troubling, though. The boy that his spies had seen had been described as wearing a black robe with red clouds on it, the uniform of an Akatsuki terrorist. He'd heard rumors of the group here and there and knew well enough to leave them alone for the time being. But this was an opportunity that they couldn't afford to ignore. They were desperate at this point. The boy had simply vanished, and no amount of searching, bribery, or threatening would bring him back. Until today, that is. Jiraiya was just about to turn in for the night when he felt it. He'd always assumed that when he finally caught Naruto's trail it would be faint, barely noticeable, even with the enhancements of Honored Sage Mode. But he was wrong. The boy's chakra, an unforgettable unification of Kishuna's endless stamina, Minato's power, and the Kyuubi's menacing presence, slammed down on him in unrelenting waves that threatened to physically pound him into submission. There was something else too, something ancient, something far more powerful than anything Jiraiya had ever felt before, that pressed in on his senses from every direction. "Jiraiya-chan!" Fukasaku called from his shoulder, but the Sannin had already sprung into action. Sage chakra flooded every cell in his body as he ran, each footfall leaving a thundering crater in his wake as flew more than ran toward the source of the chakra. A gray-black blur shot past him. Kakashi, no doubt. Even now, in this most dire of moments, the Koppinin's speed left him in awe as the man more or less teleported with each earth-shattering Sage Mode enhanced step. Although he wasn't fueled by Senjutsu, the young Uchiha managed to remain hot on Jiraiya's tail. His Sharingan eyes whirled madly as Itachi's body all but dissolved into a mass of fluttering raven wings and jet-black feathers as he pumped as much chakra into his legs as he could possibly muster. Only in retrospect would the young Leaf Nin realize that he'd unwittingly copied the speed of fallen friend Shursui. But in the heat of the moment, adrenaline and endorphins took over his rational mind. The feeling of Naruto's chakra surged, becoming impossibly stronger, and the three war-hardened Leaf Nin suddenly found themselves taken aback as they watched a gargantuan meteor plummet towards the earth just on the horizon. They weren't afraid. They'd traveled too far, searched for too long, and given up far too much to retreat now. All three of them rushed ever onward as the meteor detonated mid-flight with a bone-shattering bang, the kind of explosion so loud that you could feel it reverberate through your bones, and sprayed stones encased in ebon-black flame to the very ends of the earth. One such meteoroid came plunging at the trio out of the sky, a great raptor cloaked in shadow and flame, meaning to spell their end. Not now. Not after everything they'd been, though. Itachi's left eye began to well with blood as he willed the fires to dissipate. Amaterasu! The flames seethed for an instant before suddenly growing still and fading from existence entirely. With only a 20-ton meteoroid screaming towards their group, Kakashi took care of the rest. He paused for the briefest of seconds, only remaining still long enough to accumulate enough nature chakra to enter Sage Mode, before launching himself toward the falling star. Lightning burgeoned to life within his palm, flashing and shrieking like a raging beast as it inflamed itself to the point where it may have been considered to be a falling star itself, before he smashed the Senjutsu-enhanced Raikiri into the meteoroid's surface. With a cacophonous crash, the extraterrestrial stone was a reduced shower of still-glowing stardust that pelted down around the group like a veritable hailstorm. The trio evaded, destroyed, or otherwise nullified the torrent of molten rock with preternatural ease as they neared a central crater, massive in scope, that obviously housed their quarry which had eluded them for 6 years prior. Kakashi was the first to descend and thus the first to see their bounty. Naruto. It was him. Unquestionably, it was him. Even garbed in a terrorist's cloak of red and black and studded with unnatural black bars and rings, this was truly the son of Minato. His Mangekyo Sharingan locked gaze with that of the badly beaten azure-haired woman who cradled the boy even as the black flames encroached on them from all sides. Death to those who stand before us. We must return Minato-sensei's child to the throne of Konoha. The Kapinin snapped into a well-practiced stance as nature chakra once again flooded his being. With a horrible scream, twin Raikiris, both nearly the size of a full-grown man, flared to life in the Sharingan wielder's hands. When he struck, he moved so fast that air itself gave way with a sonic boom. Conan, with scarcely any strength left in her body, did the only thing that she could to protect the boy clasped to her chest, and turned her back so that she would receive the full brunt of the thunderous onslaught that now ripped towards her. Had he not had his Sharingan active, Kakashi would have missed the sacrificial gesture and proceeded to vaporize Conan without resistance. As it was, his attack stopped a hair's breadth away from the Amigakure defector. His eyes, one human, one the flashing, whirling form of the Mangekyo Sharingan, met Conan's tear-streaked face as she pulled Naruto closer to her chest. In that instant, he knew that she was not their enemy, and with a rather anticlimactic flick of his wrists, the pair of Sage Mode empowered Raikiri guttered out and vanished altogether. It was only a scant few heartbeats before the Sage Mode enhanced Jiraiya arrived on the scene, followed shortly thereafter by a ragged-looking Itachi. For a moment Jiraiya could hardly believe it. Conan, he whispered in confusion. He'd never thought that he would see the young origami wielder again, let alone as a full-grown woman with his student's child wrapped in her embrace. For her part, Conan was just as dumbstruck as the Sannin who stood before her. Though he had attained a horrific form, and the beard that he now had threatened to reach his knees, there was no mistaking him. She ran through a range of emotions: joy, anger, resentment, fear. This was her sensei from when she was just a girl. When he'd left them that fateful day, she was convinced that she would see him again. He'd left them alone in the middle of a war. She knew that it wasn't his responsibility to look out for them. He wasn't their father, not by a long shot, but they'd all cared for him as though he was. It was painful to see him go. She'd always wished that they'd had more time together, but now that she was face to face with him again, she wasn't ready. Their reunion would have to wait. The last of Conan's strength finally left her body, and she crumpled around the boy, unable to do anything else. In the panic of their rescue, no one sensed the plant-like figure who'd merged back into the ground and vanished without a trace. XXXXX. Naruto let loose a scream of pure agony as he came to on the sewer floor. The horrible, torturous memoirs of the slave girl played through his mind over and over again in an endless loop as he instinctually threw out wave upon wave of force out in all directions. The Ninetales watched the display with a sadistic grin as his jailer thrashed atop the murky water with wild, helpless abandon. However, a sharp look from his father's ringed gaze soon erased the smirk from the Bijuu's lips, and the fox watched the boy's suffering with a sort of resigned empathy. The sage approached the still screaming boy. For the briefest of seconds, the pair locked legendary eyes, before Naruto struck. 5 seconds. That was the absolute limit between castings. He let loose Shinra Tensei after Shinra Tensei to no avail as the sage approached his kneeling form. Each blast that the boy generated was just as easily batted aside by a casual flick of Hagoromo's hand as he closed the distance between himself and the boy. The sage of the Six Paths gently, graciously, placed his outstretched palm upon the forehead of the still screaming Naruto, and willed his actions into reality. All at once, the boy went still. His cries of suffering ceased, his body relaxed, and gradually he turned his Rinnegan eyes to meet those of the legend who stood before him. For a long while Naruto didn't say anything. He couldn't. His head simply hurt too much to form a coherent thought. His mind was foggy and all his senses burned and throbbed. It was as though his skull had been filled with scalding steam. Everything was light and airy, as though he was caught somewhere in the twilight between waking and dreaming. However, the pounding migraine that throbbed in time to his heartbeat told him that this was very real. He was forgetting something, that much he knew, but he was hard-pressed to remember what it was. It was as though the other Rinnegan wielder had simply reached down and plucked a moment from his life as easy as one would pick fruit from a vine. There were fragments, little more than bits and pieces, but he remembered some of it. He had fought with Katsuro. There was pain. So much pain. Enough to break him. And then came the anger. A furious anger that took root in his heart and ignited his soul in a furnace of white-hot rage. There had been a few times during his training when Naruto had called upon the power of the Kyuubi. The crimson chakra of the nine-tailed fox was all at once invigorating and terrifying. Under its influence he felt like he could do anything. Pain and fatigue were forgotten. That wasn't to say that he couldn't feel his body cry out for mercy. His muscles ached and screamed against their continued use when he dipped into that pool of red chakra. He just simply didn't care about his suffering anymore. All that mattered was his need to destroy. The feelings that he'd felt when the white chakra had taken hold of him had eclipsed those previous feelings of rage the way the sun eclipsed a candle. And the power. No human had words to describe the amount of power that flooded his veins in that moment. If Kami truly existed, then it was a feeling. That feeling. And not some old man who lived in the clouds. The rest of it was just flashes. He watched with a sort of lazy detachment as his body moved on its own to engage his teachers. They were slow, so pitifully slow, to defend against his attacks. It was almost as if time around him had ceased to move. Every heartbeat thundered in his ears like it would last for an eternity as he brushed through their defenses completely unopposed. Their guards were weak, their techniques shoddy at best. It was as if he could see what would happen before it happened. Another shred of memory fluttered across his mind. The look in Conan's eyes when she brought the heavens themselves down on top of him. He'd seen that look before. It was the same look that Katsuro had had when he was lunging for his throat. Those warm amber eyes that had always looked at him such with patience and kindness were as cold as the depths of winter when they'd met on the battlefield. A pang of grief filled his chest, and he did his best to brush it aside as he usually did, but he couldn't get the feeling to leave him completely. "Boy!" The voice was soft yet commanding as it drew him back to the here and now. "Your name?" Naruto's guard was immediately up as he leapt back more on instinct than conscious decision. His hand was raised, Shinra Tensei ready to fire at the slightest hint of aggression, but the older man simply stared back at him. His face was impossible to read, but his relaxed posture did a little to put the boy at ease. "Naruto," he replied. "I have no clan name." "Yes, you do." There was no malice or accusation in the sage's response, just a statement of fact. "You've simply forgotten it." The boy's jaw tightened a bit. None of that matters right now. He took a quick look around the sewer, allowing his eyes to linger for a moment on the massive caged bijou who stood behind the man. "What is this place?" "A construct, to put it simply." He gestured to the walls around them. "These are mental barriers given tangible form by your subconscious. An altered state of perception in a certain sense." Naruto traced the edges of the room with his peripheral vision, never letting the man out of his sight. "Like a dream. Or something close to that," the sage replied. "More like the dream of another that you have accidentally stumbled into. A pocket of een generated by the Rinnegan to house your mind while you recover from your injuries." The boy nodded slowly. It was apparent that he still didn't really understand, but at this point it didn't really matter where he was. There was no clear way out of this place, and struggling to break free likely wouldn't yield any results. Flashes of the battle once again flitted across his eyes, and he recaptured the gaze of the older man. "What happened?" The Akatsuki patriarch ran a cawed hand through his beard. "You activated a defense mechanism. It's one of the most powerful abilities that the Rinnegan provides its user with." Naruto frowned. "Explain." "Jigakudo." The sage responded with a flick of his hand, causing a fearsome face-like wall to flash into being in a swath of violet flame. The boy immediately let loose the crushing wave of force that he'd been holding onto, but just as before the man swatted it aside with nothing more than mild annoyance. "One of the 6 paths," the man continued, completely unfazed by the sudden attack. "The path of hell which grants its user dominion over those who reside on the far shore." Naruto took a few steps back. The action did nothing. No amount of distance that he put between himself and this man would grant him victory, but the action made him feel slightly safer if nothing else. The far shore. The land where spirits reside after shedding their husks of crude matter. The afterlife is what your kind know it as. At that, Naruto couldn't hold back the scoff that forced itself from his throat. The afterlife? He questioned incredulously. A curt nod was his only answer. There's no such thing, the boy deadpanned. The sage gave a dismissive wave of his hand and said nothing more on the matter. Some things were and some things were not. Arguing this fact was pointless. Seeing that the man had nothing more to say on the matter, Naruto refocused back on the pair's previous topic. What do you mean? How did Jigakudo let me do those things? It forced you into the ascendant Rinnegan state. With another wave of his hand, the king of hell vanished in rush of flame just as quickly as it had come. To put it plainly, it is a type of fugue state that a wielder of the Rinnegan falls into after experiencing severe mental or physical trauma. In this state, the wielder activates the path of hell to allow a spirit of the far shore to inhabit their body for short time. The spirit's abilities and experiences become your own for as long as they possess your body. The sage paused to let the boy absorb all this. In your case, you summoned me. The Rakudo Sennin. Naruto's well-trained facade of cold indifference fell away completely as ringed eyes went impossibly wide. That power. That was you? The sage shook his head.
No.
That was an echo, barely a shadow of my former self. Were you to try and channel my full strength, you would unquestionably die. Are you sure? For the first time in their encounter, Hagoromo showed a small hint of emotion as the corners of his lips turned up ever so slightly. I am. The Ascendant Rinnegan state is the most powerful ability that the Rinnegan can grant, but its power comes at a grave price. Naruto frowned and tilted his head in ignorance. The power you channel is not your own. When you enter that state, you are granted a weapon without equal, but that does not mean that the weapon recognizes you as its master. The borrowed chakra within you surges, railing against your tissues and chakra coils until they reach their breaking point. The damage it causes to the body and mind is catastrophic. Naruto froze. A cold sensation of dread settled in the pit of his stomach. I feel fine though. You are disconnected from your body in this place and so you feel nothing. But when you wake you will feel the effects of the ascendant state. Pain, disorientation, loss of memory. Those who give themselves over to the souls of the far shore often return missing pieces of themselves. So you're saying I'll come back different? There was a slight tremor in the young Rinnegan wielder's voice as he asked. Perhaps. You were unstable before inviting my consciousness into your body, and the things that you have experienced would be enough to change even the strongest man had I not forcibly suppressed those memories. A far-off look entered the boy's eyes and the sage was quick to jar him back to reality. Leave it. Do not question it and do not try to remember. What your mind needs right now is time to heal, and that cannot happen if you insist on pulling at your stitches. Some things, the things that you have seen, are better left forgotten. Naruto nodded, trying to regain some of his composure. What do I do now? Live, the spirit replied simply. Do as you creatures of the flesh always do, and live in any way you can. The feeling of haziness intensified for Naruto and the edges of his vision began to grow brighter and brighter. Then all went white. XXXXX. A thin sheen of sweat had begun to form on the young Uchiha's brow as he continued to funnel his life-giving chakra into Naruto's unconscious form. He was by no means a medic, but all members of ANBU had received at least a basic crash course in medical ninjutsu. With a few more months of training, he might have even excelled given his above-average chakra control and his ability to perceive the flow of chakra using his Sharingan. But right now it took all his effort just to keep the boy stable. They'd moved Naruto and the azure-haired woman that Jiraiya-sensei had seemed to know a few miles closer to the border between the land of wind and the land of rivers. They'd had to. The flames had been too close to treat them in the crater where they had been found. A few more minutes and they all would have burned to death even with his intervention on their behalf. He would have gone blind long before he was able to extinguish that much fire. It had been touch and go from that moment onwards. Naruto's heart had stopped as they were transporting the pair, prompting both he and Kakashi-senpai to perform emergency field surgery on the boy. The damage his body had endured was unreal. Had he seen these kinds of injuries on anyone else, Itachi would have left them to their fate and moved on to a patient that he could actually help. The boy's circulatory system was shredded beyond recognition. He was bleeding into his body cavities from every conceivable location, and his muscles had been torn to ribbons. It was as if he'd opened 7 of the 8 inner gates all in one go, and try as he might, Itachi couldn't keep up with the bleeding. Kakashi was the only thing that spared Naruto from death that day. His blood type was O+, the universal donor. Performing a transfusion in the field was dangerous for both parties. The environment was hardly sterile, and the chance of infection was high, but a moment of hesitation would have proven to be a death sentence for the boy. Kakashi's senjutsu-fueled mystical palm technique and 2 pints of blood had been enough to bring the boy out of the woods for the time being. But even now he required constant attention. His breathing was ragged, his lungs had been badly damaged during his fight, and pulse was still rapid, which still indicated low blood volume. The woman had fared slightly better, though not by a lot. She'd been beaten badly if her injuries were an indicator. Her arms had been broken, both ulna and radius in the left, and radius and humerus the right. Left tibia cracked. Left ribs 5 through 7 broken. Eardrums ruptured. Severe internal injuries. Again, Itachi was amazed that she'd lived this long. At the moment, she was stable and under Jiraiya's watchful eye, but her condition could change in an instant. A raspy series of choking coughs from his patient drove the passing thoughts from his mind as he instinctually activated his Sharingan and lowered his head to the young Namikaze's chest. No breath sounds on his right side. Pneumothorax. He's bleeding into his lung. Itachi had no time for hesitation as he whipped out a surgical scalpel, cut the tattered garb from the boy's chest, doused his tool and the surgical site with iodine, and traced a short but deep line parallel with the gap between Naruto's 4th and 5th rib. Blood poured from the wound like a well, but the boy's breathing returned to normal and Itachi went about knitting the flesh back together with chakra. A few minutes passed before his patient suddenly began to stir. Ow wow! The boy groaned weakly as his eyes fluttered open. Pain inundated every fiber of his being, and he was so sapped of strength that he couldn't even force his eyes to focus on the blurry figure that leaned over him. Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi-senpai, he's awake, the Sharingan wielder called out before returning his attention to Naruto. My name is Itachi. Do you remember your name? Naruto. The boy clipped out as he again tried to focus his eyes to no avail. If this man wanted him dead, there was nothing he could do to stop him anyway. No clan name, he added as he recalled his conversation with the sage. The ascendant Rinnegan state was not a technique to be used lightly. His whole body felt like it had been thrown through an abattoir. Just breathing seemed like an impossible chore right now, and the frustration was mounting as he couldn't shake the cobwebs from his eyes. I can't see. He squinted at the figure above him as 2 others suddenly appeared. Your eyes were bleeding when we found you. The Uchiha rested a pair of fingers on the boy's carotid. Beating too fast still. He needs blood again or he's gonna pass out. He turned his eyes to Kakashi. The man was pale. He'd already given too much blood, and the effort of trying to keep both Naruto and the woman alive was wearing him down. If he asked, Itachi knew that Kakashi would give up more blood without a second thought, but they couldn't risk having a 3rd patient on their hands. Keep him talking. Don't let him fall unconscious again. Naruto. The ANBU captain's voice was stern and jarring against the haze that had begun to overtake the boy. Who is the woman we found you with? She was trying to protect you from the fire, but she was too injured to move. Fire! The boy was obviously in a daze. The black fire. Amaterasu, the Uchiha confirmed. Where did the fire come from, Naruto? Were you attacked by someone with red eyes?
No.
The boy mumbled. I made the fire. Needed to get her off me somehow. Jiraiya had murder in his eyes when he looked back at Conan's motionless body. Did Conan attack you, Naruto? Naruto shook his head, sending a lance of pain through his neck.
No.
I attacked them. She was defending herself. His Rinnegan eyes snapped open wide, and for a few moments the trio were frozen in shock. The Toad Sage felt his chest grow tight. Dear Kami, what happened to you, Naruto? He made a move to sit up only for Kakashi to force him back down. None of them had missed the confession that he had been fighting multiple opponents and they needed information immediately. Questions about the boy's eyes could be asked later. Don't move, the Kapinin ordered. You've already died once when we were moving you. Right now you need to rest. Naruto ignored him as he continued to struggle weakly. Is she okay? Is Conan-chan okay? She's hurt but stable for now, the Sannin answered. Naruto, we need to know what we're up against. What happened out there? Jigakudo, he whispered. Jiraiya shared an uneasy glance with his students. I don't understand, Naruto, you have to explain it to me. The path of hell grants dominion over the spirits of the far shore. Ascendant Rinnegan state, Rikudo Sannin, borrowed his power. Naruto's breaths were becoming shallow. Kakashi fished out a syringe of epinephrine, synthetic adrenaline, and injected it into the boy's arm. Stay with us, Naruto. Who was the other person that you were fighting? Sasori-sensei. The boy groaned as the serum flooded his body with an uneasy energy. Again the trio were forced to give pause.
Akasuna no Sasori.
Kakashi confirmed. The boy nodded weakly. Is he okay? He's fine, Jiraiya interjected. Was he trying to capture you? Naruto shook his head again.
No.
He was trying to live. I attacked them. He would have died if he didn't fight. The Sannin let out a sigh of relief. Naruto, we're going to take you home. The kunai was in the boy's hand before there was a chance to blink, but Itachi was quick to catch Naruto's arm and pin it to the ground. I'm not going back, he screamed as his chakra began to surge from seemingly nowhere. You can't make me go back to him. A shrill whistle from Itachi, the universal shinobi call for attention, drew Naruto's gaze. Konoha! The normally soft-spoken Uchiha prodigy yelled as the boy thrashed against them and then began to still. We're taking you back to Konoha, your real home. His muscles went slack. Home? He questioned. You're not going to take me back to him? The Uchiha shook his head and the boy let out a breath that he hadn't known he was holding in. The Rinnegan wielder had finally begun to calm down when a drop of rain struck his skin. Another came followed closely by another. Each one stung his skin like boiling acid as his heart began to race even faster. He knew this jutsu. Rain Tiger at will. His hair stood on end as he began to struggle against Kakashi. He stretched out with his senses. This was his technique too, after all. It was all too easy for him to send out what little chakra that he'd mustered into droplets that had begun to pelt steadily downward on them. Oh God, he could see them coming through the leader's eyes. Contact front. 500 feet and closing. He closed his eyes immediately lest he give away their position to the enemy. Two-man squad. Both opponents higher than Kaga level. He began to rattle off anything he thought would give them an edge as the trio took up defensive positions around their patients. One has the Rinnegan. It's the animal path. He can summon the others. Linked vision. All chakra natures. Summons weapon that can disrupt chakra. 200 feet and closing. The other is Uchiha Madara. Space-time ninjutsu. Intangibility. Fire chakra nature. Jiraiya flashed through the seals for his summoning technique.
Kuchiyose no jutsu.
The Frog Clan elders erupted from two plumes of smoke on his shoulders. Jiraiya-chan, what are we facing? Shima yelled as her husband began to immediately mold nature chakra to fuel their summoner's transformation. Two high-level opponents. Naruto says one is Uchiha Madara. The other wields the Rinnegan. Kami above. The Toad matriarch whispered under her breath as she began to funnel her own nature chakra to Jiraiya. Here they come. Itachi called out as his eyes whirled into the form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi's eyes, both regular and Mangekyo, took on a distinctive golden hue as he entered a near-perfect state of sage mode. This was going to be bad. Conan's eyes fluttered open just in time for the pair to enter the clearing. Though she was dazed and her body felt like was about to break apart at any moment, but she still had the wherewithal to realize what was going on. Nagato, I'm so sorry, Nagato. You were my oldest friend. I thought I could do anything for you, but I can't. I won't. The angel of Amigakure tried to force her body into action, but it wouldn't heed her call. I won't let you take him again. Madara with his Sharingan. Pain with his Rinnegan. Their eyes bored holes straight through the three-man squad in front of them and settled on the boy that they were protecting. The leader then shifted his view to the Sannin. "It's been a long time, Jiraiya-sensei. You have something that belongs to us, and we will be taking him back now." The toad Sannin slammed his hand into the ground, causing a massive column of smoke to erupt beneath him. A sharp hiss of steel against wood echoed from the fog as Gamabunta withdrew his massive tanto from its sheath. "You and what army, kid?" the toad boss threatened. Pain simply mirrored his teacher's actions and slammed his palms to the ground. "This army."
Kuchiyose no jutsu.
The battle began with a literal bang as air itself thickened and surged outwards towards the Konoha trio and Gamabunta. A shrieking hiss of ringing steel was the toad boss's rebuttal. His tanto flashed through the air so fast that it left contrails in its wake as he attempted to parry the Shinra Tensei with an expert flick of his blade. Attempted being the operative word. A sharp pain shot through Bunta's wrists as his blade rattled harshly against the strength of the technique. It had as if he'd struck a mountain with his counterblow. He widened his stance and dug his feet deep into the earth, but it wasn't enough to keep the giant toad from being pushed back to the edge of the Shinra Tensei's range. The enemy saw their opportunity to take the ground that had been given up and raced forward. True to Iajutsu form, Bunta resheathed his blade before whipping the steel behemoth free towards the swarm of Rinnegan wielders that now rushed towards him. The blow came so quickly that it was nearly impossible to dodge with speed alone. It was a common misconception that the massive boss summons were slower than their smaller subordinates, but this was entirely false. It was because they were so big that they could cover so much ground with such a small expenditure of energy on their part. Unfortunately, because of their size, it was also easy for a well-trained ninja to take note of their striking pattern and avoid it. 2 of the 6 paths ducked under the blade and tumbled back to their feet as they rode the impact shockwave closer to their targets. The other 3 merely vaulted the blade in an impressive display of acrobatic ability. The last pane had hung back behind the rest of the main group, an act which immediately set the Konoha team's danger senses on high alert. Uchiha Madara was nowhere to be seen. "Bunta! Oil!" the toad Sannin yelled as he began to run through signs. "You got it, kid?" A torrential flood of amber-hued liquid gushed from the summon's mouth and was quickly set ablaze into a massive flood of white-hot napalm and boiling grease. The scale of the attack was such that it could easily incinerate an entire army. It was the kind of attack that spelt the end of a battle. Against the Rinnegan, it was nothing. The Predapath swung its arms open wide in what appeared to be a suicidal gesture until the crashing waves of flame came within a few feet of its body. Then suddenly they were gone. It was as though the blazing sea had crossed some sort of invisible barrier that had caused it to wink out of existence entirely. In the wake of safe ground behind the Predapath, the animal path once again slammed its palms to the ground. Smoke erupted from the summoning array and cleared quickly to reveal the abhorrent form of a colossal drill-beaked bird of prey. An ear-splitting shriek echoed through the clearing as the great bird took to the sky with yet another path securely affixed to its back with chakra. Slats on the forearms of the Azure path slid way to reveal a pair of long metal tubes mounted atop a platform of whirring and clicking gears. The tubes flared to life with a series of sharp mechanical snaps as they breathed a stream of hot lead down toward the Sannin and his summon. For Butna, the attack was more of an annoyance than a threat, but the bullets were sharp and their speed was great enough to pierce his thick hide and leave a ragged trail of bloody holes where they touched down. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was forced to avoid the stream of fire lest he be torn apart by the storm of metal. He'd begun to retaliate and was just about to form the final seal of his jutsu, when a leather-clad hand erupted from Toad that he was standing on. Madara took hold of Jiraiya's throat in an inhumanly strong grip and slammed him to the ground, but the sage was quick to retaliate. He lashed out with a kick to bring the Uchiha's legs out from underneath him, but Naruto's warning from before rang true in his ears as the sweep passed straight through his opponent's body. The man's index fingers came together in a point and he interlocked the rest into the sign of the Uma. An intake of breath and the sudden spike of chakra was the only warning that Jiraiya had before the jutsu was cast. Fire style. Majestic destroyer flame. The attack went off at less than 3 meters away, and it immediately felt like Jiraiya's body had been tossed into a blast furnace. The flames didn't even need to touch him to cause his clothing to begin to smoke and his hair to curl and burn as the Uchiha released the most powerful fire jutsu that the sage had ever seen. Fortunately, Shima had just finished weaving signs of her own. Senpo, Toad Gun. The liquid bullet that the Toad Elder had released was in no way comparable to the sheer mass of fire that rushed towards them, nor could she possibly hope to extinguish the flames. However, what her attack lacked in volume, it made up for it in terms of raw penetration. The cylinder of compressed water carved a tunnel of safety through their opponent's attack and still had ample strength to smash flesh and bone into jelly were it to strike its target. But just as before, the attack shot through Madara's intangible form and the man was weaving signs again. Jiraiya knew that he couldn't stay at range and risk taking fire from yet another high-level jutsu. He had to go on the offensive. He closed with senjutsu-enhanced speed and fired off a barrage of punches that forced his opponent to once again become immaterial. Each blow broke the air with a crack, but that was all that he managed to hit. Madara eyed him patiently, waiting for a break in his assault. A misstep, a single mistake, pattern in the attacks. That was all the Uchiha needed to retake the initiative in this fight. He saw his opening and struck. Jiraiya's head snapped to the side as Madara unleashed a thunderous cross-counter to his jaw. His legs went weak as his brain rattled inside his skull, and the intense radiating pain told him that his mandible was definitely broken, but that didn't keep a savage smirk from crossing his lips. The twin Toad Elders atop his shoulders let loose a deafening screech that caused Madara recoil, as if he'd been stabbed in the eardrums. On instinct, he activated his Sharingan to escape the auditory assault, but the feelings of nausea and vertigo only grew. Genjutsu, especially auditory genjutsu, was one of his few weak points. For Jiraiya to discover and exploit it so quickly spoke volumes of his skill. The Uchiha was forced to disengage as the effects became more pronounced and he began to lose feeling in his arms and legs. He dove back through the Toad Boss who had become their battlefield, giving Jiraiya just enough time to dodge out of the way as a series of missiles slammed into his summon. Gamabunta roared in pain as the projectiles detonated with a shower of burnt flesh and gore. The bullets may have been only a nuisance, but those rockets could do some serious damage, and the Great Toad could no longer stand his ground and continue to harass the other paths of pain while being bombarded from above. He leapt into the air just as their opponent released another salvo. With his blade, Gamabunta batted aside what projectiles he could and steeled himself against the painful impact that was sure to follow. A pair of fresh wounds were torn open by the explosive ordnance, but the Toad Boss was more than willing to take that trade as he brought his blade up through the bird's neck in a clean executioner's strike. The bird reverted to vapor with a pitiful squawk, suddenly leaving the azure path with no ground to stand on. Its legs folded back to reveal a pair of engines that roared to life with a blast of flame, but there was no time for it to generate the necessary thrust to evade the second part of his opponent's combination attack. Jiraiya came rocketing through the air, arm cocked back, holding a sky-blue orb of chakra that was nearly the size of a wrecking ball. He slammed the Rinnegan into his foe and watched with a certain satisfaction as the man's mechanical body was twisted like a rag doll before being flung back to earth with enough force to reduce his opponent to a smoking stain on the forest floor. The Sannin landed atop his summon's head once again, and the pair crashed to the ground with a resounding bang just in time to see the animal path bring its hands down once again.
Cuchillose no jutsu.
Booming footfalls echoed through the clearing. The smoke faded to reveal the form of a building-sized rhinoceros already in the middle of a dire charge straight for the Toad Boss and his summoner. "Bunta, handle that. I'll deal with the summoner." Jiraiya was gone before the Great Toad could reply. "If we live through this, you owe me a river of sake, you lousy brat." The amphibian huffed as he resheathed his tanto and waited for the enemy to enter his striking range. 3 paths of pain rushed toward the pair of Sharingan wielders. This was hardly a favorable engagement. The initial prospect of having to fight a trio high-level opponents while outnumbered 3-on-2 would have been bad enough. Having to take on that same trio after spending both blood and chakra was beginning to look like a losing battle. And then, on top of that, having to keep track of the injured defectors during the middle of a pitched melee seemed downright impossible. But ninja careers were built on doing the impossible, and Kakashi and Itachi would make their enemy pay dearly for every inch of ground that they took. The Kopinin ripped through the air like a gunshot as a crackling mass of ozone took shape in his hand. He meant to end the fight as quickly as possible, which meant that he'd be pulling out exclusively high-level techniques until he ran out of the chakra and stamina to use them. "That won't work," Naruto yelled as he struggled to get to his feet. His body begged him to lay back down with every ounce of pain that coursed through his system, but he ignored it. He could rest when he was dead. The Preta path can absorb ninjutsu, the human path can steal people's souls, and the Deva path can dash. Shinra Tensei, pain roared as Kakashi came close enough to strike. All at once it was like Kakashi had been struck by a train. His outstretched arm crumpled like an accordion, revealing torn muscle and splintered bone, before the wave of force slammed into his body, collapsing his ribcage and sending him flying. The leader of Akatsuki then turned his Rinnegan to Naruto. Naruto gave a shuddering gasp as pain arced through every fiber of his being. The second he'd shown any sign of resistance, the Amikage didn't hesitate to enact his failsafe plan. Foreign chakra invaded every cell of the young Jinchuriki's body through the numerous black rods that studded his body, and immediately began shutting down his tenketsu. He toppled forward hard, slamming his head against the cold, wet earth. He couldn't force his body to obey his commands. He was utterly paralyzed, unable to escape and unable to reveal more secrets. Itachi's hands were a blur as he began to harry the group with a blizzard of shuriken. By and large, shuriken were not used to deal the killing blow to an enemy. They lacked the mass to penetrate as deeply as a kunai, and their blades were often too short to dig into the deeper tissues of their target's body. However, they made for an excellent distraction. With a whiz-clang of steel on steel, Itachi deflected a pair of kunai off his shuriken, which caused the knives to abruptly alter their course and embed themselves in the shoulder of the human path and the knee of the Preta path. The Uchiha genius then whipped out a pair of knives with a distinctive flourish and began to backpedal as the three paths blitzed him. Itachi was used to fighting multiple opponents and knew that he wouldn't survive for long in a 3-on-1 taijutsu brawl. The path that he'd hit in the knee was showing signs of slowing down. So long as he engaged them one at a time, and didn't allow them to surround him, he would be able to hold out long enough to regroup with his comrades. That would have been the smart choice, but unfortunately it would have also cost them Naruto and Conan. Retreat was the same as failure in this battle. Itachi did what he could to stay mobile and keep his opponents where he could see them, but the paths of pain fought in perfect combination with one another. He lashed out with his knife, but the Preta path deflected the blow and then bowed out to allow the human path to counter. A harsh palm strike was redirected from Itachi's nose to his cheekbone, but as the Uchiha went reciprocate the blow, he felt his body lurch backward at the behest of the Deva path's outstretched hand. The hit was savage, and the young Anbu captain could taste the coppery tang of blood in his mouth as he rolled to his feet just in time to dodge a stomp to the head. A familiar yet deafening scream of electricity filled the air as a blur of silver and black careened out of its hiding place in the woods to flank the paths. Their plan had worked. Senpo, Raikiri riot. The Preta path spun on its heel and held out its hands to intercept the attack. As before with Jiraiya and Gamabunta's tandem jutsu, the massive spheres of electricity bled away and fizzled into a stream of weakly sputtering sparks. The path then took hold of the Kopinin's hands and forced him to a knee as he began to rapidly leach all the chakra in the man's body. But Kakashi didn't stop. His Sharingan once again took on a xanthous hue as he gathered nature chakra into his body. With a snap hiss, his twin lightning cutters surged to life once more, but true to its namesake, the Preta path hungrily consumed the chakra before it could reach his body. Itachi ducked out of the way of a kick that nearly threatened to take off his head, and then pivoted on the spot to deflect a stab from a chakra disruptor that was poised to lance him through the heart. He was forced back by another sweep from a chakra disruptor, this time covered in faintly humming wind chakra, only to take a hard kick to the side that had him doubling over in pain. The human path then closed, and with a ringing twist, took hold of the Uchiha's soul and wrenched it free from his body. The young genius' eyes went wide with shock as his Sharingan deactivated and he pitched forward, only to dissolve into a mass of fluttering wings which quickly transformed into a spray of shuriken. The Deva path blew the attack away with a casual flick of his hand. Genjutsu. When did he dash the image of Itachi drawing his blades with a flourish played across his eyes? Suddenly, the visual link between himself and the Predapath was severed as Kakashi took rough hold of his enemy's hands and swung a Sage Mode-fueled headbutt into the Path's skull. With a sickening crack, the Rinnegan wielder's eye sockets were crushed and blood darkened its vision. That brief second before the other paths could round on him was all it took for Itachi to finish the job. He landed silently behind their enemy, wrenched his head back by the hair, and used his kunai to drag a ragged gash across the man's throat, ending it with a spray of blood. Their victory was short-lived as a figure materialized from out of nowhere and slammed his fist into the side of Itachi's head. His whole world tipped on its end and took on a sort of weightless quality as he fell. He was unconscious before he hit the ground but came to quickly enough to see Kakashi's Raikiri pass straight through the man's torso. With his vision obscured by the intangible opponent in front of him, Kakashi reacted on instinct to dodge the chakra disruptor that suddenly erupted from Madara's chest. For all his speed, he still wasn't fast enough to evade the attack completely. The stake of black iron bit deep into his bicep, and all at once a flood of pain and dizziness washed over him as pain's chakra spread through his body. Still off balance from the surprise attack, the Kapinin was only able to partially avoid the now very solid uppercut from the Uchiha Patriarch. Madara's fist tagged Kakashi in the nose, breaking it easily, before once again becoming intangible to weave signs. A blast of force caught both Itachi and Kakashi, and the duo were sent flying just as Madara finished his jutsu. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Neither of them had any time to counter with ninjutsu of their own. Not that it would have helped them even if they did have time. Kakashi's arm had gone completely numb as the Shinra Tensei had driven the chakra disruptor deep into his bone, and Itachi's arm was cocked off at an unnatural angle, since he'd used it to shield himself from the blast that launched the Mareborn. If there was ever a time to use the trump cards that they'd been holding on to, now would be the time to do so. The eyes of both Konoha Jonin flashed into the pinwheel form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui! The onrush of flame suddenly dispersed as a perfect cookie-cutter hole was blown straight through it. Through the dying blaze, Itachi leveled his Sharingan on the Devapath who was poised to take hold of Naruto, and let the chakra flow through his gaze. Amaterasu! 5 seconds hadn't passed yet, and the technique was too fast to dodge completely. Even the barest touch of those black flames would spell his end. The human path moved to push him out of the way in a display of self-sacrifice, but it suddenly found itself hurled to the ground as a long kunai made from paper slashed through its Achilles tendon. The corpse of Yahiko only had the briefest of moments to trace the projectile's path back to the still prone form of the woman who he'd once called his closest friend. There was no warmth in her eyes for him, only defiance and frosty satisfaction as his body erupted into an ebon-black funeral pyre and began crumble to ash. XXXXX. Gamabunta had dispatched the rhino, but the second the summon had died, the animal path was all too eager to fill its vacancy with yet another summoned monstrosity. He was currently staring down a colossal chameleon-like creature that kept flitting in and out of view to strike when his guard was weak. The Toad Boss was starting to slow down. His wounds from before were now bleeding heavily, and his grip was starting to weaken around his blade. All he could do now was keep the summons off Jiraiya and hope that the Sannin could end this battle soon. For his part, Jiraiya was fighting like a man possessed as he was once again forced to fight a battle on 2 fronts. He'd realized all too quickly why the final path had hung back at the start of the fight. He slipped fire from yet another barrage of the Azure Path's weapons. Although the Naraka path wasn't the most combat-inclined of the 6 paths, it was definitely one of the most dangerous ones. The ability to simply reverse all the work that he and Bunta had done to bring down the Azure path was more than enough to put the Naraka on his shit list. Shima and Fukasaku were quick to return fire with a pair of Senjutsu-heightened toad gun techniques, but the animal path was just as quick to summon more disposable cover in the form of a giant panda, seemingly made from stone. From behind his cover, the Azure path's skull plate folded back to reveal a strange mechanized device, composed of lenses and mirrors, that began to rapidly condense its chakra. With the eyes of its summon trained on Jiraiya, there was no guesswork involved with its attack. The Azure path discharged its laser-like blast straight through the summon's back without ever breaking cover. The Sannin rolled out of the way, but the impact of the chakra gun was so great that it sent him flying backward, blistering his skin and igniting the tips of his clothing with the heat from the explosion. He barely had time to regain his footing before he was under attack once again, this time by the animal path. He came flying through the air wielding a chakra disruptor like a bow staff with such ferocity that Jiraiya couldn't hope to dodge its attacks. He brought his arm up to guard a particularly savage blow aimed at his windpipe and grunted as the impact sent tremors of pain up and down the length of his forearm. The animal path didn't let up as it began to channel water chakra into one head of the staff and lightning chakra into the other end. A series of rapid jabs narrowly whizzed past the Sannin's head as the Rinnegan wielder attempted to run him through, followed quickly by a spinning snap kick to the ribs which had him staggering backwards. Intent on keeping his former teacher off balance, the path whipped out with the water-infused end of its staff and felt the weapon rattle with the satisfying crunch of metal striking flesh. Naruto's hypothesis from before had proven to be horribly correct. Streaming water chakra into a weapon was indeed the most lethal element that one could use, as just the glancing blow to Jiraiya's leg suddenly blew a significant portion of the man's blood straight through his flesh as it tried to follow the arc of the chakra. All at once, Jiraiya's face went deathly pale, and for a few seconds he was dodging completely blind as he threatened to black out right then and there. Shima lashed out with her acid-soaked tongue and wrapped it tightly around the animal path's neck. Its flesh began to bubble and dissolve with a horrible hissing sound as the toad matriarch slammed it into the ground and tightened her hold on its windpipe. A barrage of rockets filled the air as the azure path broke cover and rushed towards them. However, Shima didn't relinquish her hold. Instead, she reeled the thrashing animal path into the range of Jiraiya's technique. He didn't have time to finish his hand seals, not by himself anyway. While fused together, he and the Toad Elders acted as one being with a shared chakra system. Fukasaku simultaneously performed the finishing seals of the jutsu as Jiraiya completed the first half of the jutsu. Their voices cried out at one, "Ninja art! Toad mouth trap!" Everything went dark as the missiles impacted on the outside of the summoned organ with a series of dull thuds. The animal path, blind and still clawing at the corrosive appendage that was cutting off all hope of escape, had no way to defend itself from against the maelstrom of chakra that had coalesced in the Sannin's hand. The Rinnegan smashed through its head like a drill, kicking up an impressive spray of gore and brain matter which finally ended their fight. By this time Jiraiya was panting hard and fighting back the urge to vomit. The leg that had been struck by the water-inundated chakra disruptor looked like it had been put through a thresher, and no amount of adrenaline would be enough to overshadow the sickening agony and blood loss that the sage was currently experiencing. He couldn't back down now, though. He lamented as he pulled free a strip of his charred vest and quickly dressed the terrible wound with a makeshift bandage. With their summoner now dead, the summons that had been hounding Gamabunta's steps from the get-go were now gone. They simply couldn't pass up the opportunity to engage their enemy in an even matchup. His sage mode granted sixth sense went off and the Sannin threw his battered body to the ground purely on instinct. A fraction of a second later, a beam of white-hot plasma tore through the supposedly impervious esophagus of the great mountain toad courtesy of the Azure Path. Jiraiya cancelled his technique and leapt forward with his one good leg, fervently weaving seals as he flew towards the enemy. He had no more backup plans. He was too injured and too tired to keep fighting like he had been even with the meteoric boost that Sage Mode afforded him. If Bunta wasn't in position, he was likely about to meet his death. Senpo, raging lion's mane. His beard and hair became crushing cables of iron as he sent them forth to bind his opponents. The Azure Path was mid-dodge when the toads atop his shoulders suddenly began to scream their ear-shattering frog song with renewed fervor. The genjutsu took effect quickly, robbing the paths of their motor control and causing them to stumble for a few crucial moments. They were ensnared within the wild web of hair and quickly began to struggle to little avail. Had Jiraiya been in better condition, he would have been able to finish the fight on his own with a follow-up attack. But as it was, he felt his head growing fuzzy and his vision growing dim as his brain cried out for oxygen. "Come on, Butna. Make it in time." That was the last thought that crossed Jiraiya's mind before he pitched forward into the void of unconsciousness. The instant he fell, the bonds holding the paths went slack and they were quick to free themselves. The Naraka path immediately rushed forward towards the corpse of the headless animal path and the Azure path, not wanting to take any chances with a point-blank execution, took aim with its chakra laser and began to accumulate energy once again. Neither of them had their eyes on the sky. Gamabunta crashed down on them like a thunderbolt, his massive tanto slashing clean through both of his opponents with such an egregious use of force that he sent them flying like comets through the air. The Toad boss let a tired yet deeply satisfied grin cross his face as he watched the pair of bisected corpses skip off a boulder, go airborne, and fly deeper into the forest. The Azura path lay in a ruined heap, its gears clicking and wires sparking as its body slowly began to wind down. That was fine. This final jutsu didn't require the use of hand signs. Its Rinnegan could easily feel the amount of electrical energy that had been built up in the clouds overhead, and slowly, wordlessly, it let its hand fall forward as it called down all the fury of the sky to smite its enemies. It seemed that Jiraiya had truly exhausted all of his strength as the dying path could no longer sense the presence of his chakra. That was fine. The life of his summon would make an acceptable consolation prize. Fukasaku detached himself from his student's shoulder and began to perform what little medical jutsu he knew on the man's shredded leg. "Fine work, Bunta boy," he shouted to the Toad boss. "Ma and I'll take care of Jiraiya-chan. Go help Kakashi-chan." Gamabunta let out a tired sigh as he sheathed his blade for a final time and took off towards the second battle. He never made it. A bolt of lighting, so raw and powerful that it was as if the fist of God himself had plunged down from the clouds, ripped through Gamabunta's body before he had a chance to blink. What came next was a cacophonous crash of thunder so loud that it flattened the nearby trees, followed by a torrential explosion of gore and chunks of pulped meat that rained down across the entire clearing. Shima's horrified hysterical screams were lost amid the sound of the pouring rain and the echoing booms left in Kirin's wake. Kakashi's Sharingan watched in horrible, exquisitely preserved detail as the bolt of lightning split the great toad's skull open in a lurid flaming gash. A blackened tongue lolled out of the side of his mouth as his eyes bubbled and burst like overripe fruit from the heat of the killing stroke. He was then forced to witness as his contract holder's body seethed and boiled from the inside out before finally tearing open at the seams to splatter the ground and trees with his life essence. Kakashi let loose a mad howl of anguish as he tore the chakra disruptor free from his arm. "Kamui!" he screamed as he let his vision lock onto the downed human path. Space itself rippled like water, quickly forming a whirlpool-like pattern in the air with the Akatsuki leader's head trapped at its nexus. Then space collapsed, taking the final path's head along with it. With the last Rinnegan wielder dead, Naruto let out a harsh gasp of relief as his body once again was his to command. He looked up just in time to see Madara smash his knee into Kakashi's head, take hold of the man's hair, and whip his rescuer's unconscious body into the ground. The Uchiha was poised to deliver the killing blow when his clansmen stepped in to fight on Kakashi's behalf. Itachi spun and slashed through the air in an impressive taijutsu flurry that was met with a patient stare of his untouchable opponent. As before with Jiraiya, Madara waited until the perfect moment presented itself. He let the kunai plunge deeply into his arm to halt the weapon's movement, not even reacting to the pain as he took hold of the other Uchiha's throat and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. If he'd had the chakra to do so, Itachi wouldn't have hesitated to cast his Tsukuyomi upon his opponent. However, 2 castings of Amaterasu, an emergency field surgery, and an utterly savage beating from pain and Madara had robbed him of everything he had left. There was nothing he could do as Madara began to suck him into the extra-dimensional rift generated by his unmasked eye. A kunai, the same kunai that had crippled the human path, whipped through the air and straight into Madara's back. And it hit. It actually hit and lodged itself deep in his shoulder, causing a white-hot wave of electricity to spread through his limb as its nerve was severed. Naruto cursed his poor vision. He'd been aiming for the man's skull. Madara smashed Itachi in the face with a superhuman punch from his good arm before rounding on the boy, who had quickly become far more trouble than he was worth. Necessary though the boy may have been, it wouldn't save him from the Uchiha's fury. Madara forced himself straight through Naruto's guard and began to mercilessly slam punches into the boy's already injured body. He felt the child's ribs give way with a satisfying crack, followed shortly thereafter by the boy's nose and cheekbone. The young Rinnegan wielder staggered on his feet before taking a particularly brutal kick to the stomach, which sent him flying backward into the solid trunk of a tree. He didn't even have time to hit the ground before Madara was on him again, raining blows on every part of his body that he could. Blood poured from Naruto's mouth as a left hook smashed a pair of teeth free, but his opponent didn't let up for a second. He took hold of Naruto's small throat in his mitt-like grip and began to strangle the life from him, all the while slamming his knee into the boy's exposed midsection. He was so consumed with rage that he didn't even hear his attacker before she struck. Conan lunged at him, ramming yet another paper kunai up the hilt in his back. On instinct, he dropped the boy and rounded on her with a vicious backhand that nearly had the strength to snap her neck. She fell immediately. She had barely been strong enough to walk due to the totality of her previous injuries, but something inside her surged with white-hot rage at the sight of the man nearly beating Naruto to death. With that last bit of energy spent, Conan was defenseless to resist the beating that was sure to follow. As Naruto regained consciousness, the first thing that met his ears was a harsh ringing followed by a scream of pain. His eyes snapped open to the scene of Uchiha Madara staking Conan's wrist to the ground with a thick shaft of wood. He couldn't force his body to move. "Stop it!" Another scream tore itself from her lips as Madara did the same to her other wrist. "Stop it!" He gurgled weakly through a mouth of blood. He took hold of her neck and began to squeeze. "Kurama, Rakuto Sanin, please." He didn't care about the pain. He didn't care about his own life. Conan had to live, and he welcomed any form of torture if it meant that he could save her. He activated the Pretapath and ripped the mental stitches clean out from his psyche. "Stop it!" The horrible memories returned like a tsunami, drowning him with their intensity. Being nearly beaten to death for refusing to smile. Being held down and strangled like Conan was as they violated him. All of it came flooding back in an unspeakable tide. But so too did the power to save her. The Kyuubi's chakra manifested itself as a seething cloak of crimson chakra that took the shape of a fox with 3 tails. Then the liquid moonlight came back. It clad his body in a miniature Susanoo with an appearance reminiscent to that of the sage. His Rinnegan burned like hot coals in his eye sockets as they became silted and took on a deep scarlet hue. A single tomo along the outermost ring of his eyes burned like the sun as he leveled his gaze upon Madara. He was gone. The distance was crossed so fast that the Uchiha Sharingan couldn't track his opponent. He activated his Kamui just as the chakra construct's fist came thundering towards him. Naruto's left eye was leaking blood. Overlaid upon that fearsome demonic Rinnegan was his own Mangekyo Sharingan. For the first time in years, Madara felt true fear. The blow smashed through the Uchiha's skull like it was wet tissue paper, dousing himself and Conan with a hot spray of gore and gray matter. The impact was so great that the man's headless corpse was sent careening like a rocket into the sky, all but blowing away the cloud cover as it entered the troposphere and vanished from sight. Naruto toppled forward into a pool of his own blood and knew no more as the darkness took him once again. For a long while everything was still. Kakashi was the first to stir and was instantly on his feet and gathering nature chakra as he scoured his senses for any trace of the enemy. There was nothing. Then suddenly a stirring. He watched as Uchiha Madara's body reformed as though he were a mirage given tangible form. He spied the bloody forms of Naruto and Conan on the ground at his feet and readied his Sharingan to fire off another, his last, Kamui, but the sound of soft chuckling caused him to give pause. Uchiha Madara was laughing. It started quiet at first but quickly devolved into full-blown hysterical cackling. "You bastard!" he screamed at Naruto's unmoving body. "You really forced me to use my left eye. You bastard!" He whipped around to face Kakashi, causing the man's blood to freeze in his veins. "No," he whispered in shock. "It can't be. Obito." It was him, no question. He was older and the left side of his body was a patchwork of scars, but it was him. Kakashi watched as the Sharingan in his left eye faded to white. For the briefest of moments, Obito seriously considered snapping the Jinchuriki's neck along with the blue-haired defector, but he tabled the notion. It was true, he did have a 10-minute window of immortality thanks to his Inagi, but he wasn't willing to risk even the slightest chance that he might actually die. Kakashi's eye was sister to his own, and he didn't know what kind of effect it could have on him were he to be targeted by his old teammate's Kamui. Not to mention the fact that if Itachi were to enter the fray and trap him within the Tsukuyomi, all of his plans would crumble. His mission was done regardless. The defectors would soon be dead, and any information they carried of his schemes would die with them. The loss of Pain's weapon was regrettable. Experiencing the boy's raw power firsthand only to now have it bleed out on the ground in front of him was a stinging blow. But there were other Jinchuriki and other Uzumaki that the Akatsuki could use. He gave Kakashi a wicked parting grin as his eye activated and sucked himself into the Kamui dimension, suddenly leaving the man alone amidst a battlefield of corpses. Against his better judgment, Kakashi rushed to Naruto's aid as soon as Obito had fled. His mind was a whir of questions, but now was not the time for such things. With one hand he prepared the transfusion kit, and with the other he began to fuse Naruto's broken body back together with as much nature chakra as he could muster. A few more minutes passed before Itachi regained consciousness and made his way over to Conan. The pair worked as quickly as they could to save the defectors, but their situation was bleak. They were fighting a losing battle and they knew it, but they would be damned if they were going to give up now. If Naruto and Conan's lives were in the hands of God now, then they would do all that could. And beg Kami for a miracle.